On. I always have to remember to turn the light on. Welcome, everyone. We're ready to begin. We were just waiting to make sure we had a full quorum, so thank you for your patience. Just a few minutes behind, but we will catch up as we continue. So, Happy New Year to all as we start a new year with charter school business in the state, among other things. So, welcome to everyone. We'll start today. First, we want to acknowledge a few individuals. So we welcome, of course, we're always grateful to have Matt Hymas, who represents the State Board of Education with us, and his charter background is very helpful and gives us great comments as we move through. We also want to acknowledge, and this should be a bigger fanfare. I wish we had crowds of people here we could cheer for to say thank you to David Jones, AG David Jones, who has served this board so well, has worked so closely with us in conjunction and understands the work that's being done here so well and the goals and mission of charter schools in the state. And we have appreciated your long work with us and patient work, and sometimes with some, you've spent a lot of extra time above and beyond on work for this charter school board and charter schools in the state, and we really appreciate your service. This is David's last meeting with us. He's retiring in February, so we wish him very well. Maybe at a break we can each take an opportunity to individually acknowledge that, but we appreciate you and wish you the best in your retirement as well.
Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you. Thanks. Sitting to David's left, we have Kevin Olson, and Kevin will be stepping into the position that David has held, representing the Attorney General's office and helping to support the work we're doing. He said already he's met with the staff and is eager to be here. He likes all of the staff so far, so we'll see how that continues and goes along. So hopefully that will continue and he will enjoy the work as well.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we will continue then with our business. If you know that, of course, in this January, we had an election last November, so there will be some changes in the State Board of Education. So we want to congratulate new Utah State Board of Education members who will be sworn in on Thursday. Of course, that's why we're meeting on Tuesday, because they have a big meeting this Thursday. As part of that, the new members will be sworn in. Also, there's new USBE leadership. If you haven't already seen, which I think most of you have already, Jim Moss, who used to be a member of this board, is now the chair of the Utah State Board of Education, and we wish him very well. Molly Hart and Jenny Earl are as vice chairs, the two vice chairs, and we wish them well. In addition, especially because this is the month on January 17th, we opened the Utah State Legislative Session, and that's always a time in which folks spend extra time and are engaged in helping to support the work that we do in the state for all of the children in the state of Utah, so we really appreciate that. I'm going to start, though, right now with a Pledge of Allegiance, if you will join with me, and with that pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. Thank you. As part of the meeting, we start with have started with a thought most recently too, right? Do we have public comment? No public comment. So I want to acknowledge that no one has asked to make comment online, and no one has come in person to sign up for comment as well. So thank you. But we have also worked to have a little bit of a thought, and this is my turn, and others as we go along. If you have an opportunity, we appreciate you sharing just a quick thought. And I thought I'd talk about teachers, the first of this new year. 3 teachers whom we know anciently who taught each other. One was the direct teacher of the next, and that's Socrates, who taught Plato, and Plato, who taught Aristotle. I wish Cindy was here to hear all of those. I should acknowledge that Cindy is flying back from spending time with her family in Germany, and she intends to join us electronically as she is able to. So she will if she comes, and I should acknowledge that Member Spiker will be here soon. She knew she'd be a little late, as did Member Cisneros, called to say the same thing, and we're glad she's joined us, so thank you. So, but each of those were the direct teacher of the other. Socrates, who was so strong in his convictions, he'd rather drink hemlock than to give up on those, and Plato, who did a lot of writing that still influenced our own Constitution and the work in this nation. And then Plato, who taught directly Aristotle. Aristotle, at one time, they were all traveling teachers, and Aristotle at one point was asked to teach the son of the king of Macedonia. You may know that already. And this young prince, the son of the king of Macedonia, whom Aristotle said he would teach him, asked him a question one day, and he said to him, he said to Aristotle, how much is one? And Aristotle didn't want to just give a flippant answer and say it's a prime number, two halves make a one whole. He said instead to this young prince, he said, if you'll give me, I want to give you a good answer, and if you'll give me a little time, I will respond. And he went away and he thought about it, and as they came back together at some point after that, he said to this young prince, who would then become a great world leader, a conqueror, the leader of the largest portion of the known world at that time, this young Alexander, whom we would call Alexander the Great. He taught Alexander the Great. He said, one can mean a very great many. One can mean a very great many. And welcome, Member Spiker. And what Aristotle meant by that is that if many people united together as one can accomplish a great deal. So if we are united as one can be a very great many people as one. It doesn't mean we always agree as one. We disagree, we push back, we respectfully listen to each other, but as long as we're united as one around a common mission and vision, then we can accomplish the work that we have. So I thought this would be a good time just to reiterate also the mission of this board is advancing quality choice, innovation, and student success through rigorous authorizing and supportive oversight. That is our mission, as you remember that. And our vision, every student has access to an excellent education that meets their unique learning needs. So if we keep in mind our oneness, we are part of a we, not an individual me, but as this we together, that we are united to work towards producing that mission and vision for all children. And just as that Alexander learned, one can mean a very great many. And I'm happy to be a part of this we and this very many great many so that we can together as one accomplish great work. So thank you all, and for developing that mission and vision along the way. It helps to guide all the work we do so we can be together. All right, with that in mind, as we start our new year and focus together on that same work, I think partly I've given most of any report that I want to give at this point. So I'm going to turn time to Director Lambert for any report she would like to give.
Thank you. So we have a new sharing thing here, but I'm told it's much better. And okay, I'm trying to, there we go. Awesome. Okay. Welcome to 2023. And I have to say, Chair Bowles, I really enjoyed your report or your thought. I am so grateful to be able to work for this board and to see the individual board members. You each have your unique personalities, but you come together and do good work, and I'm grateful to be able to be your staff. So hopefully we're starting a good year, and this thing really doesn't like moving. We'll try that. Okay. Value-based authorizing. Chair Bowles just talked about our mission, and I'm going to talk about our values. I think I've put in.
Hey, how are you?
Pretty good.
We have a voice from above. But we've been really trying to, as staff, focus on our values and let them guide us. And what we do is every staff meeting, we have a staff meeting about every other week, twice a month. And for those 2 weeks, we focus on one of these values. And it just so happens that this time, these 2 weeks, we're focusing on compassion. And let me read it to you. It says, "We show kindness and respect while holding schools accountable. Compassion does not change the actions we take, but the way we take those actions." I did not strategically plan compassion to be over this board meeting, but I think how applicable it is. And being on staff through quite a few different rounds of these new school applications, I have always been so impressed with how compassionate the board is. Sometimes the answers are no, but it's always given with compassion. Sometimes the answers are yes, and then that's great. But I like that this is one of our values, and I think that we all are really trying to do our work with compassion and understanding. And I just wanted to focus on that and to let you know that this is something that staff is working on. Last time we were talking about authenticity. We've also talked about and gone over excellence, trust, and impact. And I'll be talking about impact a little bit later. We've also been talking a lot about what's in our box. And this came from the board evaluators and trainers, and we're looking to extend the contract with them so we can continue talking about this. But we've begun talking a lot about what's in our box. And as we've been self-reflecting and working with our evaluators, the phrase "jack of all trades, master of none" kind of starts coming to mind, that we've been trying to do so much that with 11 staff members, it's just not feasible. So we've been really focusing in, what does it mean to be an authorizer? And there is a slide that Marie Stephenson and we would sometimes go around and give to different charter school governing board members, and it's training about what does it mean to be a charter school governing board member. But we also introduce the State Charter School Board. And what we say is the State Charter School Board, it's not USBE for charters. It is not charter schools' own governing boards. We're not an LEA for, like a district office for charter schools. We're not the association, we're an authorizer. And so we've really been talking about what it means to be an authorizer and how we can do that well. And so we'll keep you in the loop, of course, but it's been very, very positive and a lot of energy within staff right now. And with that, you may hear us say we are Walter Reed, and I want to explain what that means.
My fellow.
So,
Hey, Jerry.
Hi, how are you?
Jerry, I think we're hearing you.
Hey, how are you?
Jerry, and can you hear us? We keep hearing you. That was Jerry Record. We appreciate all the IT he does for us. And the voice from above. But what do we mean by Walter Reed? So as staff, we occasionally read together books and we discuss them. And right now we're reading a book called Better by Atul Gawande. And in there's a chapter where he's talking about when you have injuries from war and how they can respond to injuries and to have such success in being able to not have the fatalities. And as we were reading, so Walter Reed is the hospital, and what they do is they have a very sophisticated triage system where they triage the most important things and then they just send it on. And it took a little bit of getting used to that. A lot of times people that were on the front lines, they wanted to continue and fix stuff and not just, stop the initial bleeding. And as we realize that, a lot of times, we also want to take over and be like the first responders, and we're just not. Walter Reed is the long-term care. It's the hospital when they come back into the States. It also helps maybe set support policy type things for those first responders. But that's where we say we're Walter Reed. We are not the schools themselves. We don't govern. We don't run the schools. And so some of the things, while the campaigns, that can be very useful, it may have been overstepping a little bit of what where we're getting into the weeds and maybe taking on a little bit too much of what school governing boards can and should be doing. So we've been thinking about how can we support those governing boards to do the work, to be those first responders, and how we can then step back and make sure that we are Walter Reed. Talked about impact and also excellence, and this also has to do with your board goal. So a year ago, you set some goals, and one of them was to create an LMS that would support governing board members and provide that training. It only took about a year to get the contract in place, but it is. It is in place, and we are so excited to be able to start this. And what is going to happen is by the end of this fiscal year, so June, we're going to have a micro-credential system that is where all the governing board members of the schools that we authorize, they will have access to this. And at launch, we're going to have at least 10 micro-credentials, and then by next year, we're going to put additional 20. And so what it allows is our governing board members to be able to get these micro-credentials of tools and things that they need to be better governing board members. And so we're providing this. We finally have contracted with that vendor there, and we're on track to meet the originally scheduled deadline. The other thing that I want to talk about, this has been going on for a little while, but we just thought today is very relevant. So the pre-proposal training, this is maybe a real life picture of a pre-proposal training. Those that are going to be involved today probably know this very realistically. Our pre-proposal training was 3 hours long, and it really was just a lot of information thrown at them. And as we've been looking at the applications that have come in and the desire to maybe wanting to grow more community-based charter school ideas, we've been thinking about how we can change things up so we can get the kind of applications that we want to be approving. And so what we've already begun doing, and we piloted it the first time this December, so we've got it down first to a 20-minute introduction to the charter school world, to what it means to be a public charter school. And we had 7 participants who gave us feedback, and then what we're going to do is we're going to put it into a very well-done video that then we can post, and then anyone can have access to that video. After they watch that video, which they can watch in their PJs at home, then we ask them to do a few things that is more individual and more targeted. So then we would ask them to put together at that point a governing board. And we recommend 5 to 7 governing board members at that point. Then we ask them to come up with their why. Why are they wanting a charter school? And just have that really well-crafted, well-defined, well-thought through. Then also develop at least 10 questions that they have at this point, and that they send us that why board members, the questions, they send that to us, and we schedule with them a one-on-one meeting where we can work with them one-on-one, help answer those questions because we've got them beforehand. If we have to search out the answer, we can do so. And we just are so excited to be able to have these one-on-one meetings. We think that they're going to be significantly more meaningful than just a blast-out generic type of training, and that we'll be able to spend time with them to help them prepare and put together a really good proposal and application. So impact, also excellence, and this is what, in just a short while, what our values-based authorizing has been able to help us think through and accomplish.
Thank you so much. We see that very targeted work towards that mission, and we so appreciate the hard work that you're doing to make that mission come to fruition. So thank you so much. Excellent work. I'm excited for those. And those micro-credentials that we've been looking for such a time, so thank you. It'll be fun to see those all in place. All right, thank you for that report. And let's move through our agenda. We have a consent calendar. Let's look at that item is next on our agenda. As a reminder, the consent calendar contains items which board members have had opportunity to look through. Individual items we don't usually discuss, but board members obviously have the opportunity to pull any of those if you believe that any of them need more detailed discussion before a vote is taken. So at this point, I'm just looking for a motion relative to consent. Member Smith.
I'll move to adopt the consent calendar.
Motion to adopt. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
A second from Member Bassett. Any discussion about any of that consent? That motion? All right. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor of passing the consent calendar, passing that motion, say aye. And any opposed, nay. All right, so I'll rule that passes unanimously. The consent calendar passes. And now we have an opportunity to move to our agenda items. The first is, this is an important meeting because this is when we look at potential new school applications and have a discussion about those. And keeping that mission and vision in mind as we continue, so important to us as we do that, we'll move forward. And we'll ask Dr. William Evans if he will introduce that for us and talk through the process for us. And we'll have an overview. Should I also acknowledge that Sam Gibbs, who's one of the external readers, is also here in the audience, and so if you have questions. So Sam, why don't you come up and take a seat up here right now in case we have any questions at this point, and then if we do, we can ask for those as we continue. Thank you so much. Okay, Dr. Evans.
Thank you so much, Chair Bowles. Just before I jump in, I want to explain, I gave each of you a few handouts. The first one are the combined reader feedback notes for each application. Those were emailed to you last week, so you do have digital copies if you'd prefer those, but I did printed just in case. And then the second set of handouts are potential questions. And so we do have assigned questions and a set of a few questions that we want to make sure get asked to each applicant. But then we also included some potential other questions based on the reader feedback. And so you have those notes in front of you in case you'd like to use those. I did, and I will ask her permission / apology of Member Spiker, because Cindy was not here. I assigned you a second question. I hope that's all right.
I already feel like I'm in the hot seat.
I'm very sorry.
Dr. Evans. Dr. Evans.
This is what happens when you live in North Ogden. It was a lot of traffic. No, just
wanted to
joking.
say
I'm honored and happy to do that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm now with you, Member Spiker, because Matt Evans has stepped, or
Matt Hymas.
Hymas, sorry. Evans and Hymas. Anyway, Matt Hymas has had to step out for a moment, and he asked if I would also read his questions. So we get a double dose of both of us.
Thank you, Member Smith. And we're both tall as well, so it's very easy to confuse us, so I recognize that. Thank you. In the past, with some of the presentations that we give, we do open it up for a lot of interaction from the board members. For this one, I would ask that any questions you do have, hold on to them until the end. We've got some opportunities built in for question asking, and that way that will allow us to get through all the information that we've got, for today. For our agenda for today, I just want to give a brief overview, both for the board's benefit, also for the applicants and for any members of the public who are listening, just about kind of what the process is that charter schools go through to get their applications to this point. I'm also going to share a little bit of the reader background of the individuals who we had help us go through all of these applications. They did a wonderful job, and we are so appreciative of both their expertise and the time that they dedicated to helping us get these applications to this point. Then we'll jump right into Peak Academy's application. They're our first capacity interview for the day. Our second one will be American Principals Academy, and it's not reflected here on this agenda, but at that point, that's most likely when we will have lunch. And then we'll finish off the day with Elevated Charter before we then jump into some time to discuss, and then we'll make any recommendations there. For the application process, this is really integral. So charter school authorizing is one of the main things. If you listened to Chair Bowles' message at the beginning of the meeting, we are about rigorous authorizing and supportive oversight. So those are our two main components of what we do. And we want to see school choice increase throughout the state. And this is how we go through this process. This looks a little bit different this year than it did in the past, and I'm going to talk about that. So the first thing that we had, there we go, training. Training for new school applicants starts in November of the previous year. So in most cases, in the two cases we're discussing today, they started in November of 2021, and then one of our applicants actually was November of 2020. They've been coming, they're returning back. So this has been going on for a really long time. And during this extensive period from November to June, the boards or the groups really should be gathering their most advanced board they possibly can. They should be developing their idea for what the school is going to look like. They should be gathering as much community buy-in as possible. At this point, nobody's been invited to actually write an application, but I think it would be fair to say that if you're waiting until the actual invitation to get started on any of this legwork, you're going to find it very, very difficult to accomplish that in such a short amount of time. And so it really behooves the applicants to take this time from November to June and get as much of their ideas put together as possible. At that point, we jump into the proposal. This is their 10-page document. It's due the 1st of July. And at this point, their entire emphasis should be on how do we present our idea? I like to think of this as Shark Tank. This is their pitch meeting. They get to come in and sell the sharks on whether or not their business plan is going to work. And that's what we have in August. That's our August board meeting, if you'll remember that. This is their pitch. They come in, they share their idea. And really the point of this, if you'll remember, was you as the board went through and you said, we really like this idea. We're buying this, we're the sharks, we're buying this. And those groups, anybody who made it through that proposal, they were invited to attend a day-long training. And this is where we have some difference from what we've done in the past. In the past, this training was outsourced to other groups. We decided to take this on ourselves this year. And we, during the proposal phase, while we were reading all of the applications, staff wrote very, very copious notes and feedback on what is going to make the application successful, how can we get the best schools possible, and we were prepared that very first day to give those schools, anybody who made it through that pitch meeting, we were prepared to give them all of that feedback. And so we had 5 schools pitch. 4 of them were invited to come back, and they all came to this day-long training. And they got to sit down and get one-on-one feedback on their proposal, on their application, any advice they could possibly get. The other thing about this meeting is that they were introduced to a representative from every single USBE department. That person came in and they shared the top things, according to that department, that applicants need to be aware of in writing their application and how to really make it the best application possible. They were also given a contact person from each USB department that they were able to reach out to over the coming months to ask any clarifying questions. And then their applications were due November 1st. At this point, we gave the applications to the readers, and they spent time, so both our external readers and the USBE readers. Now, at this point, our charter applicants can essentially take a nice big breath because their job is done until January. But this is when the readers jumped in and they went in and read every single page of the applications and gave great and excellent feedback. And that brings us to today. And so I want to talk a little bit about what today is, both, again, for our benefit as the board and for the members of the public who might be unaware. Today is a capacity interview. Sometimes people think of this as like another sales pitch. This is not, you've already pitched. Your idea's already been bought. You've already been invited back. This is a capacity interview to see if the applicants have the capacity to run a school. This is also for board approval. I want to explain, reader feedback is great, and we value that reader feedback, but the readers did not decide what school gets to go forward. That is the board's board's purview exclusively. And I really want to stress that as the readers read through everything, their idea of how can we help the board make the best decision possible was kind of paramount or primary in their mind as they were reading. I also want to share what it means. So in the application and in your reader notes, you'll notice that some sections of the application were rated as met, some were rated as partially met, and some were rated as not met. These are very broad categories. And in the past, we've had a really good opportunity to bring all of the readers together and to talk with them about all of their different pieces of feedback and then come to a consensus rating. This year, because of various illnesses and schedule conflicts, we weren't able to bring them all together into one group. And so you'll see in your notes that there is a much broader representation. Some readers felt that certain sections were met, that the information included there, was satisfactory for a successful school. And other readers noted that it wasn't met. In some ways, this was hard. For us as staff to put together, really good recommendations for board. But I think in other ways, this is really powerful because we avoided that groupthink, right? Typically when the readers all come together, the Mets and the not Mets kind of eventually just decide that everything's partially met. We don't have that this year. Everything wasn't partially met. We do get to see their differences there. And lastly, today is about clarification. And so that's why we have Sam Gibbs here with us, myself. We've provided the notes. The boards themselves are going to be showing up. And this is for you to get any additional information so that the board can make the best decision possible. I want to share a little bit about the applicants. So like I mentioned, we had 5 schools apply at the proposal. 4 of them were invited to write a full application. One of those, specifically Key Academy, which was going to be the dyslexic school, they withdrew their application around October. And so today we get to hear from 3. The first applicant is Peak Academy. This was formerly known as Prosper Us Academy. They are based in Morgan County, and their original application was for a K-12 school. They've refined that down to grades 6 through 12. Peak Academy is seeking a waiver. They are seeking a waiver specifically for the 5-day school week. They want to offer a 4-day school week, but they are not seeking any special treatment or priority consideration. And then my kind of brief summary for how we would describe the school would be it's a mix of CTE with project-based learning, some CE courses, and a few other elements as well. Our next applicant that we're going to hear from is American Principles Academy. This one is based in Cedar City, Utah, with a max enrollment of 858 students. They're proposing a K-8 school, and they are not seeking any waivers, priority consideration, or special treatment. And the way that I would describe this school is most likely a classical ed model. And then our third application that we're going to be hearing from today is Elevated Charter School. This one was formerly known as Quest Prep. When they did their proposal, they've changed their name to Elevated Charter School. They are proposing a statewide online school with a max enrollment of 900 students, serving grades K through 12. They are also not seeking any waivers, special treatment, or priority consideration in their application. And the way that I would describe them is an online with a synchronous component. So not just the asynchronous is do it whenever you have availability. Synchronous is we all come together online. And so that's the way that I would describe them. Let's talk a little bit about the readers. And again, I want to express my sincere thanks and gratitude for everybody who read applications, both our external readers and all of the members of the USBE. Every department sent somebody to read, and we're just very appreciative of their time and their expertise in this process. For our external readers, we received a lot of applications from schools. So back in September, we reached out to all the school directors, all the boards. They were told to invite any teachers as well. And we just said, we want anybody who is interested, who would like to be a reader and help us in reviewing these applications. We did give some guidelines of here are some things that we're looking for. We need some specific assistance in some areas. And we received such a great response from so many wonderful leaders and board chairs and board members and faculty members. We narrowed that down, got a really good group together, and they had expertise with students with disabilities and students with unique learning needs. They had expertise with building school cultures from scratch and also rebuilding school cultures, in struggling schools. They have expertise as school leaders and in developing school leaders. That was also a really great component. Some of them have served on boards and they brought that expertise as well. And then also we had a very unique set of models that were represented. And so it wasn't all just the same thing. It wasn't all, just elementary schools. They were from all over the place. The other thing that I want to stress is that we had readers who were representing both national and local contexts. And so we had, it's not just that we're looking at what's happening right now in Salt Lake City, but we're also looking at what is school choice really reflective of across the country, and how can we make school choice better for all of our communities here. And every single person that we had reading is a proponent of school choice. They want to open schools. That's their whole priority. Our next group were the USBE readers. We invited every single department and we had just a wealth of experience. I do want to say that because of, again, sickness and some really difficult scheduling conflicts, some of the people who were providing feedback were not able to give us as much feedback on all of the different sections, and so they really focused in on the area that they were where they had expertise in. We are very grateful for the time that they dedicated, and we are hopeful that we can revise how we work with them in the future so that we can get more of their good thinking. At this time, I'm going to jump into our capacity interview for our first school. Let me just share some of the information. This, again, was Prosper Us Academy in Morgan County. looking to do grades 6 through 12. Now, in your documents, again, that I sent you last week, if you have those open on your computer or if you want to turn to your notes, there was a lot of different reader feedback. I want to just condense down and give just a brief summary of some of the thoughts that came out of the readers' feedback before we jump into the interview itself. One of the strengths that the readers noted is that they were really intrigued about the potential for increasing school choice in Morgan County. They did recognize that it is a different market than what we've seen in the past. Another strength is that this application has been revised since the proposal and really shows that the applicants took the information that staff gave them on how to make a better application and incorporated a lot of that. And so we're really proud, grateful, and it shows a dedication to making sure that the school is the type of successful school that we would want to see. Another one is that readers really admired the school's plan for developing students' soft skills. This was something that the readers noted as being different from the other applications this year. Now, there were a few concerns. One of them is there's concerns about the lack of clarity in the relationship between the school, the builder, and the landowner. And so readers noted on a couple of different instances that they really weren't sure how the arrangement was working, what's happening with the building itself. There were mentions within the lease agreement about, or within the budget about a lease agreement, and that confused some of the readers, and so they would really like some clarity about that. There's also concerns about the described program still, even though it's been refined, still trying to be too many things for too many people, and how can we make that more refined? And then lastly, there are concerns about Morgan County's ability to, yes.
So I just wanted to check and see, one of the concerns that I have as I look at this application, and you skipped it over, was the personal line of credit in the budget. Are you going to come to that, or did you just, was it resolved? Where are we at?
It was not resolved. I'm going to leave that open to the board to come to. I'm just giving kind of a brief, these were the quick things that I found, as I was reading over everybody's notes.
Do you mind if I clarify a little bit? So right now, William's giving the very general strengths and concerns. What you'll be able to do is we have, every school will have the same, 7, 8 questions. You'll ask those questions, and then you'll have opportunity to ask all those specific things and
So I
get
don't
that
have
clarity.
to substitute that question in for the question that you.
Correct. We've got, because we only have the 3 today and we don't have satellites to hear today, we're able to really spend some time with the boards and get your questions answered.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
That's a typo on my part, I apologize. Member Olson just made clear to me that the questions that I included said satellite, so when I copied and pasted, I was not as mindful as I should have been, and I apologize. Should say new school. Questions are still the same, but yes, they're, my apologies on that. Okay, so the third concern that readers noted was that it seems to the readers that it's going to be very difficult to recruit not only students but also teachers to this school, especially when they say that they're going to recruit people from the local community, when the salaries that were listed in the budget seemed very, very low in order for a person to live in Morgan County. So those were some of the reader feedbacks that I wanted to share. Now I'll share with you, before we invite the school up to answer any of your questions, I want to just share staff's recommendation, and staff recommends that the application for Peak Academy in Morgan, Utah not be approved at this point. Readers were intrigued by elements of the application. Specifically, there was interest in financial literacy and project-based learning. However, enrollment data for the surrounding area shows decreasing student enrollment. The focus on the application was on a new building, which, like I mentioned, had some concerns for readers. And history demands caution in situations where enrollment data contradicts a developer's hopes for facility use. If the board does feel like they want to learn more about this after interviewing the applicants from Peak Academy, there'd be an option to invite the group to do more community events and get more information from the community to really refine down what that idea is going to be, and also get better information about committed enrollment so that we can see, how many people we're actually looking at there. And then another option would be to ask the applicant to return with a more robust market analysis on the area and on what's really available there. At this point, I will turn it over to, to Chair Bowles to conduct the interview. Just as a refresher for the board, these are the members of the application team who are here today. So I have their names all up there for you just as a little refresher. And then also just my quick summary of some of the application highlights. And so at this point, Chair Bowles, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that clear overview and those who have spent the time to read. We've also all had those applications. I want to make that clear that we've had those applications and had opportunity to read them in depth, and we appreciate the readers who give clear feedback, those who are in the trenches every day doing that work, that they have great experience and help to bring good advice and may pick up on things that we individually may or may not have noticed. We appreciate that. I'm going to add also, I believe as a board, a part of our purpose is we all also, as Dr. Evans said about those who read, believe in school choice. We as board members also believe in school choice. We believe that that's an important aspect of education, that families should be able to have choices in the education that their children experience. We believe that. But we also want those schools whom we authorize to succeed. And we've had over time experience of common problems and concerns that schools have stumbling blocks or blockades that don't allow them to succeed. And so that's partly why we ask these questions as well, and we want to look at them because we want them really to succeed and be successful schools. And if we can prevent that up front, then it's a lot easier than way down the road. So that helps us as well. So I believe board members share that feeling as well. We want schools to succeed. Therefore, let's talk with Peak Academy. So all the board members who are representing Peak Academy, would you come up to the table if you would like to do that? We'd love to have any of those of you who would like to represent your school to come up. And I don't know if we'll need to find additional chairs, or if we've got enough.
We also have
Oh,
for fillover.
Director Lambert points out that second table back there is also, if they're not enough at this table, that table also works well. And you'll have opportunity for a mic back there. It's mostly so we can hear your responses. You can hear us, we can hear you. And anyone who's online can as well hear. So, board members, I'll reiterate what Director Lambert already reminded you, but we have a set of questions that we're going to ask consistently of each school. Then, you, in reading applications, may have additional questions that will help you to make a decision about how can we make, is this a school that can be successful? What can we do to do that? Any of the questions that you have relative to the school. But we start with the first, and then if you'll just follow the order that you see on your list, and then after that, if you'll just indicate to me, I can call on you to ask individual questions that you might have. Yes.
Can I please ask that everybody state your first and last name and your position, please?
All right, so I'll ask that in my question too, my start of the question. So perfect segue, thank you very much. So my first question is to ask, are all the board members and the director present? And if so, as Ms. Castillo just said, would you please all introduce yourselves? I only know one of you, it's my friend straight ahead, Jay Welk, but I don't know the rest of you. Well, so if you will please each introduce yourselves.
My name is Ashley McClary, and I am the president. We have 2 members who are unavailable, one whose spouse just came down with COVID, and we were informed last night. So we didn't apparently give him ample time to get a Zoom link, so he is unfortunately not with us.
And who is that, Ashley?
That is Doug Durbano.
Thank you.
And then we also have Kelly Lockwood, who is a member of our board, and she is an administrator right now and is unable to break away. So we are sad she's not here with us as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Marina Halston, and I am a board member.
Thank you.
Morning, my name is Jay Welk, and I'm also a board member.
My name is Crystal Nielsen, and I am the co-chair.
Hi, I'm Julie D., and I am the secretary.
Gavin McCleary. I'm spouse to Ashley, the president. So not on the board, but a co-founder.
And it's wise to be here and be supportive, right?
That's right.
That's exactly right. I would be doing the same thing. All right, next.
Hi, I'm Vanessa Durbano. I am a spouse of Nathan Durbano, who's the financial coordinator. He's on the Zoom call, but he's having technical difficulties of not maybe being able to be heard. So he's been emailing the IT, trying to work it out.
Thank you so much, because we want him to have that opportunity as we need, so we'll do that. Okay. So a couple of on Zoom, yes? Oh, great. Oh, great.
Last but not least, Mark Hadley, Director of Programs for Davis Technical College. Happy to be here. Thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us today.
Thank you so much, Mark. All right. Thank you so much for all being here, taking the extra time, the work that you've had preceding this, as well as being here today. We appreciate it. All right, let's just proceed with our questions then, please. Ms. Spiker.
Good morning, and thank you all so much for being here and for your passion. So to begin, and Member Smith, I don't know if this question, just take a listen. I think it might allude to a little bit of where you were going earlier, and if not, we can always expound on that later. Do any of you or anyone who has worked on the application have any financial interest in this application?
Member Spiker? I think that question really is actually an excellent segue into the questions that we're all going to ask later about the finances. Would it be okay if we inserted them here?
Do you know, if we can still follow that order, knowing that that connects,
Okay.
as you've just indicated, we'll do that. Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
I can bring clarity to that. I think bringing this piece to the table will solve a lot of the questions you may currently have. In procuring a location for the school, there's not a lot of commercial areas in the county. There's a central part of Mountain Green that is currently owned by 2 different landowners. So we've had discussions with both of those owners. Both of them would love to have the school there on that piece of property. The arrangement with one landowner, and we're talking adjacent lots or neighboring lots, one would like to build the school and own the school and lease the school to Peak Academy. On the other piece of land, and that would be the land that Peak would prefer to do, would be to acquire that lot and have Peak be the owner. That being said, we would still have the building be owned by an entity and still have a lease agreement between the school and the owner of the building. The potential financial interest is there are a couple of members of our board, myself and Ashley, that would like to be part owners, not 100% owners, of the piece of land if we were able to pull that off. And not having an approval or an official school yet, the conversation with banks has been difficult to say, without being a school, so we're juggling that, but prepared to go either route.
Member Smith, go ahead and ask your question, because I think.
I'm sorry, thank you for that clarification on your building situation. I feel like this question was more about any potential conflicts of interest, so that is one potential conflict of interest. We would like to know any others and all others.
One member of our board has interest to apply to be an administrator of the school. That exists. Nobody else has expressed interest to teach or take any positions within the school. So I think from our angle, the financial interest would be either land ownership or a potential job for one of the members.
Thank you.
All right, let's continue to our list. Member Bassett.
Thank you. Can we have each board member describe their experience with this charter school? So what brought you to the table?
Thank you. I'll go ahead and start with that. This charter was founded on a need. We have a desperate need in Morgan County for options in education. There's the one high school. During COVID, there were many community members that withdrew students to send them down to private schools or to homeschool. So I do think that is shown in the decreased number of student enrollment in Morgan County. So talking with so many community members and hearing the expressed interest of something more for our students to have kind of pushed us to start looking into a charter school to provide that option. I homeschooled my kids during COVID and for a couple years after, and I found that they have a love of learning, but a disdain for school. So putting those two together is what led us to project-based learning and just letting the students be creative in their education and kind of lead in the way that they learn. I think has been a foundation for our charter. So I reached out to most of our board are members of our community who share a common interest, A, in education, B, in students, and their success. So that's how the board was founded, and that is my driving factor in this charter.
Thank you, Ashley, and thank you, board, for having us here today. We are honored for the opportunity. I am Marina, and I am a member of the community in which Peak Academy would serve. And my interest and openness to participate in this endeavor stems from the need for options for education in our community. We are a rural community, and the educational options that we have are good, but there is a need for something different. And specifically within our rural set, most children are having to go outside of our community to find that option or to find that that difference in educational diversity, I guess. So that's something that really struck near and dear to my heart as well. We have a fantastic community. In fact, I joked with my board members last night. We'd like to invite you all for a field trip if you'd like to come visit sometime. But we do have a really neat community with a lot of really capable and amazing students that their needs just aren't being served in the public school system. And we feel like it would really benefit the community. One of our board members early on said, when the tide rises, all boats rise. And certainly we feel that that would benefit our public school colleagues and students, as well as the students that are attending our public charter school without having them to seek elsewhere. So I do have 2 school-age children and 1 coming into school. And I, like Ashley, saw that the appetite for learning is different than the capability right now. And certainly we're doing the best that we can with what we have, but the need for diversity is there. So we appreciate the opportunity.
Again, I'm Jay Welk. I do not live in Morgan County. And I was asked to be on the board by Mark Hadley. And Mark is a director of programs at Davis Technical College. I just retired on June 30th I was the Director of Career and Technical Education for Davis School District, which is the second largest district in the state of Utah, second largest employer in Davis County behind Hill Air Force Base. And my main interest really in this has been, I'm a 40-year career educator, and my interest has always been in student outcomes and student success. One thing I've learned in education is that the traditional model of education doesn't work for all students. The binary model of education doesn't work for all students. It needs to really be a triangular model. The world needs more input into education. We need to bring the world into the classroom. And as we look at some of the things, I've been in meetings with secondary education leaders, post-secondary education leaders, with members of the State Office of Education, with industry, with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. We've sat down and we've looked at strands and standards as we work with the Governor's Office on Talent Ready Utah programs, which we would bring here. And industries will sit there and look at the strands and standards and they'll say, that's not how we do it anymore. Yet that's what we're teaching in the classroom. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to make the world or industry be embedded in our school, they will inform education. Industry informs education. Not all students need a 4-year degree. Even this central office, the State Board of Education, says 1, 2, 4 or more. That might be coming out with a certification and going to work for an employer right now. And employers are telling us, we can train them in the technical skills. What we can't do is we can't teach them to be to work on time, to work hard, to communicate clearly, to work in a team, to be problem solvers. And that's one thing that this school will put an emphasis on, is those types of things. If you think about it, think about your own education, your children's education. That's not happening in the classrooms in public ed. Public education is losing enrollment nationwide. Nationwide, 7%. Wall Street Journal article, 7% nationwide since the pandemic. Post-secondary education is losing enrollment. And that's because students are realizing they can go on. They don't have to have a 4-year degree. And we're advocates for a post-secondary education of some type. We're not against that. But not everyone needs it. And not everyone needs it to have a good job and benefits. We work closely with industry. We have established relationships with industry. We have established relationships with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity. We have established relationships with the STEM Action Center. We have established relationships with post-secondary education and also with secondary education. I'm coming out of secondary. Dr. Bowles was my big boss at one time, and I loved working for him. No, I didn't mean that. No, but I think we're all on the same page in what we want, whether it's charter school or public school, is positive student outcomes. And we believe that
I am a member of the community as well and have a passion for education. I was a teacher at a charter school in Bluffdale North Star Academy, and from the get-go, I have had just a love and adoration for charter schools and for what they're able to provide to students. I feel like their ability to educate and incite the desire for positive learning is amplified in a charter school. And so when the prospects, the rumors started going that things were talking about having a charter school in our area, I wanted to be a part of that as far as being able to put my input as to what I think our children in our community are lacking. As Jay has so eloquently stated, a lot of times what is taught in our schools can be amplified through the use of industry and project-based learning. And I feel like the model that we have formulated definitely has been revamped, as William has indicated at the beginning, we started with something that was different as far as our whole. We narrowed in our scope of who we wanted to target. Initially, all of our ideas have gone through lots of different revisions to come up with what we have now, and we are very confident that we can provide the students in our community with the education that they deserve. Unfortunately, I feel I have 5 children, and I feel like their desire to go to school is very, very lacking. And I feel like our desire is to make school a place where our children want to be. We want to incite that desire and that intrinsic motivation to own their own learning and find what passion they have in life and to pursue it. And we want to be able to give them that zeal and that boost to allow them to reach anywhere they want to go.
Hi, I'm Julie D. I am also a member of the community. I was not one of the founding members. I actually came to this board when one of the first surveys they sent out assessing interest in a charter school, and it was the first I had heard of it, and I had expressed my interest through that survey. I'd also told them through that survey that if they wanted additional help, I would be more than willing and would really appreciate the opportunity, which they have offered me. So I was not there for the initial creation, but I have been there to see how it has progressed, and I think that we have a wonderful group of people creating a school that could really benefit our community and students throughout, not just within our county, but outside too. I am a physician. I grew up with public school education in the traditional manner. I knew I wanted to be a doctor my whole life because my dad was a doctor, but I did not actually get to do anything doctor-like until after I graduated high school, 4 years of college, and 2 years into medical school. It was my third year of medical school when I actually got to do something clinical. I mean, I had done shadowing and things. And I think what we're trying to create here at Peak is hands-on opportunities, real world problem-solving opportunities for students to experiment what they want to do with their lives. If I hadn't had a dad that was a doctor, I wouldn't have known what I wanted to do. But I feel like there's so many opportunities out there that we are not, that they currently, our students are not having the opportunity to experience. I have also 3 children at home. One of them just entered high school and is not being challenged. I have a 6th grader who they're just not being challenged. I think we have great potential within our within the students of our community, and we just need to tap into that potential. I love the vision of the charter board, the Utah State Charter Board, that we want to create new and innovative learning experiences. That's exactly what we want to do. I also have a son with special needs. And I feel like the opportunities for special needs education is lacking. And I feel like at Peak Academy, we are going to do something great. We are going to take these students who have great potential, and we are going to be able to challenge them. And we're going to be able to use that drive that they have to really benefit them and benefit our community. Thank you.
I'm Gavin McCleary. For the last 5 years, I've served as the chair of the Chamber of Commerce for Morgan County. So I've worked with school boards, worked with local business, worked with youth groups, and I've had a unique vision on the county and for what its needs are, and also hear live what the people are wanting. So bringing this perspective with a conversation home was kind of what got my wife and I excited about this. I'm also very passionate for youth and very involved with what their interests are, and have noted, especially in my own home, that kids they're very sharp, and they'll continue to learn more if they can find interest there. If not, they tend to tune out. So I've noticed that in my home. I've noticed that with other youth that we've served. And I think that's where I join the group's passion for challenging these kids in areas that they find interest, to allow them to find their path as they see it.
So I am Vanessa Durbano, and we take our children to a private school outside the canyon. I have a daughter who's very gifted and has some special needs in a case, and we did the public school and it didn't go well for her, and I looked for other options, and the only option I could find was outside of our community that would serve for our needs. So when I was approached, I was really excited about this because I would love to have something closer to home for all of my children and for my children's friends to participate in, because I see that I was lucky enough to be able to afford the private school and drive out the canyon. And I know that there are others that can't do that. So I would love to have something closer to home that can benefit all of the children. And this just like melted my heart, and I wanted to be a part of this. I just love kids and I want them to succeed. And so this was my little mommy heart was so excited to be a part of this board.
Mr. Hadley, your turn, I think.
Great. I'll jump in. Thank you again. Wow, where to start? I will say I was invited to be a part of the board by Ashley and Gavin. They're friends of mine. And they knew my passion for youth. I've been involved with youth groups for all of my life, and especially up in the Morgan area. I had a real passion for them. I also am a product of CTE. And so I've got a huge passion for CTE and seeing the advantage that it brings to youth. I appreciate so much Jay for coming on board. Jay and I, if I want to say this, and this is not in a bragging way, but we were a dream team for CTE. We were both passionate about it, and we were thinking outside the box. But I do want to say this, that this is in no way a reflection of Morgan High School. I have a passion and a love for that school, and the programs that we have from Davis Technical College at Morgan High School are very, very successful. And I've seen the success, and I knew that through this academy that we could provide even more success and more programs that could be available to them. I am a thinker outside the box when it comes to CTE, meaning that there are ways of bringing CTE to so many different students. At Davis Technical College, I've had the privilege of starting 4 different programs in the Davis School District through Jay and his passion to bring 3 programs to Morgan School District and to bring a program that was available to the Weber School District as well in our diesel program. And I felt like that CTE needs to be, to Jay's point, needs to be more options. And when I was asked to be on this board and that they wanted an emphasis on CTE, I was all in, knowing that through my great president here, President Brush, that we could figure out how to bring CTE to these students here at Peak Academy. So I am more than thrilled and more than privileged to be here, to think outside the box and make this academy successful through CTE and provide these great youth from Mountain Green, from across the hill over in Eden to in the valley and into Summit County, to invite them to come and learn more about CTE and what's available, and make them believers in themselves, that they can have this passion that can earn them a great living for a long, long time. So thank you for listening to me, and thank you for this privilege of being on this board and being a part of Peak Academy. Thank you.
All right, let's continue with questions.
Sorry. Could I just speak to the members that aren't currently here?
Absolutely, thank you.
Would you like them addressed? So Nate Durbano was brought onto the board for his business experience. He has successful businesses, and we know that that's part of the charter school, is running a successful business. So that is his contribution. Doug Durbano he also, like Jay, speaks for himself and and Mark and all of their experience and his degree, his law degree, which is also something that we need on our board. And Kelly, we saw a gap with an administrator. So she came to our board after our boot camp. We were very aware of that big gaping hole. So Kelly has graciously accepted a position on our board and has brought a valuable insight. So thank you.
I think you have spoken pretty well to this question, but I would just like just a little bit more specifics. If you could each speak to how did you come together? How did you meet each other? How was the the recruitment to your board? What did that look like?
I will take that one again. Thank you. So I think it was very important for me. Gavin and I had discussed the passion for education in the community, which is what started the charter conversation. And then I think it was important for us to have members of the community involved. I thought that showed support and is necessary, especially in a small town, to assess the community support. So that is where the outreach for community members began. Marina was invaluable for her marketing and her people skills, so I felt like she would be a good asset to the board. She graciously accepted. Am I answering this appropriately? Is this what you're going for? Okay. Mark, as he mentioned as well, has always been very involved with the youth in our community, and we share a similar passion in that. I know that he wants our students and just children in general to succeed. In addition to his experience with the CTE, he offers a wealth of knowledge into the direction we were hoping to take our school. Jay, as well as Mark, a wealth of knowledge and more than we could even hope for, and their experience and dedication to the board. Crystal was a previous teacher, so we thought that was a good asset to have on our board, someone with some teaching experience. I don't want to say that we tried to stay away from a lot of teachers, but I do think a teacher was sufficient for us to incorporate a lot of different perspectives and avenues and approaches to education. Julie, again, also very driven, very motivated, a get-her-done person, and brilliant. So who doesn't want that on the board? Brilliance is always a benefit. And then Nate, as I mentioned, his business experience, and Doug for his law experience. Is that good?
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a question. Nate is in my ear and wants to see if he could talk speakerphone through my phone. Is that okay if he wanted to add something? He just can't get his mic on the TV to work. Is that okay?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah, right.
absolutely. Just put that close to the mic and we can hear that. And
Okay.
Great. Hopefully you guys can hear me.
we can. Thank you.
I'm traveling internationally from business, and there are some restrictions on Zoom for trying to connect out of the country, so it will not let me connect. I've tried piggybacking onto one of my office computers, which is good, so I can see the meeting that's happening, but that computer wants to use the microphone and camera there at my office and not the one here on my laptop in front of me, since I'm just mirroring my computer there in the States. So I apologize that I'm not there in person and not there via Zoom, but I did not anticipate that there would be a block in place by the administrators of some sort from Zoom. So I think what we have to maybe tie up the question that you had asked is we have a very unique group of individuals that either live in the area and that are passionate about the ideas of having a additional option for schooling, and then instead of filling the board with members of the community that are just husbands and wives and parents of children that will be in school that have really good goals and really good ideas, we recognized early on that this charter school is still a business, and it has to be ran as a business. It has to be ran successfully. It has to work financially, or it will fail, no matter how good the students are or how good the teachers are. So we decided to diversify our board and brought in some of our community connections and friends that have roles and responsibilities in all different areas of industry in our community. I think we have an extremely passionate board about the school, about business in general, and the need right now in our community for an option. And that need is only going to continue to grow as more and more homes get built and more families move into the Mountain Green area and out of the Canyon or Morgan area. So we felt that diversifying this board would provide a great advantage to us, and I believe that it has. And I'm very proud to be a part of this board and the creation of this charter school and the future success that it will have as a unique and additional option to the traditional public school system that in most cases is years behind what it should be and years behind what it is in other states. So we have a lot of work to do, and we want to get that done right here in our community. And we think we've got the members, the backing of the community, the backing of the USCB, we hope, and that we'll get our license and we can get going on constructing the building and creating a state-of-the-art school and state-of-the-art education system that is desperately needed in our community and many others in Utah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'm putting on my hat as, get the name right, Hymas, Matt Hymas. Today, his role will be played by me. I really want to commend you for the excellent job that you have done in creating a diverse board and pulling from many aspects that sometimes schools neglect in their initial excitement to get a school out the door. The recognition that you are a multi-million-dollar business is really important to your success. And so commendations to you for addressing that. That said, no group is perfect. No group is without some gaps in their expertise or knowledge base. Do you feel like there are any gaps left that you would like to see filled? What do you see as the, so to speak, weaknesses? Not that your board is weak, but everyone has weaknesses. What do you see as places that you could improve and strengthen your board?
Thank you for that question. That's something that we have thought about at length and had conversations about as a board. And something that immediately comes to mind is certainly we are diverse from a professional background perspective. We are diverse from a expertise perspective. We all bring something a little bit different. However, you can clearly see we are not racially diverse, nor are we socioeconomically diverse. And that's something that, because we live in the same community, we are very similar in that regard. That being said, this board has done a phenomenal job, and I really need to commend Ashley, our president, on this, that when we identify a gap, we reach out proactively to correct that. So initially we knew we needed an administrator on our board once we started talking and once we received some of that initial feedback from our initial meetings. And we immediately identified that opportunity to fill that gap with an administrator who had that experience. So something that this board does very, very well is identify and address as far as some of the gaps. Certainly we are not all educators. We have some experts who are, and while we each have our own expertise individually, there are some things, and certainly that will come up as we go through this process, that we learn, hey, maybe none of us are really great at that, and maybe we really could use some outside expertise and input, and certainly we will be proactive to seek that out. Does that answer your question?
I feel like it does. Are you all satisfied? Thank you so much.
Nate had an addition to that, if
Oh, thank you.
you will allow.
Thank you. I just wanted to add as well to what Marina said is this board is in no way saying that hey, we are the experts and we are the professionals and we're going to be the ones to run this school. We think that we will be able to hire much better, more qualified and brighter minds to be involved in the day-to-day operations and the administration of the school, and that this unique and diverse board of individuals from different industries will really just provide that unique view that you may not get if you fill a board full of lifelong educators or lifelong administrators. So we think that we can add to those positions by hiring the right people that will be able to care for the day-to-day operations of the school and the students and the teachers. Because in the end, we can have the best board members in the world, and if we don't hire the right administrators or the right teachers, then we've failed as a board and the school would struggle as well. So we're very excited about the board that we do have, but we are also very aware that we will be hiring and seeking out the best of the best as an administrative side and an operations side to our school.
Thank you for adding that. That's very helpful.
Good morning. How did you come to choose this educational model and curriculum? And were there other, I'm going to guess the part's yes, since you were large and streamlined, but maybe discuss that process of streamlining? Because the question says, were there others considered? We know there were. So instead, would you tweak that a little bit to how you streamlined and settled on what you settled on?
Thank you for the question, and board, feel free to add into anything I might overlook or miss. So in the initial conversations about the charter school, we actually had talked about doing an immersion program. However, upon research, we know we don't have a demographic for a true and successful immersion program. My kids had been taking language. There's a desire for second language speakers in Morgan County. We've actually had multiple members of the community come out, and that's something that we've talked about on our Flex Friday, is offering language courses in a few different languages. Back to the charter, though. So then it went back to researching how students learn. Once we went away from the immersion program, we learned that would not be successful for where we were and what we were doing, but it kind of spoke to the different options that we need. Therefore, the project-based learning jumped out at us. CTE jumped in as well in the sense that they are similar, right? We know that, as Jay has said, that not every student needs a college degree to be successful. We wanted to open that avenue to more of our students and children in the community, knowing that not all of them will go to college and not all of them are fully utilizing the CTE courses, which are great at Morgan High. We intend to offer different courses than the high school is currently offering. The project-based learning, just through talking to community members, there really has been a lot of community outreach through this whole process, and most people have felt that their students and their children learn in hands-on settings, which is not as common in our community currently. So project-based learning seemed like a no-brainer, and the more schools that we've gone to tour, we've been to the Catalyst. We currently were down at Utah Arts Academy down in St. George. We met down with Shannon to tour George Washington Academy. Those that have the project-based model and the CTE emphasis are what speak to us and what we feel would be most beneficial for our community. There is a culture and a vibe of excitement and of passion for education, and the students want to be there, and that is a place that we are hoping to create as a place for students who want to be there. Jay has told us that the students at the Catalyst have applied to have the ability to go there on Saturdays, which I think is astounding and speaks very highly of the program they have created. And we would like nothing more than to create a place like that for our students to want to be, to feel like they are being productive and learning in their best capacity. Does that answer it? Do you guys have anything else to offer?
So kind of the model that we're obviously the core classes, if we're a diploma granting institution, we have to offer math, science, English, because the state requires so many credits in that area. Although I think that needs to be revisited. What we're looking at and what you saw in the application was really based on a strategic audit we had done while I was still in Davis School District. The strategic audit was based on student enrollments, it was based on local industry needs, and it was based on data from both the Utah Department of Workforce Services and the National Bureau of Labor Statistics on their 10-year projections. So the programs that we're bringing there, they're not arbitrary. We're really looking at what are the local industry needs. We have Hill Air Force Base, which is obviously a big employer for our state and critical to our state economy. When you look at computer science, when you look at unmanned systems, drone aviation, again, the Catalyst Center in Davis School District is a completely different model. Unlike Ben Hart from the governor's office calls it the gem of Utah schools. And if you get a chance to visit it, visit it. But no bells. The industry people don't come, partners, they don't come to be guest speakers. They come to give us projects. We ask them to give us their 10th or 12th project, one that they don't know they're going to, or they know they're not going to have time to get to, and give it to our students. And then they meet every 2 weeks with our students, and they're working on, that could be app development. That could be something in business marketing. It could, but an entrepreneur mindset is something that's really key to this particular school. Students can only take what's offered. And most schools offer the same stuff, to be quite honest with you. What we are offering at this school, again, meets local industry needs. Computer science, drone aviation, business marketing, entrepreneurial mindset. You know, we could go beyond that, but we're not Davis School District. We're a small 400-some student enrollment. Yet, that will be the thing that draws students away from Morgan High School. And with all due respect to the readers, Mr. Gibbs and I are former colleagues, and more than that, we're close friends. And what they see as trying to be all things to all people as a weakness, we see that as a strength, because we're offering things that other schools aren't offering.
As some of the remarks that we were provided with, there was a little confusion about, we spoke about the demographic of our community having secondary, post-secondary education, very well-educated community. And then the remark was, well, this doesn't seem to be the type of student that we're serving. And I think the confusion there might be that with this discussion of CTE and project-based learning and readying the student for real life, whatever that looks like for them, it certainly does not eliminate the chance that they will have to continue in their educational pursuits as well, if that's something they seek to do. We believe that these skills, these 21st century skills, taught in the manner that we are proposing, will prepare them really for all aspects of life, that these are transferable projects, transferable CTE opportunities and experiences that really will overall better the student for whatever that next phase in life looks like, whether it be industry, whether it be continuing education, whatever that looks like for them.
And something that as we've toured these schools that have such a unique learning idea is we've found that the student draw is definitely some of our students who are in the most need and need a safe place to land. And they come and land in a location where they bond together and create these relationships that are lifelong and build some confidence and I feel like that's something that we also want is we want a safe place for those who are a little different or who want something different to land and feel safe and that their ideas are welcomed. And that's something else we wanted at our school.
Thank you for that wonderful segue, because let's talk about the students that land there. This for me is, as my dad would say, who was an elementary school principal for 30 years, would say, this is where, the pedal meets the metal. So I'd love to hear, this is the question specifically, is from the perspective of a student, what does the day-to-day, a typical day look like for a student that lands at Peak Academy? Talk us through from the moment they walk in the doors to the moment that they leave. And we really would like, we don't have copious amounts of time, but really try to be specific. I'd love to hear about what does this look like in terms of the PBL? What does this look like in terms of the industry-infused opportunities and experiences? Where does that show up during the day? If you could speak to that, that would be fantastic.
We have a very collaborative thought process on this board. We often finish each other's thoughts and sentences. So thank you for allowing us that. So basically, as our students arrive, we do have a unique, I guess you could say, age range from 6 to 12. So some of our students will be bringing themselves to our school and some of them will be brought. But once the student arrives, they will come to their first period course. And there they will be greeted by their coach, teacher, administrator, leader, that they will be working on a plan, an individualized plan for each student for their growth throughout the year, throughout that day, throughout that week, throughout that month. And once that student checks in and embarks on their course schedule for the day, for the younger children, it might look more like core courses, your math, your science, and then have that in the morning. And then in the afternoon, those students might transition to applying some of those skills and some of those learnings from those kind of traditional classroom settings into some sort of project that then will follow them. Let's say a 6th or 7th grader could continue to build upon that project as they continue throughout their schooling experience with us. So a high schooler might walk in, and the vision really is to have these children be passionate about their learning and about their path. So high school student comes to school, checks in, goes to the first course, looks at their goals, discusses with their teacher how things are going, what's the trajectory for that day, that week, that month, and they embark in whatever plan is tailored for them. And whatever project they are working towards or striving towards or have been kind of following along with them throughout their schooling with our establishment, then that's something they can work on. That's something where the Friday, you'll see we're seeking an exception for a 4-day school week. That's something where we hope that Friday we'll be able to have, those students will be able to have that opportunity to work on that as they feel like they need, or their instructors feel like they need. So the Monday through Thursday, we'll have coursework with the kind of hybrid approach of these projects where classes will be collaborating, teachers will be collaborating, working on things together. And then that Friday could be used for a variety of things. We call it Flex Friday, but one of them would be to button up any loose ends on this project. Certainly we hope to have a lot of club and extracurricular activities that we've again talked with the community. One of the recommendations that we received from an educator at a different public school was to do an outdoors mountain biking / skiing type club. We are perfectly poised for something like that, and to not take advantage of that opportunity would seem silly. So maybe some of those kids come in, they do coursework in the morning, they work on their project, and then on a Friday they would ski with the ski team or train in the afternoon. So really it is an individualized learning path for those students. I don't know, Chair Member Spicer, if that's specific enough to answer your question and paint that picture. Or if any of my board members want to add, please do.
Yeah, and thanks, and I'm not a chair, but I appreciate, no, and it's more just for circumstance, because I want to honor that space. No, I have a lot more questions, because I would like some more detail, but I think I'm going to hold them based on what comes out of the next question, then we can come back, because I think probably some of my other colleagues do as well, and I will come back with some follow-up questions. Thank you.
In that case, I'll go ahead and jump in. I'll lean around so Dr. D and Mr. McCleary can see me. My question for all of you is about risk and challenge. I'm interested in your perspective on what risks and challenges you've identified in forming this school and what your game plan is to deal with those. And let me guide you a little bit in your answer with my perspective on what I think your greatest risk and challenge is, and my number one concern with your application, and that is your market analysis. I see some holes in your analysis, and I'm hoping you can fill some of those holes. There's been some comment about Morgan High School. I think Ms. Houston suggested that perhaps local students are leaving Morgan Valley, maybe even to go down to Weber County for high school. So I'm interested if maybe that's something that you're considering, where you're drawing some people back to the community. And I think Mr. Welk mentioned, and others have commented on being a choice for those students who may currently or may otherwise attend Morgan High School. So I'm interested in your analysis of that. Your application talks about the K-9 Highmark school and how you expect to draw from that school, and that might help you in 10th grade, but it's not going to help you in 6 through 9. And the only 6 through 9 plan that I see in your application is that you expect to draw from Providence Montessori, which is a K through 5 school, and that's coming out of South Ogden. So I've already rambled too much, but I'm interested in hearing more about your market analysis, your market research, and what efforts have been undertaken to meet with people locally, and not just anecdotal, but can you quantify how many people you've met with locally, what those interactions have been, to be able to gauge support for your school? Sorry that was long-winded, but go for it.
I'll go ahead and start with that. Thank you. And I am glad that we have the opportunity to address this and make some revisions. So as per Providence Montessori, we have been in contact with the owners of Providence, and there actually is a large group of those in our community that currently take their children to Providence Montessori. So we have talked with not only the owners of Providence, but a lot of the parents who are currently making the drive down the canyon to take their students to Providence, and they have expressed a sincere interest in attending Peak. So I do feel confident in our 6th grade class size. If you look, there was a survey, and granted it was small, it was bigger than our first survey, but still small in comparison to the size of our community. On that survey, we reached about 340 community members and received a lot of information. And one of the questions we asked is, what grades would you have a student attend if there were to be a Peak Academy? And the total for that was 370 students, ranging in grades from 6th to 12th. The 6th grade was our fullest, 12th being our least full. But I think that is a huge reflection of the community interest, and that we were only able to reach such a small amount of people, but nearly have met our max enrollment of 420 with 370 just in that survey saying that they would send their students there. So I thought that was a big thing. Let's see, our original numbers were based on, and our original proposal, if you'll remember, it was 3 times the size of this, but it was based on growth projection. So we honed that into current population instead of the growth projection. So we felt like that was adequately reflected. There was a graph that showed a decrease in Morgan County's student attendance or student enrollment. And I think we've touched on that a couple times. One being the amount of people that are currently either homeschooling or driving their children down to other charter schools. There are a lot that attend Highmark currently as well, and private school options. So I do think that we will bring a lot of those students back to our community with a viable option. And I don't know how it would reflect, but it was the 2019-2020 school year when our district took the fifth graders out of elementary and put them into middle school. So I feel like it showed kind of a downward trend, which I think might be reflective of that, pulling the students and changing the whole district guideline or district grade set, which that was another problem for us. Our initial proposal, we had wanted to do K through 12, only because in talking with Mark and Jay, they have told us that the state has an interest in starting these classes and these specialties earlier. They want to reach the students earlier to better prepare them to have a certification in a CTE course upon graduation. And when they're starting these courses in 10th, 11th, 12th grade, it can seem to be too late. So the sooner we get these to the students, the better chance they have at succeeding in these. So that was our drive to go for sixth grade. Initially, like I said, we wanted K through 12. You guys, it was pie in the sky, and we gratefully accepted that criticism. But we had to start at sixth grade. We would have taken fifth grade to follow the district guidelines, but then we were told that would put us in an elementary bracket, so that would open a whole different door of problems for us. So hence our 6 through 12. Marina mentioned the ski team. We have been in contact with many people who would be interested in running that program, and their outreach and student involvement and commitment is ginormous. I mean, more than I think we can plan on, but that's another marketing strategy tool, is to have a ski team that will recruit many students. Does anybody else have stuff to add that I've missed?
I have a clarification question. I just wanted to be sure. You mentioned a Montessori school that is K through 5, and you're saying that you would draw students from there into your sixth grade, and that is one of the reasons for finding a breakpoint there also, right? For confidence that in spite of not aligning with the district, you have another sort of feeder situation, for lack of a better. Okay, thank you.
And when we talk about, we're not asking elementary school kids to choose a major or career, but we are trying to expose them to certain things. That could be having them learn to code, basic code. You know, we've gone into classrooms where third graders do basic app development. Sixth graders are programming robots. So they're exposed to those things early on, and they find out I walked into a classroom and I saw a student working, they were doing coding, and they had different activities going on. And I asked the student, well, what would you like to do when you've grown up? And the student, this is like a sixth grade student, I want to be a software engineer. I want to create my own apps. I want to do some things that way. But they're thinking, at least, about some things that they might want to do. And really, this school, we could align that. We could better align that. We really kind of work in silos from elementary to junior or middle school to high school to college. And we really want it to be a kind of a K to gray education. And we'd also have, we're required by state board rule for us to be an approved CTE program. We have to have so many career clusters and pathways. We have to have so many CTSOs, career and technical student organizations, which are leadership organizations. So we would have all of those for us to receive funding from.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, this is our
Wait,
opportunity.
Could Nate add something? Sorry.
Sure,
Nate
go ahead.
I want to add something. Okay, you're good.
And then just to add to the concern about the holes in the demographics, I think that the board has gotten fixated that our school is an attempt to draw from Morgan High and Morgan High alone. And that all we'll be doing is pulling students from that school. I don't think that's the case at all. I think there'll be some for sure, but we have a large community of students in the Huntsville and Eden area that are already traveling outside of the canyon to go to Ogden High or Weber High to attend their school, or out the canyons to attend their private or charter schools already. So we think we're going to draw from that area as well, and And we're not focused purely on how do we get kids that are attending Morgan High to join our school. We think we'll have kids from outside of the canyon in the South Ogden, North Layton area, driving up the canyon to go to a different option kind of school that will provide the state-of-the-art education that students at, we'll say, Catalyst, for example, have. These kids are leaving that Catalyst school program with not just a foot in the door, but they've kicked that door wide open. And they are ready for industry, and they're ready for the opportunities that exist in an ongoing education or starting a profession. And they are leaps and bounds beyond the schools that surround them, the general public schools, and in some cases the charter schools that are currently available in the Davis, Weber, and Morgan County areas. And we think it can be done right here in Mountain Green, provide that opportunity for the kids in our community and the surrounding communities, not just Morgan County.
Thank you so much.
If I
This
one
is our,
more-
sorry?
I just wanted to add one more item.
Yes, please.
That somewhat was mentioned, but maybe add a little bit more to it. One of the things that we really emphasize at Davis Technical College, and one of the things that we really want to do, is involve our employers more. There are so many employers out there that are looking for individuals, but we want them to come and speak to our students and talk about the possibilities. I'll take Northrop Grumman, for example, who's coming in being, building the B-21, the new bomber that's going to be built in Salt Lake, as well as the F-35. Those items, for those individuals to come, we will be and are very passionate about having employers come and speak to these students about the importance of their lives in making a difference in those companies' lives. And that's going to be a real emphasis on us is having these employers come and be involved with the community of employers is a big part of our school as well, to excite students in becoming what they really want to be. Thank you.
Thanks for that addition. Now, board members, this is an opportunity for you to ask any additional questions you might have. I think that Member Smith might have one. I'm seeing.
Right. I love what you're attempting to do, and I think you have great plans laid. I am concerned about one of the notes from our readers in the financial realm, which is that there is in the budget, you have a personal line of credit. Who will hold this? What will it be used for? That's very unusual and perhaps not a best practice.
I'm a risk guy, or like in my day trade, so I think I'm the one that suggested this to the team and saying, as we ran numbers and can see that a school is run tight, it's always, oh no, what about next month? Or, oh, we don't want to run out of funds and whatnot. So what things can we do? Well, we've, without having money in the bank from local philanthropy or other stakeholders in the area, without having that there, but maybe other verbal commitments of people that have expressed interest in assisting or being available to see this succeed in the area. Those type of conversations have existed, and it was put into the budget as a line of credit or availability of credit if funds were needed.
So these are community members not affiliated with the school who have expressed an interest in lending the school money?
Correct.
Okay, is that adequate?
Or also industry interest in the budget and saying, how are we going to buy furniture? We may be able to omit some furniture purchasing by employers who have expressed interest in putting forth equipment.
So this
for
would be
students to
a
learn.
loan to the school not to an individual?
No, not an individual, but correct.
Okay. And it would be held by persons or organizations unaffiliated with the school?
Correct.
Additional questions? Member Spiker.
I have a few, and I'll start with just one, and this was also some feedback, and I think even, Dr. Evans, you brought this up in the beginning about staffing. I am a professor at Weber in teacher education. We were just notified 2 days ago about our enrollment numbers of people that want to be teachers. And I'm sure that I don't need to share with all of you, we are not on the increase. And this is a trend that we're seeing happening nationwide. And I did note the starting salary of a teacher in the school at, I believe at $49,000 was the base salary, and looking to hire 9 teachers. I'm curious if you could speak a little bit to, and I'll just quantify this a little bit. I know that is almost half of what a master teacher is making in Weber School District. That's somebody that's coming in with years of experience, of course I know, and though you need to ask yourselves, what teachers are you going to be recruiting? A first-year teacher, or are you looking for teachers that have expertise in order to implement the program that you're really hoping to deliver? I'd like a little bit more information about that and how you choose, and how are you aiming to be competitive to bring teachers to Morgan that have the ability to live there, be part of the community, and have a salary that actually is respectful and sustainable. And then also seeing 9 teachers. Could you speak a little bit just more about, and this is just when the student shows up for the morning and they're touching base with the teacher, is that the math teacher, is that a science teacher, is that an English teacher? Are you looking to hire teachers that have multiple certifications or endorsement areas? And then if that's the case, definitely you need to be prepared to be paying more than $49,000 a year. I just would love to hear a little bit more about just how are you structuring, how are you going to staff this? How are you going to ensure that the students are actually getting the education that you say that they will get with the numbers that you have? And then the last thing I'll say is that I know that running a charter secondary school is incredibly challenging in this market. And you are, and again, I don't live in Morgan, but I live in Weber School District, and it is very hard. In this charter school the secondary program I tried to run was competing against Weber High School, which is a powerhouse, sports, community, the dances, I mean, the culture, I mean, you're competing against that. And again, these are like lots of questions, but these are integral to your success of your school. One, from staffing and having the people there to be able to run the program that you want, and then also, and compensating them for such, and then really running a viable school to compete against a powerhouse high school in your community. I'd just love to hear a little bit more about that.
So if you look at that, no 2 districts are alike when it comes to compensation. You talk about Weber District. I was in Weber District as well as Davis. Weber District, they will give a cost of living increase every year, and they'll give a step-up increase up to 20 years. Then you don't get one till the 25th year, and then you're capped out. You only get a cost of living increase. Davis District, they give you cost of living increase and step increase every year that you're in education. Alpine District offers no early incentive retirement or early retirement incentives. If you have built up vacation or sick leave, you lose it once you retire. You either use it or you lose it. So when we talk about that, our incentive package could be in the form not of just salary, and this is one thing I think needs to be looked at. If you look at benefits being included as well as salary, teachers actually do pretty well. If they had to pay their own health insurance, and they had to pay $1,200 a month for that health insurance, that's part of, that's being picked up. Like in Davis District, mine was just over $200 a month for families.
Yeah, and this is an excellent point. I completely agree. And I know as a charter school director, trying to really trying to honor my employees with benefits that were sustainable and affordable was challenging. I know because I was paying out of pocket myself during those times when I wasn't employed by a massive corporation industry like Weber School, like Weber State. So I hear you. I'm sitting in classrooms with teachers, pre-service teachers, and I'm hearing what they want to make and where they are going to get that money. I think also, I'm just so tired of having conversations about money and salary for teachers when it isn't enough. And I'm going to tell you because I've been teaching for 30 years. And I'm still trying to figure out how to buy an $8 dozen of eggs at the grocery store like everybody else. So I think that this is an opportunity. Charters are a business. And so when I was a director, it was an opportunity for me to think creatively about how am I going to make sure I am recruiting the best of the best and paying them more and giving them better benefit packages. And this is a passion place for me because I see it and I hear it every day. I'm about to step into a classroom tomorrow with 30 bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, maybe not, but soon-to-be teachers, you know what I mean? They are talking about the money that they want to earn and what's going to keep them in the field. So I'm with you. I think it's something significant to consider.
Well, and districts will set their own rules for what they'll offer a new teacher coming in. Some may say, we'll give you 7 years, we'll give you 10 years. And they cut it off there. Even if the teacher has 15, they'll cut it off there. Districts can negotiate what they want. They really can, but they want to be fair to everybody. So they try to set the rules so that it's not unfair to different people. When we were hiring in CTE, we didn't take teachers from Weber, and we didn't really recruit them. But we knew we had to match some salary things in order to get them. And I could say for this school, we would be competitive with other districts around us.
Can I have a follow-up?
So Nate wanted to add a comment to that.
What's that?
I think all of the board members, myself included, have all agreed and commented many times that teachers aren't teachers because they want to get rich. Teachers are teachers because they're passionate about education. And it's a very broken system. We all agree that they should be paid more and are more deserving of what they're paid. But unfortunately, we have to work within the parameters of the funding that the state gives schools. So I would say that the burden really falls back on the state. They ought to be doing things right now to allow the schools to better pay their teachers and the educators, so we draw the best of the best that aren't just there because they're passionate about it. So I wish that was the case, that we could put a big number right there in our forecast and say, hey, we're going to hire the best because we can pay them the most. We still have to work within the confines of the state, which I think are extremely low, and it is pathetic, but we hope that in adding certain things like a 4-day waiver and state-of-the-art facilities and unique educational opportunities and for the students and the teachers, and continuing education programs for the teachers, we will create an environment that not only has students that want to be at school, but we'll have educators that are passionate about being part of a school that is trying to do things differently and is doing things differently. But yes, of course, the answer is we wish we could pay teachers what they're worth.
So I think what Member Spiker is getting at is that, in her opinion, the amount you have budgeted per teacher as salary is too low. And that she's saying from experience, she knows that you will not be able to attract people at this salary. Is that basically what I'm getting at? And I think also it is not reasonable to come back and say, this is the state's problem, because it's going to be your problem when you can't attract teachers. And every other school in the state manages to hire teachers on what they have. There are ways to do that. You can shift money out of your facilities and towards teacher salary, which is what the school that I started did. They meet in a ridiculously non-high-tech facility so that they could pay teachers top dollar, way more than the local district. When you count in their benefits that it puts them above their surrounding districts, you have to remember that the surrounding districts are also giving their teachers significant benefits. So it's not fair to bundle that into your compensation package if you're not bundling it into theirs, right? So I think what she's getting at, and what my concern is that we feel like you really need to carefully reevaluate your teacher compensation plan because we feel like it isn't realistic. The other thing that I have a concern about is the number of teachers that you have on your plan as a ratio to your enrollment seems low. That's just my personal
I can
concern.
speak to that briefly.
Thank you.
I was kind of the head over the staffing as far as coming up with every role that we feel like we could need. Now, that does not mean that multiple roles would not be filled by one person. Instructional coach, assessment director, all of those different things can fall under one person, but I felt like it was important that we understood all of the different facets of running a school and all of the different things that we would need. However, that will be streamlined into a smaller faculty.
I would personally really be interested to see where you anticipate being able to combine things and what your actual head count of staff is going to look like. Because if you're saying we're going to combine being an instructional coach with being, I don't know, a front office receptionist, I'm just making things up, right? I'd like to know how that's going to work and what kind of final head count you're looking at that way.
Member Cisneros.
Member Smith, I work at a similar size school. We have 18 faculty, so their numbers are actually realistic. And I'm an instructional coach and administrator, so we combined weirder things. I'm also a nurse and all kinds of weird things. And I love the diversity of my job. I don't just have to do paperwork all day, thankfully. I have 3 completely unrelated, but I think quick answers. Can I ask them all in succession? One, you recruited Ms. Lockwood to be the admin voice on the board. Is she also intended to be the paid position? Was that already determined? Number 2, how do you anticipate the break in grades? Is 6th grade going to be self-contained with 7, 8, 9 a middle, 10 through 12 a high school, or do you envision that a different way? And then what have you calculated as your break-even enrollment in order to make your anticipated budget work?
And address a couple of those. Thank you for the question. Mrs. Lockwood was brought to the board with her interest in being an administrator. We did tell her that was a possibility. There's no commitment. We told her we would be holding interviews. We felt that having her on the board in the founding of the charter might be beneficial as we could assess her shared vision, which is something that's very important to us in an administrator position for our school, is understanding and sharing the vision that we all hold and the things we want to accomplish. So no, it was not given to her, but it was discussed. Let's see, what was the other questions? I'm trying to remember.
What's her break even?
Oh, that would have to be for that guy.
I have the numbers back here. Our break even for the 2024 student enrollment would be 225 students, and that would be where we had slated for 9 teachers to go down to that. If we reach our full capacity of the 300 students, we have slated for 15 teachers for that school year.
To add to that, just as a reminder, thank you, Vanessa, for providing those. Our plan is to start 6 through 9 in our first year and then subsequently add a grade each year. So those students, so it's not like that's where we would get that growth as well, with a little bit of homegrown growth from our own students who are just growing and filling those grade levels as we grow. So our initial year is two.
Full capacity 300, we're 6 through 10 is what we're doing. And then at break even, we would need at least 225 students. for
So the
break even.
projected teacher number was for that, the 220 to the 300 students.
Thank you, that's very helpful.
Oh, good.
And sorry, the final one was how you anticipate splitting your grade configuration, because sixth graders and 12th graders are completely different animals. And I use that word deliberately. They do have bushy tails.
In our discussions, we had talked about doing 6th through 8th and then 9th through 12th.
Okay, additional questions from the board?
Just a question, comment?
Yeah.
I love the idea of, and one of the statements that was said is that the school, they're seeking for the school to be industry embedded, an industry embedded education. I really liked that when that came up this morning. And it just made me look back at your just initial mission, which really the focus for me looked like it was fiscal stewardship. And I just, which I can see in fiscal responsibility, but it seems like based on what I heard this morning, there's a bigger focus on industry partnerships, internships, problem-based learning. And I just wonder if that's if there's a way to highlight that more in the mission versus fiscal stewardship, just from wordsmithing, or just to really make that clear in terms of what you're hoping to do.
No, I agree. Thanks for the suggestion.
Additional questions from the board? Board have any questions for Mr. Gibbs, our reader? Anyone have questions there, things you'd like to know? I think you had some thorough writing as well, if there is anything. I want to make a couple of comments. I know there are some things that you can't yet do, as you know, that as Mr. McCleary mentioned, like you're building, you can't secure land until a school has been approved, and that can't happen. Yeah, I think you know also, we don't approve, in this body, we can't approve a change to the academic calendar, 180-day rule. That has to go to the State Board of Education, so that isn't a sure thing. You know, obviously, that's something that you'd have to have that would be flexible for you. Others have talked a little bit about salaries as well, and kind of positions as well. You've talked about knowing things like, when I saw that you had included an athletic director, I thought, oh, that's because Jay is there, and Jay was a great athletic director too. So, but you don't, you know, those details, there's some details that I see missing in that way. Let me tell you some, academics are always really important to me, and academic levels of achievement, and to just talk about project-based learning, which I also believe in, but I'm not seeing what are the markers that I know students have achieved the goal. By this project, if they succeed in these ways, I know that now I can challenge at a higher level. Are they just all the same? I'm not seeing an academic program working. I'm seeing projects and stuff, but not goals. How are we going to have students progress? What kind of mathematics do they need? Jay talked about, I've seen first graders programming, you know, using Minecraft and others, and programming robots. I've watched them do that. And so at a very early age, which I know that's not what currently is in your configuration, but they also have to have mathematics along the way in order to do a lot of that work as well. And so what are the mathematic markers in those projects? You know, it feels still a little nebulous to me, and I offer that. I do, however, see your great passion. To a person, I know you're passionate about what you believe in, and that you want to have a school that accomplishes the things you talked about. And there was one thing that you talked about that I don't also believe in, that students don't all need a university post-secondary education. There are other kinds of post-secondary education that they can receive. I mean, students should have those options, and there's a broad range, that there are things in the CTE programs that students should and could have. I was on the DATC board for quite a while, not representing the Davis School District, but Weber State University, actually, when I was on it, now the DTC. I know that they have a good presence. I've toured there. I've been in Morgan a lot because I also was responsible for the Head Start program in Morgan District, but that had they had a strong presence, the DTC, DATC then, DTC now, presence in Morgan, so I know it's accessible. This is my concern. My primary concern is that I'm hearing your passion. These are the things you know that students need, that you would like them to have. And I'm sold that you believe that. And I'm sold that a lot of that, that yes, there are those things, there are students who should have those. What I didn't hear is that we're having families and community and students clamoring for that for this school, pushing for it. I'm seeing you saying, we really like this, kind of are in that if we build it, they will come mode, as opposed to we know that people really want this. Nationally, and the maturity continuum of charter schools across this nation, we hear over and over, these days we really need to be concerned about, is this really what the community wants? From a grassroots level, community is pressing for this. That we are hearing, instead of this is my passion, I really want it, and sometimes that's just, there are things that we each are passionate about. Well, it'd be great to have a school like this. I'd love to play in a school like this. I would love to have one. But is that something really this community wants? Are they pushing for it? If they're not, then that the school can't yet be successful because the enrollment won't be there. You won't have the finances to continue. You won't have you need that market analysis that says this is what we want, not just grade configurations alone, or just that we would like to, we would support a 4-day week, or, all of that's important, but what are they really clamoring for that would say this market is there? And I'm not suggesting just from Morgan High School. Could be Summit, could be Huntsville, could be a lot of places from Davis, from Weber counties, places that people say, this school exists, we will make sure our students get there. So what is it that people are really clamoring for? I'm not at this point convinced that I've heard that the community is clamoring for this. I'm hearing your passion that you would like a school to play in like this, but I'm not hearing that the community is clamoring for that. And that's a disconnect from my view. Yes.
When you say community, are you talking about parents, students, both?
Yes.
Because they're not the same. Students and parents are two totally different things.
Of course
Like
they
I
are.
said earlier, the lenses that parents look through are the lenses of their own education and the lens of their children's education. Students look through a totally different lens.
Of course.
And we believe that students are clamoring for this.
All right. This is the difficulty, Jay. And I would say this if we were still working together, I would say this very thing to you. But parents are the individuals who choose the education for children. They really are our market. If you don't like this piano teacher, you'll take your child to another piano teacher. You vote with your feet. Students, even if students want it, if that's not something the parents are supporting, you have to convince parents that this is what they need in order for them to bring their children. I'm with you, Jay, but parents still make the decisions. Parents still make the decisions. And so you have to have parents who say, or at that point that they say, yes, this is what we need for our children. We're ready for it. We will support it. Because if it's just what children want, they'd say, I would rather have recess all day and not have math and science, potentially. I'm not saying all students will do that, but yeah, of course the industry does. But that is the pull, not the push. You see the difference? It's saying industry would really like to have all these programs, and I know that. Northrop Grumman, we just talked about, and we had them in our schools. We were participating in that. And they want individuals who are ready to work with their hands and do hands-on work. But you also have to have a market of people who will enter the pathway to do that. Not just saying, come on, we want you. You have to have people say, we're ready to enter that and to come with you. And I'm not seeing that happen yet. I'm seeing, I still feel, I'm not yet convinced. I know you're passionate about it. I'm convinced if I heard you talking, I'd say, wow, this sounds like really a cool place to be. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that you need to say to that full community so that I can hear your analysis from them that they're saying, we're pushing for this. Yeah. And the Catalyst Center is it 2 years old now or 3, Jay? So it's just in their second year right now. Right. Okay. Okay. And so you see again, my point is, there are people saying, this sounds really cool, this will do well for education, we need this in our state. You talked about GoEd, for example. These are things, but I'm not hearing families say, we agree with that so much that we join your passion and we will enter the pathway to come there. I haven't heard you say that yet or convince me of that yet. So I'm just telling you what I'm seeing as a concern. I'm seeing, here's something wonderful, but I'm not hearing people saying, I'll come to that. So that little piece, I have little things that you could adjust, where the school approved, like students with disabilities, I think there needs to be a better plan. Dr. D talked about that relative to students with disabilities or with IEPs being in this program. I didn't see enough of what will we do in that case. A couple of other little things like that could be fixed and changed. I'm just telling you right now where my major concern is, just so that I don't want to, I just want to be open and honest and upfront and transparent so that you know. I love your passion. I don't think you're wrong that GoEd wants it, that the governor says this is a good thing, that others are seeing it's wonderful. I'm just not knowing if you'll have the supply chain open for those folks to come in through it. So that's my concern. Now, we don't vote right now, board members. We're not going to do that to the end of the day, but I want to make sure all of your questions are answered first, and then I'd like for you folks to have any parting comments that you would like to make from Peak Academy. Member Smith.
I just wanted to say that the one thing that helps me with your same concern is her mention of the survey that they sent out talking and where they got a overwhelmingly, I would put my kid in this school kind of response. And so that was very helpful to me in addressing that concern.
Thanks. And maybe address that, because I didn't hear in that survey, as you described it, that this was the kind of school, yes, I would bring my child to this kind of a school. I heard that we would like these grade levels, more discussion, not that this school. And maybe I'm wrong, so that would be a good time to discuss that in a minute.
Can I address that for you guys?
Let me see if I have any other board members who have a question, and then I'll give you all the time you need to do that. I want you to have ample time. Any other items from board members? All right, please, yes, make that comment.
Sorry, Chair Bowles.
Yeah. Oh,
In
sorry.
that response, you had also, Ms. McCleary, you made some reference to the just the ski snow need and why that would be attractive for some families. Maybe you could just where you got that data and how that feeds into the need for the school. That would be great.
I'll take that first and then let Vanessa finish. Does that work? Thank you. So obviously skiing is a big part of our community. There are many kids who are on the Snow Basin ski team. However, it is very expensive, and a breakdown equating to 22 to 27,000 a year. So we have local ski patrol who have started to form a group to create their own ski team, who approached us when they learned that we were endeavoring upon a charter school and wanted to collaborate, work together. So in their opinion, I'm not the ski team expert, so this is just in conversations had with those who are. It would be far-reaching in that most ski teams affiliated with the mountain specifically are quite expensive, but if you have your own and you can collaborate with the resort, then you can make it more affordable, thus recruiting more people from surrounding areas who would love to be on the ski team but cannot afford the $27,000 a year cost.
2 questions to answer. We do know that our 4-day school week, and we have submitted that waiver to the state. It is on their docket for this month for them to review. So we know that, like, we went through that process. We just didn't make it on the December before this month's meeting. So we're on there, so we know we had to do the waiver. We're hoping for a good review from them. And then as far as the marketing, I very much understand where you're coming from, and I want to give a little background. Is we've been very careful with getting our information into the community, knowing that if we needed to wait a year or if things got held up, we didn't want to get a bad reputation of, oh, they failed, what's wrong with this school? We also wanted to be very respectful of Morgan County and them, and be in touch with them about our process. And so our outreach hasn't been in your face, this school is coming, like, until we know if we're approved, because we wanted to meet with you guys, we wanted to get the best advice in moving forward. We do have a detailed marketed plan that we brought with us that if we get approved, we want to hit the ground running with outreach to our community. But the outreach we have gotten through our surveys is we have, I'm not sure, Ashley, you have that detail, but we had parents that were like, we want to be a part of this school. The amount of parents that wanted to be a part of the upcoming, and the outreach was just such a huge push of, we weren't the only ones in the community. We had parents sending emails of, keep us in touch, we want to be a part of this, we want this to come to our community. It wasn't just the numbers. I know that maybe that was misunderstood, but we had parents that were like, we really want this in our community. Here's our email addresses, what can we help with? We'll volunteer, we'll be on your PTSO. We've had teachers that, like, if this happens, we would love for you to come. Where my kids go to school, I have teachers with their students that they're like, we would love to come up to your school. We would love the 4-day week. We would love that are in Davis County. We've had a huge push. We've just tried to find that balance of being respectful to the county and also not getting the cart in front of the horse. So that's kind of where we've tried to tread lightly on finding that balance of, you know, saying that we're coming and then not getting approved, and then that being a bad omen for our school. So we've tried to find that balance of where to go with our marketing. And we do have that put down where we want to do a much more in-depth, where we're gonna, and I would love to, we have papers to hand out to you guys that you can look over and review, where we have it put in place where pending approval, we hit the ground running, we do marketing, we go to schools, we do our outreach. Like, we're prepared to do that next step. We were just trying to find that line of balance.
Thank you.
And one more thing to address your
Yes,
survey
absolutely.
question. Our initial survey prior to the boot camp in our first proposal, it did ask specifically what type of charter school would you be interested in. We had an art school, we had a business/entrepreneurship school, and we also did a immersion program school. That's not reflected in this, but if you go back to our initial application, that's my fault for not including it on this one as well. But it was a primarily business-driven response.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that addition.
And I'm going to get it right this time. Chairman Bowles.
That's great.
My apologies. What we've done, and I can so appreciate your forward-looking approach to, we need the demand to be there so that we can ensure success. And what we've done as a board is look retrospectively, and we've said, okay, let's look at Catalyst. Let's look at Utah Arts Academy. Let's look at some of these schools that have been functioning in kind of a different capacity in a non-traditional realm. And we are offering the highest compliment and flattery, and we really want to copy what it is that they're doing. And they do have a proven history and a proven record of success in demand. And we don't see why that would be any different, if not heightened, in our community where that is just not available right now. So our viewpoint is certainly looking back at what's worked, what can we do to replicate that, and knowing that we don't have very much offering in our community, we think that will even add to that drive and demand. And to Vanessa's point, we do have printed marketing plans if you're interested in those. We also sent some to the board last night, but we didn't know what would be the best way to get them to you. But please know we have a very comprehensive plan moving forward that if we get our horse and we get our cart ready, we're going to crack that whip and get ready to go. So hopefully that addresses some of that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Member Smith, you wanted to add one other?
I'm sorry, I just have one other question, because my brain works this way. If you're hoping to attract teachers with an alternate working arrangement that you said a 4-day week, who's teaching Flex Fridays?
We have discussed that as well. Thanks for the question. We have just talked about having resource staffing there to supervise the students in the projects. So someone there to supervise, but not instruct necessarily. Additionally, we have discussed an option of having a rotating schedule through the teachers to take a Friday a month if that's what they seem as the best alternative.
Great. You thought through it. That's important. Thank you.
In addition to those foreign languages also being offered
Yeah.
to be taught on Fridays.
Anything else from Peak Academy you'd like to add? I want to make sure you've been able to say everything you want to before we conclude. Thank you for your time. Thank you for the time, not just today, but all of your preparation up to this point, the meetings you've attended, the discussions you've had, the work that you've done, a lot of writing to pull all that together. And I know you are passionate about what you're doing. I know that. So thank you so much today. Thank you for coming. Board members, if you want to stand up for just a minute and walk around, if anybody needs to run to the restroom, we'll be ready to start. We're a little bit behind, but I think we want to make sure each school has ample time. Board members, if you want drinks or snacks, there's some on the side if that's something that you would like. Thank you for being patient. We'll be back together in just a minute, and we'll be better listeners. So thank you. All right, if we can reassemble, I hope that helped have a little bit of a break so we can be really good listeners. All right, we're only missing Eric. We have a couple of board members, I think, that will just step in and join us in just a minute, but
I will, do you want me to start? Do you want me to wait? I
hang
can
on
do-
1 second.
I'm
while
happy to do whatever
Director Lambert
you
is
would
just
like.
saying ollie ollie in free from the hall, I think.
I'm very flexible.
And thank you for being patient. I know you've been waiting. Thank you. All right. And Member Smith, we just need. And there she is. We're good to go. And I'm looking to see what her shoes look like yet. I haven't seen. All right. Good. We've got the team. Okay, Dr. Evans, lead us through the next school we will.
Thank you
talk
so
to.
much, Chair Bowles. And I have made a slight change to my slide deck just because as we were having our last conversation, I noticed a lot of people coming in and out. And so I wanted to just give a little refresher for the new people who've joined us about what today means, today is not a pitch meeting. Today is a capacity interview. This is the chance for the board to gain additional clarification on what is going to make a school successful. Also the board approval, the information that has been given to the board is based on all of the different reader feedback, all of the notes that they took, all of the meetings we had with them, and that within that, there's a lot of variation between the ratings of met, partially met, and not met. In the past, there was a lot of inter-rater reliability that the readers were able to come together and come to a consensus on how the application should be rated. This year, we did not go that route, and so we get a lot more variety in readers suggesting that a section was met, while other readers suggested that it was not met. So I just want to give that kind of as a basis again to let everybody know where we stand. So let me jump into the very, very general strengths and weaknesses from this application. One of the things that the readers noted in their comments was just a real general excitement about the opportunity of increasing school choice in Cedar City. The enrollment in the district has been very stable for a number of years, and the charter school that is down there currently does have a wait list. It's a Montessori school that has a wait list. And so there was some excitement noted by the readers about, there does seem to be an opportunity here for this. Some of the concerns that were expressed by the readers were about the board's capacity to oversee delegated responsibilities. So within the application, there were a number of references to things that would be outsourced, and the readers really had concerns and questions about whether or not the board understood that it was ultimately their responsibility to be responsible for all of these things, not the contractors. There were also concerns noted by the readers about any arrangement already between APA and APA. They noted as they were going through different sections that it was just impossible to distinguish between the two. So there were questions there about that. And then lastly, the application includes some statements that the readers felt were verifiably false oh, that's not showing up there on there we go. Now it's there. My screens are now different, which I'm not, oh, there we go. Okay, this new system. So there were questions, and I think this really speaks to the attention to detail that the readers gave, because the readers went to almost every single link that was used as a citation. So they really did do their research and pay attention. And so they felt that there were a lot of statements that were misleading and or just verifiably false. And one example of that I'll give was a statement or a claim about Iron County School District's bond, and the claim was that the bond did not address any elementary classrooms, and yet the citation that was included, the first line of that showed that a portion of that bond actually was dedicated to elementary classrooms. So there were just a lot of questions like that from some of the readers. The recommendation at this time, staff recommends that the application for American Principals Academy in Cedar City not be approved. While the application demonstrated a potential market for school choice in Cedar City, it failed to present a compelling, and that's the word from the notes and from the application, compelling case that this model was the right fit for this market. Readers expressed serious concerns about the model's ability to meet state and federal requirements for special education. The application indicated that certain key responsibilities would be outsourced, which resulted in questions about the board's capacity to adequately govern the school. Furthermore, the application left all readers with lingering and serious questions about any relationship between the board and the education service provider. During the August SCSB board meeting, the state charter school board made a motion, or their motion advised the applicant to make sure that the new school would be an independent entity and not a satellite for other schools. Further, the board advised that that procurement be followed precisely. Readers were unable to see these types of distinctions within the application as advised during the August board meeting. If the board so if the board does feel like this is an application we want to hear more from after the after the interview, an option might be that staff would be directed to verify that this is the model that this market is looking, that this model is actually what the market is looking for. Little tongue twister there. By doing that, by hosting meetings with community members. Another option would be that staff would like to see any contracts with providers, since a number of key elements within the application were said that they would be outsourced. Staff would like to see what those contracts would look like to get a better idea of what the school is actually proposing. So at this point, I will turn the time back over to Chair Bowles. Again, for board members' benefit, this is a little background on the school. 858 students are for the proposed enrollment serving grades K through 8. And then these are the members of the board that were on the application. And so I'll turn the time over back to Chair Bowles.
Thank you so much. So, American Principals Academy, please join us at the table, if you will, please. We have enough chairs. Good. Oh, good. That's great. So we can see all of you. So I'll start right off with, if all of your board members are here and the director present, and the best way to know that is if you'll each introduce yourselves and we can kind of see that. Go ahead.
I am Kelly Hoffling, and I am the parent advocate on our board.
I'm Karen Thielen, and I'm the chairwoman of the board.
Scott Herrick, Vice Chair.
Hi, Matt Howard, Treasurer.
Casey Anderson, I'm a member of the board, and my responsibility is community outreach.
Cami Merrill, I'm the secretary of the board.
Wonderful. Thank you all for attending. It really makes a difference, big difference to us to know that you're all here and interested. So thank you so much. So board members will follow the same process. If you'll go ahead and ask these set of questions, we have that common base, and then ask any additional at the end. Okay.
Good morning, and thanks for your patience as we were a little bit behind schedule. Do any of you or anyone who has worked on the application have any financial interest in the application?
I know I don't. I don't think anybody else does. No.
Yeah, my name's Matt. No, I don't have any financial benefit, incentive, yeah.
I do not have any financial conflict, and in fact, driving up here, traveling with my wife, she would say it's more of a liability.
I don't know if we all need to clarify. No, I have no financial interest.
I do not either.
Nor do I.
All right. Can we have each board member describe their experience with this charter school?
I'll go first. I'm on the end. I got into the charter school because there was a post from a few of the board members asking for more input on a possible new charter school. And I attended some meetings that they had, and I decided, I'm like, yeah, I want to help. And I think as a parent in the community, I was not excited about my options. My husband and I were not excited about the public school options we had or the other charter school we have. So I'm like, another option would be great to have to do it, and I will help in any way. So that's how I became on the board and got involved in this and helped write parts of the application too.
I lived in Draper before moving to Cedar City and took my kids from a charter school to the public school system, and it was really hard for me to watch my 10-year-old son go from the smartest kid in his class to already passing the requirements for where he was in the public school. And I thought we need another option. And as the only other options were the Montessori and public school, this is what instigated my husband and I to say, we've got to try something and bring something down, so.
I've been in education for 8 years. I've taught elementary and high school, and but through all of that, mostly our kids have attended some charter schools and some public schools, but ultimately there was no option for a school that I wanted to take my kids to, and so we've been homeschooling, and so we actually just moved to Cedar City in February, and amongst other homeschool families, heard whisperings of the potential for a charter school, and I just wanted to jump full bore and get in there. So
I've got 6 kids, and we do homeschool. And homeschool is one of those words that some people feel real strongly about it, positively or negatively. But one of the primary reasons why we homeschool is because we want this type of classical education model for our children. And my wife has an advanced degree in education, so it works out really well for us. And we're also heavily involved in the homeschool community there in Cedar City. As you all know, there's a lot of people doing that, running groups and classes. And so I'm not quite sure how it happened, but somehow my wife got connected with Scott's wife, and they were talking about this board that's going to be formed. They said they wanted someone with financial experience, and I have a master's in business administration from the University of Arizona. I work as chief operations officer for my company. And when they initially approached me about the idea, I was kind of skeptical. I'm not quite sure that's my thing. But then when I learned what it was, what we were looking at doing, and how it would be an opportunity for me to provide my children a similar education to what they're getting at home, but to do it in a public school setting, I was all on board, and I'm really excited to be here. So that's kind of how I got introduced to this.
I originally moved to Cedar City 20 years ago when I started at SUU, and shortly after that, after my first child was born, I was talking to one of the founding board members of the Montessori charter school that's there, and he had expressed some concerns with kind of the direction that that school had taken, kind of contrary to what the original board had envisioned. And he encouraged me, this was probably 7 years ago or so, I can't remember, but he had encouraged us that, hey, we need to get another option here for parents. So anyways, fast forward, the first thought is that's crazy. It's too much time, too busy. So fast forward a few years, and a neighbor of mine moved down here from Tooele and just expressed concern with some of the options available, wanted to get something going. And anyway, so I'd kind of heard through the grapevine. I've been good friends with Matt for a few years, and I've known Cammie's dad for a long time. So just kind of heard through the grapevine that there's just gathering momentum from so many people that are interested in a new option. So that's how I got involved.
I'm pretty similar to these guys. I've been back in Cedar City. I grew up there actually, and then I've been back a little over 6 years. Lived up here in Salt Lake County, and my kids attended Challenger, the private school here, and also were in Salt Lake County schools as well. And then moving back to Cedar, they attended a classical private school there until they had to close down, at which point I began to homeschool them for a few years. And so we've had a pretty good mixture of educational experiences. I got divorced 3 years ago, and my kids went back to the public schools. At which that point, after having some different experiences, especially in the classical model, I realized my kids weren't coming home with that same enthusiasm that they were from the classical model. And so when I caught word of, and our public schools are great, I'm quite involved in them as well, so I'm not trying to put down anything they're doing. But not every child is cut to fit that mold. So as I caught word through the community that there were some talk of a classical model of school coming, I jumped on board, and I'm very passionate about that model, and just, I guess that's how I got here.
I'm sorry, I was momentarily distracted by a minor crisis at home. Are we on my question? Yes. Okay. As I listen to your descriptions of your backgrounds, I'm impressed because you're sitting where I once sat where you're sitting. I was a parent who was very concerned and who had taken my kids to private schools and homeschooled and regular district schools and found those options unsatisfactory. So I really deeply understand the drive to create a different option for your children. It is somewhat concerning to me that almost all of you are in that same category, right? Like, I don't see a lot of diversity. I don't see a current school administrator on your board. I don't see significant business operations experience on your board. It may be there. It has not been presented, right? It mostly looks like a group of parents who didn't like what they had, which is fine, right? Because I've been there. But not a lot of outreach into, like, curriculum design and all of the many facets that it's going to take to make a school successful. I'm concerned that I don't see that represented on your board. That said, can you tell me how you did come together, right? What brought you together? Was it just a shared interest in finding a school for your kids? Was there something else? What other kinds of efforts have you made to pull in the expertise that you don't have?
I guess I think the reason why people reach out to me and thought I'd be effective as community outreach is because just having a lot of connections in the community as far as, I've been in Cedar City for 20 years, but I've been actively engaged with so many different partners. So when you say, why did people reach out to me? I think that they saw that benefit, that we can hit the ground running on marketing, making sure we're getting the word out. That's an advantage. But also, the people who know me know that I've been a vocational rehabilitation counselor for 10 years with the state of Utah. And what we do is we work with special education students in schools with IEPs and transition-aged youth, and just being able to go and work in those schools and see the current services that individuals with disabilities are getting with schools. Our new school board member, Stephanie Hill, that was just elected, that is the reason she ran, is because she felt like that population was not being provided the services that they have a right to under national law, federal law. So I think with those two things, that's why they came to me, is that's the experience that I can bring to this board. And I promise you that my top priority is making sure that we have good people filling those areas where I don't have personal experience. It's so important to bring together a collaborative team where everybody has something that can offer, and that's what I'll be absolutely looking for moving forward, not only as future members of the board, but also for staff, executive director, and those sorts of things. As somebody who can bring something to the table that I personally don't have. And that, I think that's how you're successful, is by building a good team.
I can speak to that too. I think the kind of the impetus, or the if there was one person that was kind of saying, gathering us together, that would be our director, which is Karen. She was kind of saying, I'm going to make this happen. I'm going to do it. And so, me personally, what I feel like I've able to expand on that, lack of, I've never run a charter school. It's true. I can speak a little bit to my business experience. I may not have elaborated on this sufficiently in the board bio. As I mentioned, I have a master's in business administration. I currently work as the chief operations officer. Among my, we're a relatively small company, about 50 employees, spread across 12 states. And one of my responsibilities is human resources director. And so, very familiar with all of the compliance issues of working with various states and various government entities to keep everything on the level. And then we've also, in the 5 years I've been with this company, we have we've started two, but we work with 3 different outsourcing companies across 3 different continents, Africa, India, and the Philippines. And I've been instrumental in bringing those operations up, starting them, holding people accountable, metrics, measuring, all the standard things that you would expect from a business operations perspective. And so while I don't spend most of my time working on the numbers side of the business, I'm very comfortable there. I'm more on the operations people side of the business. So that is there, and I do intend to, leverage that. I understand the idea that I understand working with contractors very well. I mentioned that we have about 50 employees, but we probably have about over 150 independent contractors that work with the company I'm currently with now. So I understand it's not so simple as just saying, do the job and then they just do it. Like I understand that. So without elaborating more, I understand the concern.
So, I mean, yes, we all have a lot of similarities in a passion for our children. I think every parent does. But we all do come from different career paths, and we all do have different techniques. My specialty is in the education and teaching curriculum and things. So I am passionate about education, not just my own children's, but other people's as well. And I know everyone else on the board is, and I don't think that's a bad similarity to have necessarily, right? But I'm really confident in the team that we're surrounded with right now. Just everyone is all out and getting things done, and they all have different skill sets that I don't have, and it's been a blessing to work with them.
I feel very confident in the diversity that we have here because of all these great people and their experience. Because I haven't been in Cedar City for very long, it's nice to have Casey and say, hey, Casey, we've got a question about this. Do you know someone who can answer these questions? And he can say, oh, yeah, we've got so-and-so. I know Kelly knows a lot of people in Cedar City as well. So it makes it an advantage for us, for me, not having been there long enough to say, okay, this is where our question is, who can we go to? And we know people that can answer those questions for us. And we're not afraid to reach out and say, help us. We're new at this. We really want to make this come together for our advantage.
I'd just like to add something, sorry. I feel like we as a board connect into different facets of our community. I'm part of a mom's club. It's called Mom's Club of Iron County, and I've served on the board for the past 8 years that I've been a member of it. And I've gained experience through that on how to serve as a board member and we do community service. So I have different options and different people I know through the community. Also, I think something that's a real strength for our board, we know our lacks. We know where our gaps are and everything. And I think something that's really special for our charter is we have the support of our school board. And they've come and they've asked, what do you need help with? And if we have any questions, without a doubt, I know we can ask them, hey, we have a question on this. Do you know anybody who can help? Do you know anything? And they are more than willing. They are supporting us and backing us and want our school to succeed almost as much as us because they know the students and they know what is needed to help them succeed as a local state school board and to help us succeed as a charter board.
Right. Yeah, and I'd be the first to admit that I don't have the experience in running a school, and but our job as a board is to govern that school, and we are obviously open to reaching out and finding the best, resources that we can in each area that we need to cover. And we have a lot of great expertise here. I'm very connected with our school district, and I feel like I can be a good person to be a liaison between American Principals Academy and Iron County School District as well. We do have their support, but we do want to have a great working relationship with them. That's important to us because this is our community and all of our kids. So.
Thank you. First off, I don't know if this has been done already. I appreciate that all of you are here. It's not an easy drive from Cedar. I wouldn't have driven down to you, but I'm happy that you're here. It's fantastic. I also appreciate that you're not afraid to reach out and ask questions to other charter schools, to other boards, especially your school district board, where sometimes it seems that there's kind of a conflict, right, between charter and districts. And so I really appreciate that you have taken the time to work closely with them. and recognize your strengths and weaknesses. With that, you kind of talked about how each of you came together as board members. Will you share with us what gaps you feel exist on your board and how you're going to fill those gaps?
I think as we addressed this in the application briefly, but one thing we intend to, when the time comes to build a building or enter into agreement for a building, to bring on an additional board member with legal and real estate experience. And anyone else, yeah.
Just to expand on that a little bit, one thing that's nice is realtors typically aren't shy. So they've actually, I know several realtors who have expressed interest in already helping us and supporting us because they themselves want their children to have this option available. So that's one thing, one benefit.
One, I want to give my sincere condolences to your community for the tragedy that you all are probably facing with as a small, tight-knit community. So I do want to take a second to acknowledge that, and especially having to come up and do that today. And also, I want to acknowledge that in the application, you spoke directly to my concerns that I was not shy about expressing publicly. So I'm grateful that you were very candid in the application in pushing back with me. So I appreciate that. That can't be an easy statement to write and think you're going to garner favors, but it did actually do that. It garnered favor with me. So thank you for addressing that directly and head on. My question then speaks really to that idea because as was mentioned by the readers, as was mentioned by me in August, and that is a very, very a carbon copy almost of an existing educational model and curriculum. So you spoke a little bit to it in your background, but would you delve a little bit deeper into how you chose the classical, I'm going to use that term because that's what you've used, your educational model and curriculum, and what other models, if any, did you consider?
I think for most of us, before we ever thought of starting the school, most of us have been pretty enthusiastic and in love with the classical model. I've taught both classical and non-classical, and I've seen the difference it can make in students' lives and in the classroom. And so for me, coming into it, I really just believe in the classical model, and that's what I know best, and frankly, what I'd be able to contribute best, I guess.
It's nice having an educator on the board because this, like the curriculum side of it is actually where I have the least amount of experience. But what I will touch on is one of the main concerns that I've heard as parents have contacted me is they're concerned with the move towards such a heavy dependence of technology in the classroom. Now, I recognize that there's a benefit of technology, but parents are concerned that their children are going to school and they're in front of a computer, they're in front of screen time for such a long period of time, and then they come home and obviously they want to continue a lot of the screen time. And that's a concern that I share as well. So some of the other concerns that I have a parent are directly related to how these types of things have progressed in traditional district schools. And I understand that cursive or handwriting is going out of schools and they're moving to keyboarding. But I believe, and I think the research shows that there are some benefits of continuing to pursue that. And I've seen that with my children. So about 4 years ago, I went down to George Washington Academy, who has extremely strong performance measures. And I looked at what that school offered and how it differed from what the schools are offered in Iron County. And I said, would you be willing to come up to Cedar City? And they said, no. And that's hard to hear as a parent because what you care about is your children's education. And my top priority is making sure that my children have a rigorous educational opportunity available to them. And the performance, if you look at the other schools that in Iron County we currently have access to, it doesn't even compare to what is offered with other schools in the state, including up here on the Wasatch Front. So that's what I'm looking for, and I think that the classical education model will help get my children there, maybe more than the direction that some of the district schools are going.
So maybe we could continue that and thinking about the role or the day of a life of a student. Could you walk us through from the moment the student walks in the building, what might a typical day look like? And I know it's going to be grade and age dependent, but give us a sense of just what, from interactions with peers, teachers, content, extracurricular, just what does that look like over the course of the
Sure, absolutely. The idea is that they come in, they're in their homeroom classroom, they get to do, the Pledge of Allegiance, they get to go through their, especially for those younger kids who are learning like days of the week and counting, that they get to see on the calendar and do all of those neat, let's figure out what today is, go through, a basic rundown of what their day looks like with their teacher. We have the idea behind breakout groups with the reading group, so they would go with their reading groups, or the leveled learning. And as well as the math level learning. And it would be different, we would have to figure out the rotation so that all the classrooms could be utilized effectively, or the students could be in a classroom utilized effectively. And then between those leveled learnings, we would have, the history, the grammar, the core math, the PE and science and art and music, and lunch and recess. Kind of a typical, I still kind of see it as a typical public school day, just as a different, what's being taught in core is going to be a little different.
I'll just add that as a teacher, I would, on the board, I would feel it my responsibility to ensure that the teachers are there in the morning to just welcome the students, to have a smile on their face. As a teacher, I know that there are days when you don't feel like smiling, but you can't let the students know that. So I just want to make sure that the teachers that we would hire as a board would be the type of people that would be there in the morning to welcome those kids. The first thing they see is their teacher smiling and saying, "I'm so happy you're here." That's all.
Could you elaborate, if I'm a seventh grader, what would that look like?
Okay, so seventh grader, first thing, we want uniforms. So they walk in dressed for success, and they'd look around and they'd see other people dressed for success just like they are. They would have a schedule for different courses, classes, English, math, history, science. We would want them to, in seventh grade, they would have one English class, and we'd actually have them have 1.5 English classes in 8th grade. We really want to hit those liberal arts hard to prepare them for secondary and beyond. But as far as how they're going to approach their day and see their days, I just think that they're going to, I know that they're going to feel connected to their peers and to their teachers because of the structure, the routine, and the uniforms. I can't tell you how different it is. Well, many of you know how different it is to have kids looking at each other's shoes and commenting on that instead of asking about assignments or projects that are being working on and things like that. So their typical day would be really focused on their education.
Good afternoon, folks. I'm next. My question for you is about risk and challenges. I'd like to know which risks and challenges you've identified in preparing your application, and I'd like your analysis of how you plan to deal with those, or how you have dealt with those risks and challenges. And if I may, as I did with the last school application, my concern about your application, or at least one of them, I have other questions I'll save for later, is in your market analysis and in the projections that you have for what will be a very large school without any sort of bubble of some kind, but filling all of your grades, all of your classrooms at capacity from year one. And so I'd like to hear a little bit more about your market study. You do mention a survey. And that survey, based on your survey analysis, indicates that roughly 10% of your population is going to come from at least an estimate of that 10% of your population will come from homeschool children. And based on your survey, you anticipate a commitment of surveyed families representing roughly 130 students, which is well shy of what you're going to need to fill this school. So if you can comment on that, and also include in your comment, I'm sorry to add one more thing. Your research, not just for parents interested in a charter school, but parents interested in your educational model at your charter school. I'd like to know what you've done to gauge that interest. Sorry that was long. I'm known to do that.
I can handle one of those aspects, and maybe the other board can think about the other parts, but specifically on the budgeting and the challenges. Commercial real estate space in Cedar City is limited, so that is a challenge for getting off the ground. We have identified a location, and depending on the outcome of this meeting will depend on the conversations we have with that property owner after this. The location we've identified is, so back to the budget, right? The budget is for, we wrote the budget for the maximum enrollment because we figured, well, that's the goal, right? So the maximum enrollment is 858. We're not under the illusion that we're going to have 858 students, fall of 2024, if only because the building that we foresee ourselves being in could fit about 270 students. So the budget is scalable. The budget can scale to the number of classrooms, the number of teachers, and then with proof of concept, and then proof of funding, we can go and secure a loan, and then build the building that will house those 858 students. But it is a challenge. Like it really is a challenge. The commercial real estate in our town there's not a lot of options. So that is a challenge. If for whatever reason that building is unavailable, which is unlikely because there's not a lot of other buyers that would go into that space. But if it did happen, we would have to get very creative. There's an old hospital that has had a school in it for some time that could be an option. So those are some of the challenges that are real challenges.
I think one of the biggest risks is that you don't have the enrollment in order to meet the financial needs of the school to keep it open. And one thing that I think is great is that the work that you guys do as a board is ensure that we don't have closures of schools every year. I mean, that would just be so damaging to educational opportunities in our state. So I think it's important that we have a rigorous application and approval process for new schools. A couple things. So the work that's been done, and I realize that there's different areas of this. So I guess I'll start with grassroots. I just did a quick poll. I should have known this before, but this board right here with the 6 homes of ours, we actually have 32 kids between the 6 of us. But on top, I realize that's a very small sample size. With a master's degree in forensic science and counseling, I understand sample sizes and polling and such. But there's actually a Facebook group with 150 different households in it that are looking for new options. Now, I realize 150 in a Facebook group doesn't mean a lot, but that's actually, you have to pay in order to participate in that group. So it's a paid, and then you get invited to join it. The other thing is there's a public group with 1,000 individuals of the community that are participating in that. So the grassroots is there's a camp that goes on every summer with 150 families. The network, the grassroots, is that we are the grassroots. One of the weaknesses of our board is we don't have a 40-year administrator of a school on our board. We're the grassroots. But the other side of that is it's also important to have community leaders involved. And I don't know how many charter schools have the complete support of their local school district, the superintendent. Our county commission has written a resolution in support of new educational opportunities. Our state elected officials, our previous mayor, our new mayor that was just elected, are both in full support. It's been actually amazing to me to see. I don't view it this way, but some people view the district schools as competition of charter schools. And I think that's unfortunate, and that's not the approach that we're taking. We have good partnerships with them. But even the teachers and the parents that go to the district schools, one teacher in particular, he said, you know, you can build all the new classrooms that you want, because right now what they're doing is they're building additional temporary modular classrooms in order to accommodate the growth in the population. But that doesn't address the crowding in the hallways, in the cafeteria. It doesn't address all the other issues. So I believe the biggest risk is not having the enrollment to meet the financial needs of the school. So moving forward, what is that going to look like? If this board chooses to approve our application, this week, our board is going to make a massive effort and push throughout our entire community. We already have verbal commitments on 4 billboards that will be placed on Main Street. 200 North is kind of the other Main Street in Cedar City, and also on I-15. The main radio program that covers 6 counties down in Iron County, Cherry Creek, it used to be Cherry Creek Road, and now it's Town Square Media. But they've already committed to have us on the show talking about the new school. So if this board approves our application, you're going to see a massive community-wide push from everybody, including the district school leaders, getting people ready to support this new opportunity for parents.
That's helpful. I appreciate all your explanation. Can someone just comment on the market research into your educational model being the model that 800-plus students, parents of 800-plus students are looking for in Iron County?
So your question, just to clarify, is market research specifically on whether a parent would choose a classical model versus the existing option? There was not market research done with that specific question.
I think we do have a form of that, not necessarily for our specific one. I know, as this board knows, American Preparatory Academy has tried to move down there, and for reasons unbeknownst to me, they haven't been allowed. But once that option was put forth, I know multiple families personally who have said, "This is what I want. I would put my students in that kind of classroom, in that kind of school, because that's what I'm missing in what they're getting from the public education, what they're getting from homeschool, is that classical model, what they want." And so we have not just copied and pasted American Preparatory Academy. We've worked with Excelsior. We've looked at a lot of different types of classical education models, and from the town's meetings that American Preparatory Academy had, we know that there's a need for this model because that is their model that they model their schools after. And so we want to bring a model. We want to bring the classical model to Cedar City that we don't have. And I think that support from the community and the parents to start the school is there.
All right, board members, if you have additional questions, this is the time you could ask those. Member Olson.
Thanks, Chair. So I'm glad we're talking about this. That transitions nicely into some of the questions and concerns that I have. We discussed this a little bit the last time you were here, and I appreciate that the application has been beefed up in explaining what you're looking for, what you're planning in regard to civic and character education. I am the least expert of anyone in this room regarding different education models. I would imagine, Mr. Herrick, you know a lot more about classical education than I do. The concern that I have is when I see the concept of classical education blended with this concept of civic and character education, and we see even in your mission statement the concept of developing virtuous character. I get just a little bit concerned that we're taking a homeschool sort of a level of freedom that you have in a homeschooling education to teach religion in your home, and we're somehow taking that and we're adopting that in the public school setting. That concerns me just a little bit. While I appreciate that you've built this out a little bit in your application, what can you say to reassure me that you're going to follow strictly and not go beyond the civic and character education statute that the legislature has passed, which you do cite in your application. I appreciate that. 53G-10-204. And my second question that goes along with that is how, in your mission statement, are you going to develop concrete measurements, as you say, for children developing virtuous character? I don't know how that's plausible, but it's a part of your mission statement, so I'd love to hear you explain it. And I guess the last concern that prompts this just a little bit is when I see the three transcendentals, truth, beauty, and goodness, which you may see in a classical educational model, where once you mix that with civic and character education, as you do in your application, that's typically what you see in religious educational instructional models, based on my very limited experience. So if you can just comment on that, I'd appreciate it.
I can touch on one part, and then Scott can take over. One thing that I believe is foundational to our country's beginnings, and the reason why it appealed to so many immigrants and people who chose to come here, is because we had enshrined in law a freedom of religion, a separation of church and state. And the Supreme Court continues to rule that public dollars, taxpayer dollars, cannot go to religious institutions, specifically in schools. And I think that that's critical and that's important from a legal standpoint. And I understand the importance of that, and I think that our board does, and we're committed to ensuring that obviously we meet that federal and state legal criteria. The other thing, though, is the last thing that I would want to do as a board member is make it so that an individual who may or may not have different views that I do on religion and spirituality would not feel welcome at our school. We want everybody to feel welcome at our school. We want to provide a rigorous academic institution, and the subjects that I personally care most about are math and science. So that's what I'm looking for. And the last thing is, it's important to recognize that when we talk about virtue, everybody, it's such an ambiguous and broad term. What I think about with virtue is the decline in civic participation in our political process. So much of our political process has now become social media, Facebook, and sound bites. So when I think of civic responsibility, what I think is actually going and participating in city council meetings, going and participating in school board meetings, getting to know your elected officials, so that when you have a view or an opinion on an issue, it's based off of facts and reality and what's really happening, and you're actively working to make your community better, rather than just staying at home and being angry and basing your information off of things that may or may not be true. So that's what I look for with those different things.
Yeah, I totally agree. I am a very religious person individually. In fact, I work for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints right now. But I've been a public educator in the public classroom for 7 years, and I've never proselyted to anybody. I've never given anybody a copy of the Book of Mormon or anything. I completely respect the beliefs of other people, and virtue is a universal interreligious term. It's not just a religious thing. It's goodness, and I think we can all agree that we want our kids to learn to be good citizens, responsible, respectful to other people, regardless of disagreements, and that's the kind of thing that we want. To approach disagreements not with a religious sword, but with logic and with understanding and with empathy. And so there would be no, I don't see any conflict of interest using a word of the virtue. So does that answer, or?
Yeah, that helps. Can someone comment on the mission statement?
Yeah, I was actually going to speak to that. I share your sentiment I really do. Like, and I think the next thing that will happen, our next board meeting, is a proposal to change the mission statement or adjust it, because the idea of good character being based on concrete measurements gets kind of dystopian pretty quickly. So I totally get that. I believe the initial intent with this mission statement was that the concrete measurements are aiming more toward the achieving academic success than toward the development of good character. So I think that's an oversight on our part.
Member Cisneros.
Chair Thalen, I apologize, Thalen. I'm going to paraphrase something that you said, and I'm not trying to get caught up on semantics. Again, I did this to you last time, and I apologize. You said something similar to the fact when Member Spiker was asking about what a typical day would look like, and you said it would look a lot like other schools, but the core being taught may be a little different. So without getting into an idea of semantics, will you clarify what you meant by that for me, please?
I think I'm talking about like day to day in the school, lunchtime, recess time, right? And then they're in the homeroom classroom, they're learning about their science, they're reading their grammar. And I haven't been in my kids' public schools a ton. They get really emotional when I show up. I stay away as much as I can sometimes. My understanding is that they're learning similar things. We're just teaching it in a different manner of our classical education model versus what I know what they do on their computer by way of, math and reading sometimes and things like that, that it's going to be more structured in its overall setting. Does that answer your question?
So if I could pair it back to you, you're not saying core, you're saying curriculum and methodology would differ. Okay, a different question, Paul? It's addressing something that the readers wrote, and I don't see it quite as black and white like they did, but it seems to be some confusion between the terms of business manager and then a contracted provider. Are you using those terms interchangeably? Are those two people, one's hired, one's contracted? Help me understand what that actually looks like. So the intent is to contract with someone to do all the business management functions for the school, not it be an employee, as well as contract with an education service provider. Right. Would you have the ESP do anything else for the school or just business management functions?
Can I add something to that real quickly? I just want to make it clear that with hiring someone to help us manage it, we're not looking to get the school started and wash our hands and never do anything as a board again. We know that we're still going to be held responsible and accountable, and it's our responsibility and duty to monitor them and keep up on them and make sure that they're following our charter and what we want for the school. So we're still going to be very involved, but a lot of the management processes that we don't have experience with, we're hoping to find someone who is qualified and has good experience with that.
So, and I'm looking at your org chart, and I thank Member Olson to pulling that up for me. So everything that you have written in the red, you intend to hire one company to provide those, including your director and at all levels. And then, it's an interesting, you have your teachers working for the board, but you have your director working for your contractor. So this leads me kind of back to my belief that you already have an ESP in mind, you already have an ESP model in mind, you've kind of already done the procurement in your head because there's only going to be so many people who can provide that. Like, that doesn't exist in a lot of places in charter world, and a lot of places stay away from that because you're going to end up with a little bit of problem when the executive director doesn't work for you, but the teachers do.
We actually have not made any contracts or promises with any management company whatsoever. In fact, it may be that it requires two different management companies to cover these areas. We're not set on anyone. We have not started that procurement process in any way. That would be something that we would do, obviously, if we were granted a charter. So just to be clear, no, we don't have any companies in mind. We have talked to different ones. We have obviously our idea of what we want for our school, but we have not made any, we've not reached out to procure any of those at this point.
I was actually talking to a friend of mine who goes through the hiring process with the state agency, and she just kind of expressed concerns over a traditional interview process where you meet with somebody for half an hour and then you make this really like lifelong 30-year commitment based off of this 30-minute interview, right? And so she was expressing concerns about this, and she had talked about how in some other places they've implemented a whole different approach to interviewing where you almost spend the whole day with somebody that is of such importance and value to what you're trying to do. So I would like to see our interview process as a board be as rigorous and difficult and all-encompassing as possible in order to make sure that we are doing the best for our children. So that's new. I'm just throwing that out there right now. But it was such a positive conversation on what can we do at the very beginning, the interview process, to ensure that we're getting the best possible option available for our children.
Member Smith.
So in that same vein, I have a question for you. If you're contracting a lot, which I appreciate acknowledging where you don't have expertise, but it does require a lot of work and effort on your part to make sure you acquire the expertise you need to supervise the people you've hired, right? And so I would love it if you would speak to how specifically are you going to oversee whoever you hire to be a charter management organization? And then the second part of this question is, how many organizations are there that can do what you're asking them to do? Have you identified any? If so, how many and who are they?
Well, as you asked, how we will oversee this, it would be incredibly frequent meetings with them. Hopefully, ideally, we would find one management company that could cover what we are asking, so we're not, so that we have more of a one point of contact there. But we would have a point of contact with these management companies. We'd have, obviously, legal counsel in our contracts with them, and they would be scrutinized to fit our vision and charter. And so very regular meetings with them. What was the second part of your question? I'm sorry.
I'll repeat that in a second, but I was just curious to know, what will you do if you choose a management company, since there aren't very many that do what you're asking, and you find that they are not performing to your satisfaction? If you don't have the expertise amongst yourselves to figure these things out, and your charter management company for some reason fails, what are you going to do?
So if Plan A fails, then we go into emergency mode, which I'm sure you've been through before, starting a school, and you have emergency meetings with the board, and you get those positions filled as quickly as possible by the best possible talent available. So if a management company is not available, then you go and you redo that model. You hire directly an executive director, for example. So the first phone calls that I would make would be down to George Washington Academy, and I would ask for advice. And I would ask, Freedom Academy, I think, just opened down in St. George. So they're going through that new model. Those would be two that I would probably call first. If I had an emergency as a board member, I would call the people who are currently in positions that I'm familiar with, that are close, that can come up and visit the school and ask for help and advice, and then make the best decision possible after reaching out to all of the support structures that are in place.
Thank you. The second part of the question was, have you identified whether there are, in fact, charter management organizations that will do these things that you're asking for, because it's more than is normal? And if you have identified any, how many are there and who are they?
That's a good question. As far as I'm aware, I don't believe that we have started identifying service providers like that. Like, as I mentioned before, we want to be really like overly cautious about that procurement process. We don't want to, engage in conversations with providers and create some illusion that we're choosing them or things like that. So, that could go underneath the category of a challenge that we could face, is finding there's a chance we put that RFP out there and nobody replies. It's just crickets. I don't think that will happen, and I think we will get a multitude of people. If we need to, kind of like Casey was talking about, we can improvise and have different service providers for different things. That is it's a legitimate question, and kind of to that point, we came down here, I believe, in August, and half of our board stayed here and participated in the boot camp training. And since then, we've had a board member present at every training that Shannon Greer's done, they've been great trainings, phenomenal. It's our intention to learn as much as we can about the charter school world as we can. It's not this idea that we'll just set it and forget it. I mean, we're talking about our own children's educations here. I mean, I hate to belabor the point, but very involved in our children's education, and the idea isn't to just start this school, send my kids there, and then just walk away. That's not at all. And I know you're not insinuating that, but we'll be heavily involved in the process and learning, involved in every professional development, every training that this organization has to offer.
One of the things that gives me great pause about your application is that you mentioned that you will have board meetings 4 times a year. That is simply insufficient for adequate oversight. How did you arrive at that number, and would
So
you be open
the
to
goal,
revising that?
no, that's a great question, and when you see that, it's like, oh no, they're gonna assume that. But the goal would be to meet monthly. But we didn't want to, you have months with holidays. We didn't want to create a situation where we weren't in compliance with our own rules. So the goal, the anticipation, and I think what we all want to do is to meet monthly. But we just put quarterly in there because we didn't want to be in violation of our own rules due to scheduling conflicts in a certain month.
I'll just say that I personally could not support a school that had that as their rule.
And just to kind of piggyback on what Casey was saying, we have every intention of meeting monthly. The bylaws that we put in there were just matching kind of the current laws. That the same thing with our board members, right? Like there's some concern that we allow ourselves to have as few as 3 board members. We have no intention of only having 3 board members. We just didn't want to put ourselves in a situation where a board member, quit and we couldn't find a replacement, and then we were out of compliance. So that's the reason for that, is explains it in the charter. But I totally feel the same way. I'm not under the illusion that we get this approval and then we meet 6 times until November, and then we have a school on our hands. Like, no, it's going to be a lot of work. A lot of work.
And I'll just add that we have been meeting extremely regularly, more than once a month, and that we've all been here, both times we've all been here. We've all made the extra effort. Finding substitute teachers and things like that for me is not always the easiest thing, but we've all been here, and we will continue to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions from board members? Additional questions? Let me just say a couple of things, and I'll tie into that relative to outsourcing a lot. Just something for you to think about. When you outsource a great deal, you give up your control. You're giving up control. When, Mr. Anderson, you talk about a different model for hiring, which is really very interesting to do, then you have control over that when you do that. But if you outsource it, you lose the control of those kinds of things. And I know you weren't outsourcing hiring of teachers, but that's just an example to use. So that does happen. There are little things like you'd also know, I don't mean just to talk to Mr. Anderson, but you know special education well, and to have only one teacher for students with IEPs feels inadequate for the number of students when you know that, we usually plan at least 10 to 15%, 20% of a population may need additional support will be students with IEPs. So little things like that to think about as you're learning the models. I'm really in support of, of the work, the kind of vision relative, you talk about classical education, and I think if I ask 6 different people on the streets what is classical education, they may give a different story or a different definition. The only definition I've really heard at this point is that you would teach cursive, which, by the way, I really support. I like that because a lot of our 7th graders can't read when the teacher writes on the board in cursive writing. They can't read it anymore. That happens a lot. Had lunch with David McCullough right after he wrote the John Adams books, and he talked about how very important it was for us to teach in cursive writing so we could read primary documents because they're all written in cursive writing, and so we can connect with history. And so I really like that notion. There are others who would disagree with me, but at any rate, but that's all I heard. So if I were really pushing a lot today, I'd want you to be more specific in telling me, what does classical education mean? And I'd want you to say, why would individuals choose this school? Why would they choose this school? What is it about that would help them to choose this school? Why would they choose it? And you probably could respond to that. But I'm going to go to another area that we've kind of skirted around. We've talked a little bit about American Preparatory Academy. And there's a lot of thought and in the responses that this is really a way of skirting around a satellite for American Preparatory Academy. It's not, there is a lot of copy and paste actually for American Preparatory Academy. It looks like a lot of copy and paste, and even letters of support are talking about, we would love to have a satellite of American Preparatory Academy in Cedar City. So it feels like not a new school, but trying to find a way to create a satellite for American Preparatory Academy, not a beginning. And I just want to put that out there because we're kind of skirting around it without being honest and open, and I want to be really transparent about that. And I don't know if anyone would like to respond to that. It feels a little bit sneaky, in other words, to me, in that way. And you may want to respond to that. And anything else that you would like to add, because I didn't see any other comments from the board. But I wanted to be open and transparent before we finished.
I would like to start off by thank you for your comments and your board's time to hear us and hear how we anticipate starting the school. I think personally I will take all of the comments that are made and really we'll go over them. That's what we plan to do. We have been in contact, many members of the board have been in contact, yes, with American Preparatory Academy, but we've also been in contact with Excelsior, with George Washington, with a multiple of classical education model schools. And so while yes, it looks like it is a skirt around, we are very much, we love the model. We don't like that American Preparatory is connected to that name. We love the classical education model. We love the rhetoric, the grammar. We love being able to teach the students how to find truth and how to find and be good citizens, be good people, because that's all anybody really wants. You want to raise a generation of good people. That's what we're trying to do. And I think that our school can do that. One education service provider would be a dream. We wouldn't have to work and finagle all these different people. But if we need to and we feel like we can't find just one education service provider, we are open to handling, and as you can see, we are all here. We are willing to put in the work. We are willing to put in and learn where we are weak, where we need to go and how to get there. And we love the feedback. We love being able to, how open your staff is. Hey, how does this look? Give us your feedback. We want to, I know Karen's been trying to set up additional meetings for our board so that we can learn as much as possible, because we are invested in this school. We are invested in the model we are trying to bring.
Any additional comments from the board members as we conclude? You're certainly welcome. We want to hear everything you need to say.
When I think, and I'm not an educator, so I apologize, I don't have fancy language, but when I think of a classical education, I think of some of the literature that has been lost over time, the classical literature. I just bought my daughter's Pride and Prejudice from Jane Austen. My daughters are 11 and 9. I just bought them that so that they can read that when they want to. So when I think of classical education, I think of classical literature. I think going back to the natural sciences, I mentioned that math and science are my two biggest priorities. And I just think focusing on that, focusing on those subjects, literature, science, math, that's what I view as classical. When it comes to this school, the feedback that I've heard and that I also saw when I went to school, which was longer ago than it looks, is uniforms. Teachers I talk to like uniforms, but I also feel that it addresses the bullying pandemic issue that we have in our schools. Youth suicide is something that hits really close to home, and I do feel like that uniforms help with that. It creates an aura and environment of we're all in this together type of a situation. So when I think of classical model, that's what I think of, is those traditional subjects, math, science, literature, classical literature, and then also the culture, the environment of the school where we're all in this together, we take this seriously, and we're going to work hard and have a rigorous educational institution.
I'll just add that I'll be open and honest, and I've said it before, that I have been an employee of American Preparatory Academy. That's where I started my teaching career. So I do have that connection to them, and that's where I learned to love the model. If APS decided to put a bid in and wanted to manage the school and they were the best option, I would not turn that down. And maybe that will lose us some votes. I don't know. I know there are strong feelings on that, but I know that they do a good model. They might have other problems, but I know they do a good model. If George Washington Academy came in, my kids also attended there. I would be so happy to have them manage my school. I just want this model there for my kids. And I know it's going to bless their lives. I know it's going to bless the lives of other people's kids too.
So I've heard repeatedly that model, we might have to hire multiple, or contracts, we might have to get multiple management companies. Is there a reason why you believe a management company is required, or why that's the board's preference as opposed to just hiring employees?
As part of the trainings I attended with Shannon there, we talked about this. There were a couple of them that were dedicated just to this particular topic. And the general feeling I got walking away from those trainings was that most charter schools hire different variety of service providers to meet different needs. And that's fairly customary. And part of the reason why why this board in particular is looking at hiring an educational service provider for those things is because we are not, we don't have the academic and the charter school administration experience that we would need to run those things. But we can operate as a governing body. That is our intention, to be here, to govern, to hold the ESP accountable to the charter. You know, we're really dedicated to the charter. This is kind of it's what we will be granted this charter on or not will be the charter, and so that will be the standard that they're held to. And it'll be a challenge. It'll be a lot of learning along the way. As I've mentioned, we've done a lot of the trainings. We've been here. I feel like every thing that has been asked of us, we have done. And I'm optimistic that that counts for something, and that it's an indicator that in the future we will continue to do what is asked of us to achieve those outcomes, to provide the educational choice for the families in Iron County that they don't have right now.
Thank you. That's a great finish to that, unless there's someone else who wanted to add something else. Thank you, board members, American Principals Academy, for not only making the drive, which when you live in Cedar City, that's kind of what you do. I think sometimes people who live on the Wasatch Front think it's a lot farther to Cedar than Cedar folks think it is up to Salt Lake. So and plus a wonderful place to visit. So thank you for your time, not just today, but all of the work you've done in preparation, attending the trainings, being a part of all of the work and the writing and thinking about the school. We really appreciate your energy and your passion in doing that. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, board members, we're just a little bit past the time we would break for lunch, but you're all fast eaters. Teachers have to be fast eaters, right? Because you don't go to the bathroom, you have 5 minutes to eat, and you got to be back because you got to pick up your kids. They're done. But we still have till 1:40. Can we try to be back 1:37, Director Lambert says 1:37, so we can get back on schedule again. But we'll begin again at 1:40. That's the plan. All right? Lunch, I believe, downstairs, 173. It's typical place. All right, thank you all.
Chair Bowles, can I just make a little reminder the room is open, so if you've been taking notes, I'd suggest taking your notes with you or, yeah.
All right, we're ready, I think. And going by T-Mobile time, we are a minute behind. So let's gather and we're ready to begin. As soon as Dr. Evans is
I'm so close, I promise.
ready, he will move us forward.
Here we go, okay. Welcome back from lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Just as a little refresher for our members of our public who are here and anybody listening, today is a little bit different than what we've had in the past. There we go. So in the past, groups thought that our January meeting was another opportunity to pitch their idea of their school, and today is really about a capacity interview. It's the board's opportunity to see if the group who applied really does have the capacity to open and run a school. It's also an opportunity for them to get additional clarification from the public, from the readers. We have Mr. Sam Gibbs here to help us with that if there are any additional questions about how the readers thought about things. I also have my notes from all of those meetings. So we'll just jump right in to our last capacity interview of the day, which is elevated charter. So a couple of strengths. There we go. The applicants, so like I mentioned earlier, this was originally Quest Prep. They applied last year. They were invited back. Quest Prep brought a new application for Elevated Charter School. They've renamed it. And they also put in a lot of work. And the readers actually noted that. So a lot of the readers really felt very strongly that this group had returned again, had refined their idea, had put work in, and just wanted to really compliment that. Another strength is that this board is made up of individuals with very diverse backgrounds. That's something that is really going to speak well towards the board's capacity to make decisions, having a lot of expertise, and not everybody is from the same background or the same experience on this board. A couple of concerns that the readers noted. There are concerns about how equitable access will be for students, and that students in rural communities or homes with working parents will not be able to participate. This was a concern during the primary application. It was addressed in this application, but readers still felt that there wasn't a clear answer, or there wasn't an answer that really made it clear how students, especially let's say K3, are going to be able to participate without a parent by them. There are concerns by the readers that this school would not survive in this market. I will talk a little bit about that. So in the last 2 years, 6 schools, online schools, have opened up. Every one of those schools in their second year had almost 50% less enrollment than they did their first year. One of those was a district program, which we are pretty sure has already closed because they did not register any enrollment this year. And then one of those is a charter school, which was authorized by a different charter. They had projected to open with over 500 students, and they ended up opening with 66 students. And there are now concerns about whether or not the school can stay open. Funding is having to be repaid. And so readers actually expressed concerns about whether or not another online school could survive in this market. And then there are also questions about how well this program will be able to contribute to positive student outcomes. And so readers expressed some concerns on the application, talking about the highly qualified teachers that were going to be delivering the instruction, but they didn't really feel that there were clear answers on where these teachers were coming from, how they were going to be trained. And so those are the concerns that were shared. At this point, I will read staff's recommendation for Elevated Charter School, and then we will jump into the capacity interview. Staff recommend that the application for Elevated Charter School, a statewide school, not be approved. The applicants took feedback given to them during the application cycle for SY24 and returned this year with a more robust application. Unfortunately, it is unlikely that the market could sustain another online school. The nearly 24 online options, including the 6 that have opened since the pandemic, have been plagued by enrollment issues. One LEA, again, this is the one that was authorized by a different district, has ended up only enrolling 66 students. These schools have experienced closures, restructuring, and requirements to repay funding. In light of this market, the application failed to demonstrate that the school could be successful in drawing away students from an already dwindling enrollment group. Now, after this capacity interview, staff have, if the board feels like there is still an option for this, there are a couple of options or opportunities that the board might want to consider. For example, a statewide school might not be the best option, but rather something that was site-specific, confined to one geographic area instead. There also might be an opportunity to consider looking at either a smaller enrollment or a restricted grade band rather than a K through 12, doing just a 7 through 12. So those are some of the options that exist at this time. And I will now turn it over to Chair Bowles. This is, again, our information for the board members that were listed in the application, and just some other details about the school. And so Chair Bowles, I will turn it over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So elevated charter school board members, please come up and join us at the table. Thank you. As you're coming into place, we always remind everyone to make sure you turn on the speak button as you have to speak. That little red light is meaningful so everyone can hear. So as you're ready to speak, and then you can turn it off after. So welcome. Thank you for making the trek and for being here, for all of your work up to this point. We appreciate you being here and helping us. Will you each introduce yourselves? At this point, we're just saying who from the board and directors present, any individuals as you're representing the school. Go ahead.
I'm Amy Edwards. I'm the board chair, and we are not missing any board members. This is our full board.
Good.
I'm Robert Marks, and I'm the treasurer for the board.
I am Mary Kavanaugh, and I am a member at large.
I'm Tyler Nelson, and I'm the vice chair.
I'm Jessica Ellis, I'm the secretary.
Wonderful. Thank you each for introducing yourselves. That helps us to know who you are. So board members will follow the same protocol. If you'll ask your regular questions, and then we'll have room for additional questions at the end. Thanks.
Good afternoon. We'll start with this first question. Do any of you or anyone who has worked on the application have any financial interest in the application? And if so, please describe.
So I am, it's my plan to be the director of the school. And I'm really happy you asked that question because someone did make a comment last year and I didn't get a chance to address it. This would actually not be financially beneficial for me. I have a very good position. I would be stepping down and doing more hours for less money. But my 3 children are grown and I'm very passionate about this. And so that's why it's absolutely worth it to me to work in that capacity.
I have no financial interest in this.
I do not have financial interest.
Hello. Can we have each board member describe their experience with this charter school?
Okay, so this started out as me. I'm a 30-year professional educator, and this started out from my experience, things that I saw along the way as a teacher and a parent that I loved, that worked really well for students, and things that I didn't, and taking the things that I loved, and kind of that was the seed. And then I reached out to several people with different backgrounds and connections to them, and together we like finessed which of those things would work. I think I started with too many ideas, and I love this board. They helped narrow it down to some very workable, cohesive elements. But like I said, I've been a teacher in on-site public school, on-site charter school, online charter school for the last 6 years. I actually helped create a program in a different state that's very similar to this, although not the same because there are things about it I don't love. I also homeschooled my 3 children. They're all in college right now, so I have some more time to devote to this kind of project, and super supportive family.
So I've been in banking and finance for over 30 years. I was certified internal auditor and certified regulatory compliance manager. I'm the board chair for the American Bankers Association Regulatory Compliance Schools. I've been on that board for 12 plus years and on the faculty for 10 of those, 11 of those. I have 7 children, 6 of whom I raised. Not alone. My wife did the work. Trust me. We've had our children in public schools, in charter schools. We did homeschool. I grew up in the military, so I've lived in different countries and different states, all within the Department of Defense education system. I was at one school that had a graduating class of 31. That was very, very small, the smallest school I had been in. When I received a phone call asking if I would be interested in assisting with the board, I said, absolutely yes. I'm looking to be able to give back to my community. I'm looking to give back to the next generations. I have skills with finance and business planning, controls, governance that I can bring to the table to help make sure that how are things actually being done? It's one thing to have a great idea. It's another to do it in a compliant fashion. It's an entirely different matter to do it in a way that is sustainable. So I bring that to the table, and I was very excited when I received the invitation to join the board.
So I have worked with kids for 26 years, whether it be teaching in a public school, charter school, private school, or now I run 3 daycares. So when she came and asked me to be on the board, I said yes, just because working with, somehow working with kids eventually, hopefully. And so I do management, and so hopefully that will be a part of it in the long run. And just getting to work with Amy again was also a plus.
My background's not primarily in education. I'm a physician, and so most of my experience has been from the student perspective. I've had many years of education, but I am currently serving I actually work as an assistant adjunct clinical professor with Rocky Vista Medical School in Ivins, Utah, and so I have that experience. And growing up, my father served on our local school board. I have 5 kids that have gone through, they either have completed or most of the way through their education here in Utah. And I've served on both our hospitals board. I'm currently serving on our board of managers of our physician medical group. It's 180 physicians. And so I've worked in leadership positions as in the hospital and in our and from a business perspective. And so I bring that to the table. And that's how I've gotten involved and hope to contribute.
Hi. So my background is, I always call alternative education. I was a director of a Boys and Girls Club, and I also worked for a nonprofit that taught computational thinking and programming. And what we taught was teachers how to teach it. And I've gotten to do that on several different continents. And I have a real love for alternative education. I have seen many kids flourish when they are offered something that's not kind of the standard that works for everybody. I happen to raise children who all kind of fit the mold. And so I really love the opportunities. I've also worked with a lot of really socioeconomically disadvantaged and English as a second language population of kids. And I feel like I understand some of the difficulties that are unique to that population. I came to the board, I was aware that Amy was thinking of doing something different and offer something different in Utah, and it was really important to me. I actually had a son at the time who had graduated from BYU and had a totally remote job. Like his first job out turned out to be totally remote. My current job is I work for a completely remote company. And then I watched, the honorary nephews and nieces as they came out and often were getting these remote jobs and started talking about, yes, we love living in Utah, but they kind of see marriage and raising their kids a little differently and with a lot more flexibility. And my own son has said to me, I would love to live in a community I love, but if I can take my kid during the school year to
Washington DC for 2 weeks, I don't want him to miss 2 weeks of school. Like, how do you do that? And so in talking to Amy and with the idea that you can keep your child with you, but still have a classroom experience, because I personally, as I hear about a lot of other online schools, the idea of a lot of kids I know being just on their own with a computer wouldn't really work for them. But if they have a teacher in a classroom they're participating in, that would be an entirely different thing. And I have seen that model work for kids before. That's my experience. Thank you.
I feel like you guys have answered the question I was assigned to ask very well, so I'm going to ask a slightly different variation of this question that nobody should get too upset about. I'm supposed to ask you how you all came together as a board for this application, but I think you just answered that pretty well. But I would like to know is, why did you reach out to these particular individuals? Did you reach out to anybody else who told you, are you crazy? No way. And like, what
I'm
drove
actually
those?
also interested if I'm her fifth choice.
Yeah.
It was a little bit of a chain reaction, actually. So one of the benefits of getting older is acquiring people, acquaintances, connections that have diverse backgrounds and that are experts in different areas. And I feel really lucky. Some of them I know very well. Some of them are friends of friends. My husband recommended I invite Rob. I said, we don't have a business. Like, we don't have a compliance financial business person. And my husband's like, Robert. And I'm like, oh yeah. But I knew he was really busy with his job, but he said yes. So I did ask a couple people who didn't have the time to do it. So there were more invitations, although this is my pick of the litter, so to speak. So I'm super happy how it worked out. When we first came in, we also had someone from California who had administrated a school, and he was very helpful with a lot of governance questions in general, like best practices, but he had no intention of moving, and we didn't want to create a California school, like recreate a California school. So we all decided, and he completely agreed, that he would step down as we moved into the second year, fine-tune some things, and focused very much on our governance seemed to be fine, so he had done his duty with that, and we really needed to focus on what Utah students needed, and he knew that wasn't his area, so he has stepped away. But I got really lucky, actually.
Thank you. That was entertaining and informative.
You talked about one of the gaps that you filled and took care of. What are other gaps, if any, that you feel are on this board, and how do you intend to remedy those?
Start, and then the rest you have to talk. I since it is statewide, one of the other things that I looked for to continue answering that was a variety of geographic locations. So I have Provo and St. George, and right outside Salt Lake, and also right outside. I'm better toward the middle and I'm in Springville. But I would love to have more representation going forward with northern Utah, because we are missing that, and there are some rural areas out there that are in need, would really benefit from a school like this. So I think the areas of expertise are covered, but I would like to see people recruited from more corners of Utah, since it's a statewide and we want to know, what do you need in your corner?
I have someone from Blanding in San Juan that we're trying to, if we move forward, try and course, because that is the corner. Yeah. Well, also, if Amy applies for the director position and moves on, then I think we would all agree we would want someone with a lot more formal education experience to join the board. So that, yeah, obviously she'd be busy.
You did touch on this a little bit, but looking for you to elaborate and give some specifics in the details of how you came to choose this educational model. For your case, it would be online and statewide. And then specifics to the curriculum that you're contemplating, making your own, buying, et cetera. And what other things educational models did you consider?
So the educational model, I will say that as we read like the reader's report and stuff, my experience reading that was this model is already successful in other places. So there was a lot of questions of like whether something could work. For example, there was a question about whether elementary school kids could participate in a live online class without a parent sitting next to them. And so for me, I have actually watched that happen successfully several times. And so I think this model came about, that it really did start off with a whole lot of ideas, and we, brought it down. But there is nothing in this model that at least a couple of us don't have an experience firsthand of seeing work totally successfully. And that was really what we kind of focused on, was what do we know works successfully and meets a need that is not being met in Utah right now. But a well-trained teacher really can take a class of first graders and keep their attention, and the parents do not need to be sitting in a chair next to them to keep their attention on the screen. So when I say we never considered like a brick and mortar model, or something like that. That was never considered. This started out, but I would say it was greatly fine-tuned. There were other ideas thrown in there on top of, but this was kind of the fine-tuned one.
I think another thing we considered early on was, does it need to be synchronous learning? And I think as we thought through it, we wanted to recreate the classroom experiences as closely as possible. We want the teachers to see the students, to see, if it's a blank stare or if they're smiling. And we want there to be accountability. We don't want this just to be a YouTube school, where they just log in whenever and just watch the video. They're too young. They need to have that interaction. And so those were things, but we talked about it. At first I don't think we were sold from day one that was what we were going to do. But as we discussed it, I think we came to that conclusion that we want this to be a classroom, not just a tutoring model, or some sort of supplemental learning. And so that's another thing that, early on we kind of dialed in.
We have, we changed a little bit from the first year based on your feedback. So initially, this was synchronous, and when we presented, we got to that point where it was definitely synchronous, and some of the feedback was the amount of time, too much time put onto the parents where kids were not actually in class. So in the new application, we increased the time they would be in class live with a teacher, not always, so they have not sitting still, structured, especially for the little ones, but definitely more time where a live teacher is there and they get on in the morning meeting where they are all together with a cohort teacher, and then a lot more support. So math class is not just a couple days a week. There's a couple direct instruction days and then there's support days, but there's definitely the kids are engaged for a little bit more time than when we initially brought it in the year before.
So knowing that that has changed since the last time that we heard from you, or from last year, could you talk us through the typical day of a student with these adjustments and what that would look like for maybe a third grader, let's say? Could you walk us through that?
I'm going to pass out. We brought kind of some visual aids because we could tell. We felt last time sometimes you're kind of having trouble seeing it, and also we saw that in the reader's report, one of the concerns was, would we be able to get materials to kids on time and stuff? And so we're going to just show you. Amy, you can talk about like the procedure of what it will be, and I don't have one for each of you, but Just,
That's
this is what
great.
they're going to get in the mail.
That's great, and I
Well, sort
appreciate
of.
that
It's
because I
very bare
remember we had
bones.
talked about that shipping process in the past, and what that would look like.
So, and I'll let Rob talk about the logistics of shipping because he has direct experience with that. And it's very bare bones, so forgive us. Until we go forward, there's only so much that we could do. But one of the things that so a typical day would be, and I can speak to this because right now I helped a program develop and I am teaching 3 live online synchronous classes for a school in a different state. We didn't hurt your computer, right? Okay. And so in the morning, they would come into what we would call a cohort meeting. No, let's save her computer. We love computers with our school. Okay, so they would come into a cohort meeting. They would say the Pledge of Allegiance. There would be a very little lesson on like growth mindset or a study skill or a test skill. Like we're talking like a 10-minute lesson. And I have personally done these kinds of lessons before. So I know they have to be really short, very generalized, but it just sort of brings them all together and they get excited. And then they would move into their different classes, and the schedule is a little customizable. There's some choice. The more students there are, the more choice there is because, you can offer more classes if you have 50 third graders versus, 25. They're all in the same language arts if there's only 25 of them. And each of those classes is taught by a teacher who focuses on teaching language arts or teaching math, even at that elementary level. My own son went to a school that tried this, and I was intrigued by that. And because he had the greatest experience with, he had a science teacher who was just super nerdy into science, just really. And I know as an elementary credentialed teacher, I should not teach any of your children science. Like that's just not my area, but technically I'm allowed to. So they would have a teacher who gets to focus and is excited about that. In between, there's breaks in between classes, especially for the little ones for wiggle time, and that can be directed or they can have a break. Obviously, children under the age of 12, which has nothing to do with school, have to have a parent at home. But the parents are not in any way needed to help the children get through the lessons. And I've personally witnessed that. I'm working in a program that has kindergarten through 6th grade synchronous classes. The parents are not having to do anything except be home, so their 6-year-old is not home alone. But we are finding more parents who are working from home, so they like their children at home, but they don't want to be the ones doing the instruction because they're not available to teach them. They are available to be the supervision to make sure they don't light the house on fire, right? Any of you have fire bugs in your families? So for the little ones, the parents are there. There were some sample weeks in the application, and if you can see, as they get older, the classes get longer. I have taught 45-minute, 2nd grade classes. That's even hands-on and taking breaks to sing songs and jump up and down. That's about it. And then we take a break and they go to the next class. But I've also taught hour-and-a-half 6th grade classes where they can stay as long as it's very interactive and engaging, which is the other part of having it be synchronous that I like, that it can be interactive. It's very, very hard to get a kid to watch an online asynchronous video for even 20 minutes. They tune out after about 5 minutes and then they can't pass the quiz. I've had so many students have that happen to them. So one of the things that I would touch on is I understand the marketing concern and I understand the readers, really the only thing you have to compare it to is other online schools. But I would offer, this is not like any online school Utah currently offers. Most of them are asynchronous. Most of them are grades 7 through 12. And the ones that are synchronous, a couple of them are outsourced and the teachers are not licensed or they're contractors. They don't work for the school. All of our teachers would be invested in the culture of this school and these kids and building that whole synchronous. Tyler was saying, we want to recreate the classroom in their living room or their car or their RV or wherever they are.
So, so the concern about things being shipped on time, so one of the things that actually to like kind of build excitement about the upcoming month would be that they would receive their boxes. They would look just like this. They would receive their boxes 3 weeks before a new month begins. And one of the things that the teacher would do is say, today, tomorrow is going to be unboxing day. And the kids are they open their box. There's a checklist of everything that should be in there. They check it off. The teacher asks to hold up each item, age appropriate, right? So that everybody makes sure they have everything in the box that they need. If there is, for any reason, something missing, we have more than enough time to get that to them because we do unboxing day way ahead of time. And so that's the idea. And then we do anticipate, of course, there'll be some fooling around with something they found in the box or something, but that's just about learning. Like that's, about learning, okay, put it aside now and don't use the red construction paper because you need that later, and really learning all those lessons. In addition, at the beginning of the school year, they will receive a box that is their ongoing, like, annual supplies that, if they need scissors, if they need rubber bands, if they need paper clips, like whatever they're going to need, or their folders that they're going to do, everything will come at the beginning of the year or of the semester. That might be a 2 thing. They tend to run out of tape pretty fast. So, but because also we will be sending monthly boxes to everybody, if there is something that an additional thing that they need, they will be able to put them in the boxes. But we won't ever have a kid in a situation where, well, the boxes all got shipped out on Thursday and they need it on Monday. We're not going to, to risk something like that. So that's our plan. That's what the boxes will look like. And we think the kids will be very excited when they arrive. And our instructions to them, well, you can't open it until unboxing day.
And all the items are consumables, I'm assuming then? So you're not expecting to get these items back? Right.
We are going to get the Chromebooks back.
Yeah, those, yeah.
And
I'm just thinking as a teacher, and even as an administrator, and that's to be that prepared 3 weeks out or a month out, like even I'd have to be, as a teacher, I'm a month ahead because I have to know what's going in that box. I'm just processing in my own head, that's all.
Of course that's true. I will say, just to I taught an Internet of Things STEM project with things that basically look like bombs, and I had to ship them to England, 2 months ahead of time to teach a class of 3rd graders who are they were they had a school over there that was called Classroom at Home. Like that was the program. And so everything got shipped to the school. So it is a different mindset. I have a mother who is an elementary school teacher, and she said, wow, she goes, that's way ahead of time. And she's like, but that'll be tough year 1. Yeah. Like year 2, we'll have it down, right? But year 1 is going to be when it's hard, but we'll figure it out.
I think people live up to expectations. And so if you say, this is the way we're doing it, be prepared or else. When I was in grade school, K through 12, I'd have teachers postpone tests, cancel assignments. I was so frustrated. Then I get to college, and the whole semester was lined out. I knew exactly when my midterm was going to be. I knew every homework assignment, and they didn't change. So it can be done. You just need to set the expectation.
I agreed.
So-
It's just, I think, I was just thinking about that and the support and the professional development that might need to be in place for these teachers. And I think, like Member Bassett was saying, I think just knowing what that would look like years.
And I think charter schools in general can be a little more nimble because they do have, a goal. They have a mission statement where you're just run-of-the-mill elementary school. They're just getting by. And I mean, not everyone, but I feel like people who buy into the charter school idea are saying, hey, we want something different for our kids. We want something different from our organization. And I think you can make changes quicker because the school, rather than a school district of 70 schools or something, it's like we're the school, and it's much easier to make changes and set expectations. At least I believe.
I would love to share with you. Yesterday morning, I taught 2 synchronous online classes. I taught 6th grade ancient history. We're doing ancient history. First day of ancient Greece, they're supposed to color in their map. We start with geography. And 27 kids online. One of them hadn't printed out the map, and I had a link ready, but her printer doesn't work. And one of them was in a car. They were on their way going somewhere. And you deal with it. And I just acknowledged that, and I said, that's okay. The class is available. The class slides and the key to the map are all available after the class. And I said, just stay with us, learn all about the geography of ancient Greece. It's really interesting. And then, so you will need to color your map after class when you print your page. And that happens with every ancient civilization I teach. There's at least one kid who didn't print out the map. But they still, you know what? Every single time I've gotten that map turned in, it took them an extra day. So I have dealt with that personally, and it works, but it doesn't work perfectly, and there are hiccups. But you train teachers to roll with that and still engage them, and it's still interesting. You get to see slides of what ancient Greece looked like, and it's still fun. It's not just now color blue, now color. It's a different platform of teaching. It does take some training, but it can be done. And they can learn a different way. Having taught both ways, I don't think one is harder. I just think they're different.
And as far as we were talking about kind of like the hiccups like that, like we anticipate there will be my electricity's out or the down internet, but we won't have snow days, right? And we won't, our teachers won't get in a fender bender on the way to classrooms. So any school model you have is going to have the hiccups that happen, and our hiccups will just look a little different than a brick and mortar hiccup.
So board, I've really enjoyed our interaction today. You've got a fantastic board, and it's been nice to visit with you. I enjoyed our interaction last time. Dr. Nelson, you were in Scrubs remote the last time on the big screen. It's great to have you here in person with us. And a couple things I appreciate about your application is that you went in and addressed some of the things that we asked you about the last time, some of the concerns that we'd expressed, and I really appreciate that. My question for you, and Ms. Edwards, you commented on this already a little bit. My question is about risk, what risks and challenges you face and what you've done to try to address them, or what you're doing. And obviously one of the biggest challenges that's before us, because Dr. Evans commented about it earlier, is just the challenge with market trends and enrollment, some of those sorts of things. So I'd love to have you comment on that a little bit more than you have already, and address any other risks and challenges that you see.
So in our first application a year ago, we actually had a pretty detailed market analysis. We had a firm that has worked with huge names internationally do a statewide survey, and there was a very high interest in this. Because it was synchronous, all of the key elements, they loved that it was synchronous. They loved the kids were going to get the boxes and be hands-on, so it wasn't just digital. And we did not include that in this year's application because in August when we came, the feedback, not just to us, the feedback to everyone was, don't worry about having a detail, don't hire an expensive firm to do a deep market analysis. But we have had that done, and there was a lot of interest. Even people who said they wouldn't put their kids in online school would definitely put their kids in if it's synchronous and it's this kind of model. They liked having their kids at home when COVID hit, but they don't want to homeschool them. They don't want to be. So the parent who wants to be the homeschooler, we are not their school. We're a school for the parent who wants the licensed teacher doing the instruction, but they like that they have a little more access to what is being heard. We heard from parents who said when their kids came home from the pandemic, they were a little concerned as they now were hearing some of the stuff that was happening. They were, and now that parents' jobs have changed and they can be at home. So there were elements of it they really liked. So we did have that, and we didn't include it this time. I can definitely provide it after this with more detail. And I'm
No,
going to let you
and I'm
guys.
sorry to interrupt. No, I remember that from the last time,
Okay,
and that
okay,
was
great.
very helpful. So I'm not faulting you for not having included that in this second go-round. But considering the time that's gone by and the opportunity we've had to watch what's happened in the last year, I don't know, tell me your thoughts about it. Obviously, you guys are different, and I appreciate you explaining some of those differences. That's very helpful. But I'd love some more comments on that.
The idea was not a response to the pandemic. So the idea was hatched way before the pandemic, actually, not way before, months before. It was not in response to the pandemic. I feel the feedback I've heard from parents is that a lot of the online that happened in the last 2 years was in response to the pandemic, and it was a lot of teachers who were not specifically trained to teach online. They just had to do what they do in the classroom online because of what was happening. That is a very different experience than what we are proposing. We're proposing putting teachers through, there are programs at various universities that specify and certifying for online teaching. I went to Google Camp last summer. It was actually really fun, and they do it every summer for educators, and they give you all the latest technology and instructional tools and train teachers on the best methodologies. So I think some of sending the kids back to school trend that we're seeing, what I hear from parents is, well, it was not good at home, what they did. It was, my kids were bored or my kids weren't engaged, but that's not what we're proposing to deliver to those kids. And when we have described what we're proposing, parents have been very positive about wanting that. They've brought up issues of bullying, they've brought up issues of wanting to travel and not having to have their kid miss 2 weeks of school. I have a student who I work with right now who's going to go to Boston and Washington, D.C., but he's not going to have to miss any classes in order to do that. And his parents are excited. I've had kids who are sick still be in live class, and even though they're not as engaged because they don't feel good, and then we give them permission to turn their camera off, at least they're hearing the instruction firsthand rather than having to try and catch up with a packet later.
Sometimes when I'm just sitting at home, I don't think I need anything from the store. I don't need a sweater. I don't need extra snacks. But I go out to the store and suddenly I'm like, oh, I don't have a shirt like that. Or wow, those snacks look really good. Right now, our product's not on the market. We have some ideas, but no one's seen it. And I think and this is a real risk. Honestly, maybe no one's signed. Everyone tells me they're interested. I get moms saying, hey, aren't you on a school board or something? What's your school? I'm like, no, we're still, state school board, those guys. We're trying to get past. But people keep asking me, and I mentioned it like a year ago to them. I haven't brought it up, but they're like, don't you have some school thing? We want to know more. So there's interest out there, but until we have the product, until we're up and running, people won't know that they want us. People won't know that this is what they're interested in. Now, there is a good chance that we set this all up and no one shows up. It could happen. We don't know, but we are doing what we can to put forth the best product that when people hear about what we're doing or see what we're doing, they'll say, well, yeah, I quit that online school because it was, McDonald's, this is In-N-Out, or whatever. Like, it may sound the same, but it's not the same. And I don't know all the schools. I haven't attended these schools that are losing enrollment. And so I can't comment specifically on why I think they're not succeeding. But I just know that, we won't know for sure if we're going to be successful attracting students, but we're not going to know but you guys have done, you probably have more years of experience. You'll say, hey, these guys have some good ideas. Maybe they would succeed. Maybe they would draw more students than these other schools that we approved in 2019 or whatever. Maybe we're a better product. I don't know. I'm not so cocky that I think, oh yeah, for sure we are. I think there's a good chance we have a good product. And that's why, I don't know, but the other 4 you're going to kill me for saying this. I'm saying like, hey, we're presenting. What do you guys think? Is this a good idea? I mean, I'm a parent here in Utah. If you guys think what we're doing is amazing, hey, give us a shot. We'll do our best. And maybe we'll fail. Maybe. But not because we're not trying and not because we haven't tried to bring in the talent that can do it. It's because, hey, you're right. The market, parents aren't interested. But we're going to do our best, and we're not going to know until we actually put it all together.
I was just looking this up actually a few days ago, and because I felt like this was true, and it is true that there are 3 times more people in Utah working fully remote than there were 3 years ago, and that's not changing. And also 46% of all people with full-time jobs in Utah are offered a hybrid. I happen to know a couple of couples who they're hybrid, they each need to be in the office 1 or 2 days a week, and it's not the same 1 or 2 days a week, right? Like everything's a little different. And it feels that way. I mean, just like I mentioned before, none of us would have imagined 5 years ago that we'd have our kids graduating from college. And I mean, my kid works from the BYU baseball stadium, because his job's totally remote and apparently not that hard. So they are in this whole different world where, when the Padres were going to face the Dodgers, he was on a plane and he was working during the day and going to playoff games and losing his voice, right? I didn't get to do that when I was straight out of college. I mean, this doesn't exist. And when they talk about their kids' educational opportunities, they just don't talk the same way that we did. And I think that this model addresses a change. And, I just showed my kids like the Chris Farley SNL sketch about living in a van down by the river. That used to be a bad thing. And now it's what they all are aspiring to, right? So it's there, but they're really talking about it. And I have all of these young 20-somethings who are getting married and starting their families and talking about what their future looks like. And their future is going to need something different than what we wanted.
Yeah, I've stopped giving my kids advice because anything that I knew is changing so rapidly. Are we teaching cursive?
I love cursive.
Okay,
We are teaching cursive.
I guess we're still teaching cursive, but the point is time changes, and you're right, there are different needs.
Yes.
And if I could bring up an example from my experience with the American Bankers Association, we run 4 schools a year, anywhere from 50 to 250 students at a time. It costs several $1,000s to attend. The company, each company has to pay their own way. We have a faculty staff. When COVID hit, we flipped from a 100% in-person to a 100% virtual and did not miss a beat. Now that things are being lifted, we're moving to, some schools are fully in-person, combination of in-person and online, and then some are 100% virtual. And there is a very strong demand for both. From a professional perspective, it's one thing to take off an entire week, but in seat, learning about the most exciting thing you can think of, bank compliance regulations, 8 hours a day. It's like a cruise though, because you can eat all day long, there's snacks all day long, there's no clock on the wall, so you don't know how much time has gone by. But you're in there for 5, 6, 7 days. There are some people that cannot get away from their jobs for that long. So they were excited for a virtual option. Here, we are not, for this school, we are not everything for everyone. We are not the anti-public school. We are not the unschool. We are not the homeschool. We are not the check the box to meet the minimum requirements so that my child can get a diploma. This is taking the best of in-person and recognizing that there are those individuals that have a need and some a desire for synchronous virtual learning. This is what we can meet, and this is what we are presenting to you.
And it just goes along with that, and that it's natural that within this environment that we're proposing, teaching digital education. I started doing that this year with my 6th and 7th graders. Digital safety online. COVID opened up a whole other problem with kids being on computers, giving them computers that are issued from a school that has security embedded where someone can be paying attention to what they're actually on and blocking different things while still letting them learn. So that was something we also added this year. It was in our discussions before, but it wasn't in the old application, but it's been highlighted in this one, that digital education, helping those kids gain those skills that they will need to move into a world of work that is different for all of us in this room, probably. I'm scrambling to keep up with all the technology. Jessica's not, she's our tech person, but teaching the kids that even starting in elementary school. And for example, my 6th graders, they get something they can print out, but there's always a digital version, a link. So if they want to do it digitally, and then by the time they get into 7th, 8th, and then high school, definitely, it moves much more digital. Now they're doing digital presentations. They're engaging more in the digital. So their boxes get a little smaller because more of their work is digital. So that being able to do that, which is also one of the reasons we want to start earlier. We don't want to start with 7th grade. We want to start younger than 7th grade and be integrating all that.
And I just want to address the last risk that I think was brought up, which was, can we get internet to everybody in Utah? So I have not found a place, and we went searching in the last year, that a Verizon hotspot doesn't work to Zoom quality. But just so you know, we took it next level. I have a brother who is a geophysicist who has been to Dead Horse, Alaska, all over rural Montana, places much more crazy than anything we have in Utah. And I've made him Zoom me from all of these places for 20 continuous minutes. He doesn't always have 20 minutes that he wants to talk to me, but he's done it and we have not failed. Now, Starlink would be the exceptional exception, right? If there really is some kid who insists on living in a cave somewhere in Utah, then we can Starlink them up. But this is not an issue of access for anybody who lives in Utah. We can get to them.
All right, board members, this is an opportunity now for you to ask any additional questions you might have that have come up as we've discussed, or that you had reading the applications, haven't had answered. Member Smith.
This isn't really a question, it's just a comment. As I was reading, it seemed like a lot of the, and as I remember from the last time you were speaking to us, a lot of the question was around this requirement for a parent to be present, and how the present, and this is an issue of opportunity and equity and all these kinds of things. I love that you have brought up that so many more parents and other caregivers have remote jobs. I love that you've addressed the ability for them to not need to be focused on the child the entire time, right? And they're not doing the instruction. They don't even have to be sitting next to the kid, right? You have to have someone there. So I think you've done a lot of work to mitigate those concerns. The other thing I would say is we have a lot of virtual schools already in Utah that we've never been concerned about that before, right? So we've never been to someone and said, you can't offer your virtual first grade because you have to have a parent coach and that might not work for you. Sorry, that's it, just a comment.
Good comment. Anyone else additional? Can I ask I probably asked this last fall again too, just because academics are so important to me, but can you talk to me about the curriculum itself? We've kind of talked about how it will be delivered, quite a bit about how it would be delivered and how students can access the work, and that you said in the first year or so it's going to be more difficult getting the boxes out and things like that, or eventually being able to access electronically. But what is the curriculum?
Okay, there's a reason we didn't answer that. No. Honestly, the program that I teach for right now, I am allowed to create I create all my own lessons. I create the slides. I choose the videos. I like that as a teacher. I'm that teacher who wants to do that. There are 25 teachers in that program teaching K through 6. Some of them do that. Some of them use a standardized curriculum as their backbone, and then they supplement with some of these activities that are a little more online friendly, engage online instead of in-person lessons. So what we put in the application, we didn't list specific curriculum because we want to decide on that. We want to choose it, but it will definitely be standardized, aligned to Utah standards. Some national curriculum works fine, but more the social studies a lot of times needs to be Utah specific. Some of the sciences do. And we really want to give our teachers the choice. We want them to have the support of, okay, we're going to select. And we have, if you said go today, we have quite a few months, and the first thing would be, okay, we need to choose. But we want them to have a curriculum that they could go to that's completely standardized and that can really help them and support them, especially if we're asking them to plan months in advance. But we also want to allow them the freedom to create. I think that's something very appealing as a teacher. It's one of the reasons that I chose to teach with the program I do currently, because they didn't tell me, here's this book, teach this book cover to cover. I don't want to do that as a teacher, but I do make sure that I'm getting all the standards, all the skills in all the areas. So it would be standards driven for our more experienced teachers ready to take those standards and do some fantastic fun activities that are really creative, then great. For those teachers who need a little more support, then there would be a standardized curriculum that would be there. And we have some qualifications for that in the application about it being standards aligned, a little more project-based, digital friendly, things like that, so it would work within this platform.
Okay. And have you looked for some curriculums like that already that you know you can meet that need?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, McGraw-Hill has some stuff, not so much for the social studies because that needs to be specific. McGraw-Hill has some good project-based, it's got the core and then it's got some project-based ideas. Edgenuity is a good asynchronous program, but would need the synchronous component pulled in. So there are curriculums out there that are engaging and aligned to the standards that we've identified, but we didn't want to commit to one until we were moving forward and we could really give it some really time consideration.
Yeah, rather than identifying, we will move forward with McGraw-Hill. It's, here is the high-level standard that we will meet so that it gives the board flexibility and gives the director flexibility to meet the standard as opposed to us painting ourselves into a box. That was advice given to us in one of the early training sessions by the board.
Sure. And the social studies only is Utah specific, probably at 4th and 7th, yeah, only. So, but you have then also within, so you'd have standards. Are you talking about the state course standards then, that's the standard that you'd follow, the state standards, and then you'd say, we need you to reach each of those state standards so that you don't have gaps and overlaps grade to grade, right? Yeah. And you'll find sometimes parents are the ones who push back. There's not a textbook for me to help my student or to do extra practice and work with them. Just so you know that in my experience over time, that's where they push back a lot. Parents want, particularly with mathematics.
There is, but the nice thing is there are a lot of online options that are aligned to the standards too. Generation Genius is amazing for science. Khan Academy is really nice to give to parents as a backup, and that was developed with standards in mind. So there are also along in the family of digital education, there are some online things that we can do, but also, yes, we do have those parents. I would have been one of those, wanted that. I need a book in front of me. And so we're looking for something that offers both, which is one of the things we like about some of them, but we don't want to definitely commit to one
Even though
yet.
their children may be more digital natives, parents are not always. And so to have that print text is useful to them. Even Khan Academy doesn't always match what we have in place with our standards, so you have to pick and choose. The reason I say that's a lot of work. You're an exceptional teacher to want to do that, which is wonderful. Others of us who teach would like to do that probably as well, but we know that that first year, like you said, the first year would be really overwhelming to make sure that that's all done, because it's overwhelming for a new teacher just coming into a classroom, and now to do it in a new platform makes it even more challenging because they have to learn how to do it in new ways. You talked about, though, getting those teachers training. So I'm hearing a lot of startup cost. You're going to have Chromebooks. You have to do a lot of first-year curriculum development. You're going to have to be able to get training for teachers. There's a lot of expense up front. Can you talk a little bit about that financial arrangement, how that would work?
Certainly, and if I can make one minor correction, Amy said earlier, the first thing we would do when we receive approval for the charter school is to go out and get the curriculum. Actually, the first thing is we'll get directors and officers insurance. That's the first thing on the list.
Whatever Rob says.
Yeah. From a financial perspective, we are looking at how can we get the Chromebooks so that we have enough for the students, including a buffer, because there will be those that break, there will be those where new students come and go. We will identify a facility where we can keep all of the materials. We'll have part-time staff to handle the shipping of that. We'll have flex staff to handle the IT support for that. When we go in to make the purchase of the Chromebooks, we will also be looking to negotiate ongoing support for that, so that if there's a problem with the monitor, we don't have the teacher or the director trying to troubleshoot that type of IT. So we're looking to build that into the agreement. I did see a comment from one of the readers that it appears that we already have an agreement with somebody for something. We don't. We have ideas. We have spoken with individuals. We've asked for potential costs. What would be the cost for management? Because that was one of the things that changed from last year to this year. Rather than me taking that on or in the interim and then hiring somebody to manage all of those aspects. Red Apple is one of those that came and did training through the board. There are others that offer those services as well. So we've looked into all of those costs. We have budgeted to be able to purchase the Chromebooks, ship the Chromebooks both there and back, the materials to the students, obtaining the materials, a good salary for the teachers, a good retirement benefit allowance for the teachers. We've factored all of that in. What we don't have is we won't have debt to manage for a physical location. There was a comment about how do we expect to get the low interest rate. I took that straight from the materials from the board. If that ends up being higher, it ends up being higher. It's an interest rate. I don't know if it's set by the state, by the Board of Education, or who sets that interest rate. We've built in as much of a reserve as we could. We do have some budgeted for teachers to be able to do other types of activities for their students. This is not everybody go pick something and we'll just sign a blank check. That is also part of a buffer if we need to pay more to teachers, if we need different materials. As I mentioned, we have a location to be able to keep all of that. I know last year I was hopefully not flippant when I said I have 30 plus years of experience in shipping for small businesses. We do have that baked into it this time, a physical location with resources, with staff to be able to handle that, the shipping back and forth. So we do have all of that covered. From the training perspective, there are a lot of free training options out there for teachers. We're not looking to launch this school this academic year. So we do have time to be able to put the program together to identify those additional resources. We do have budgeted for those resources. Yes, it'll be expensive, but we did bake that into the budget with some flexibility, knowing that some things will cost more, some things will cost less. Likely, most things will cost more, some things will cost less. And we will work through that as we can. We've built in that reserve. We've built in a line item for if the school does have to be shut down, what are those costs? That is now a line item as opposed to just a mention within the application. And we have a few of the items that are nice to haves that can be pared back so that we can absolutely provide the must-haves. We did not want to come to you and say, here is the bare minimum we need, and not make that. We wanted to show you that here is what we need to run the program we're looking to do, and we can do it with less if we need to.
Some of my favorite training that I've actually received for teaching live online, because I was definitely an older dog learning new tricks, is a monthly 45-minute meeting with all the teachers who were in the program teaching live online, different amounts of experience doing that, and just sharing, ooh, this worked really well. You should try this, or this did not work. The kids did this, this, and this, turn off the chat, except directly to the teacher. It's one of the things we learned. But that didn't cost the school anything extra. That is 45 minutes of their school day once a month, and it was incredibly helpful just to see what other teachers, and that teachers had different personalities. You know, you've got your super crafty teachers and your super musical teachers and your really organized teachers. So we were looking at, how did you organize your Google Classroom? Oh, that's really cool. Okay, but you did this really neat experiment, but they were all online. So how did you actually do that? So they were engaged and it was still fun. And so that's some of the training we're talking about, but also formal training. Rob has he's budgeted for that too.
Wonderful. And of course, that's so important because and that's the reason we ask these questions, because we don't want to say, oh, just go forward and not prepare you for all the things that would help you to be successful. And so you have to have all those teachers in place. They have to be ready to go. You have to have all of the Chromebooks ready to go. I mean, all of those logistics that you know about. With that, let me ask another financial question. I have two more, and then I don't know if anybody else has any addition, but one is, what would be, if for the program that you would like to have, what's your break even? How many students do you need to enroll in order to do that?
Technology's great until it's not. I installed a new printer at my house this morning to print this before I came. Here we go. And I'm getting older
I've been
too.
doing the same thing, so.
Go. So break-even enrollment for the first year of education would be 198 students. And what that factors in is, if there are more students, there would be more teachers, there would be more Chromebooks, there would be more materials.
Right.
However, part of this setup for this, of course, would be identifying enrollment early so that we can determine what are the volumes we will need to purchase. And then moving forward with that. We're not planning on purchasing 110% of the full enrollment in Chromebooks just to potentially have a third of those sitting around.
Right. And knowing that, kids don't always come in even batches either. So, you may still have to hire a teacher and you have a very small second grade, but you have a very large fifth grade. And so then you have to adjust for that. So knowing that it's not just one, we're at students, so teachers come in even numbers. They don't because students come in different grade and age configurations.
But one of the things that's great is our elementary school teachers will be subject specific rather than grade specific, and that kind of helps even that out.
Awesome.
Right.
Thank you. That
And
helps.
speaking of, we've talked so much about parents and kids that we've seen. I have also talked to several teachers who are like, wait, I can teach from home. And that experience was actually a really positive experience for me personally. And so whenever we think about how are we going to attract teachers, there is a certain demographic of teachers that would be very excited by this. Even teachers that might not have will be able to live somewhere within Utah that they might prefer to live because this is the model.
Right.
And the technology for the instructors, for the teachers, will be provided by the school as well. We will not be asking teachers to bring in their own laptops, their own cameras. It'll all be standard. It'll all be handled by the school with the shipping covered. And the teachers, of course, will get something better than the Chromebook that the students get.
Yeah. And of course, you would want to do that to make sure you had a standard support system for all that technology as well. Knowing that, still we've looked at very careful market analysis in these documents that are showing that online schools, there's a decline in online schools. I don't want to just ignore that. I want you to have an opportunity to respond to that. And I've heard you partly respond to it because you said nothing like what we're doing is offered anywhere else. So you have a couple of, I'm interested in a couple of pieces to that. Why is it that someone would choose your school? What is it that would make them choose your school? That, why they're leaving other online opportunities, why would they choose your school instead? Let me just start with that first.
I think one of the things is having the subject-specific teachers, especially in the elementary school. I mean, we're hoping that they will be able to provide cooler science experiments or be able to know more about the social studies they're teaching. Like, hey, I went to Tikal. Here's some pictures of my vacation. We're hoping that that's one of the elements, is that the teaching will be more enriching, that they'll have more to offer the students.
I also think it's because it is synchronous. You have the teacher there. Like, obviously during COVID things got crazy. My kids, it was a horrible experience for my kids. The teachers had no idea what they were doing
I think
at all.
that's true.
Being a teacher myself, I can't teach my own children. I can't. It's blows up in my face. My kids are now in tutoring because of how far behind they got in just that year and a half or however long it was that they were in COVID. If they would have had something like this, they wouldn't be where they're at now. They wouldn't have to have the tutoring they have now. I wouldn't be in debt over tutoring. So I think just having the teacher there to be with them and to be able to teach them and be able to do what they're doing. And have that in-person structure where the teachers, instead of just, okay, here's what you have to do today, now go do it.
So the synchronous platforms, the deliveries will be very helpful.
It's
But
super
the other
helpful.
thing you said, I think, is also accurate, is that we went into pandemic, schools shut down, teachers who were untrained jumped into something that they really did not know how to do. And I think you're accurate in saying instruction suffered, and it really did. Kids didn't have good experiences, families were frustrated. That provides some difficulties for you, though, because you have that to overcome now, because there are folks who now have a bad taste in their mouth about online school, and I think that's contributing to the problem, why they're leaving online schools, because they're saying, no, we tried believing that was online. We don't want online. And that also is part of the problem. You want to make sure your teachers are really well prepared so that they're not the kind of teacher that was in that position during the pandemic. And so you have some of that to overcome. So that leads to the second part. I said that was the first part. Here's the second part. How would you then differently market that school so people will know this is something much different, that you should be coming to us? It's not the experience you had in the pandemic. And we expect that you would choose us. So why will people choose if they have kind of this negative experience in their minds as well?
From a marketing perspective, we would tackle it head-on. We would use testimonials, we would use parents as actors in describing, didn't you just hate it when everyone had to go home and do everything on the computer? Well, guess what? We've got something that works. Didn't you like it when your teachers could focus on the students? We have that. We're able to travel, we're able to meet our needs. Doesn't this conflict with work? Well, I'm working from home anyway. So in addressing head-on and acknowledging, there are challenges to that. I mean, this is, if I can use a car example, this is not a Mercedes, this is not a Bentley, this is not private tutoring at $60,000 a year because we're trying to get people into the right prep school, into the right college. This is quality education, teacher-led education. It's not anti-education. It's not we're rebelling against the public school system. It's not we're homeschooling because we don't believe in X, Y, or Z. It's quality education that you can do from anywhere in a traditional synchronous setting.
I wanted to say, for your first question, and then I'll add to that.
Please.
One of the other things that has been appealing that I've gotten feedback from families as we've talked to them about this in Utah, but also parents of my personal students. The other thing that they love that's different from other online programs is the parents' access to a live teacher who knows their child. So when you put your child in an online class, because I've also taught an online class where I've got a list of 100 kids and they do the assignment and I grade it, but I don't know that kid. I know my kid in my social studies class who dirt bikes on the weekend, and I know my kid who's in the car traveling because he goes here. And parents have come and they feel like they have a teacher they can talk to who knows their child, isn't just looking at their grades, but knows their child. I've had parents open up to me about their child's anxieties or special needs and what can you do online, how can we help that? And that is a completely different thing than trying to put your child into an online asynchronous program with a teacher who's trying to juggle 200 students who are just names on a roster, honestly. But also, we have talked for marketing, we've talked a lot about, we're going to be really good friends. We're going to, this is statewide. We want to go in person to the different areas of Utah and hold events, go to public libraries, go to events where there would be kids and meet them, because what we're trying to show them is this isn't faceless online. This is personal. This is us. And yes, it's virtual, but we are creating a space for your child, and we want to do that by traveling in person to these things, board members, and since we are in different corners, I'll probably end up everywhere, and then it just depends on what corner I'm in, who gets roped into being there as well, and then teachers who we recruit who can also come and actually meet the kids in person so that the school has a personable face, not just a really cool website.
And if they experience that and they're there. Sorry, you go ahead.
Oh, no, I just
interrupt
want to
you.
say, I think that I would share with them like two things that when you asked that question came to me. One was, I had a son who started his freshman year at BYU in 2020, and he had half his classes were online. One of them was asynchronous classroom experience. Two of them were download the work and do it on your own. And he withdrew from those classes. He didn't have the makeup to be successful in that environment, but the live class he was perfectly successful at. And I would explain to parents, imagine when all of us went home because of COVID, if you had no Zoom, right? If when your boss wanted to communicate something, he had to make a YouTube video and upload it and send you the link, right? How successful would you be in work? And I think we would all agree that would have been impossible. But that would be the more traditional online experience. But we now have experiences of creating a culture, becoming very close to I'm the only employee in Utah in the company I work at, and I know all kinds of things about my coworkers, and we meet up all the time, right? So, and I do feel like they're at the next office over. That is the experience that we've had. And so I would just say that, like, imagine if you had your hands tied behind you and you could never press Zoom or never send a Slack message, you couldn't do anything in real time. That, of course, would not be the experience that this is.
Yeah, I understand that completely. It's helping potential parents choose that for their children, because the experience that we're seeing relative to online right now is kind of a bad taste in their mouth in some ways and fading away. That's a big hurdle to overcome. And also when you have just a thought, as you have subject-specific teachers, they have many more students to know, because they'll be traveling from grade to grade and class to class, right, if they're doing that. So they have many more, and they won't know the students quite as well as that.
I think also we can give the experience of, there's a couple teachers here, right? So to offer, I'm just making this up, Amy, offer like a sample class. You want to see what this looks like? Sign your kid in, let's go.
I had the same idea. See, that's perfect.
Well, you didn't say it out
That's
loud.
great.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's why we ask those questions, so that you will think of those kinds of things.
And offering something like that is something we could totally do.
And just to think about, there are a lot of parents who are working at home online. And I've never been the parent who in the Christmas song it said, Mom and Dad can hardly wait for school to start again. I've never been that one. I hated them to go back to school. I liked them to be home and do that. But there are those who are working at home online who do want their children to leave the house so they have a quiet work environment. They don't want them home and studying and coming in and asking them questions all the time. So there are a lot of really tangible hurdles, particularly at this point in our history, to overcome when we're really seeing a lot of decline in online. It would take some real strength and creativity to turn that around.
Yeah, we're definitely not, trying to recruit every, student in Utah. It's not the right fit for everyone. My own children did a mix of charter schools, site charter schools, online schools, privately homeschooling, synchronous, asynchronous, but we think there's definitely enough students and families who would really like this option that we would
Yeah.
make our break even number.
That's what I was going to say. But you need enough for the school to survive and to be viable. Any other comments from board members? Any other questions? Member Cisneros?
Just as you talk about your break even, I have a note, I won't hide it from you. I just wrote ambitious above your enrollment plan because I really do feel like even in the best of circumstances, it's ambitious, but in reality, I think it's super ambitious. And so it's really ambitious because your funding streams are not created equal, right? So your K doesn't generate the same amount of money as your 12th grader. So when you say break even, that doesn't tell me a ton because you're saying, oh, I need 200 students, but you need 200 students in what configuration? Because if you get 200 12th graders who are all credit deficient, because I promise you those 20 12th graders in school year 27, all 18 of them are credit deficient and not on track to graduate. I'm speaking from experience there for you, right? So that's a lot more expensive for you than 50 kindergartners, right?
Great question, and thank you for asking it. For opening the school, we will be opening with just a limited number of classes, limited number of grades. When I ran the numbers last year, based on our projections, bringing in high schoolers by years, at that time it would have been year 3. In the current plan, we'll be bringing them in around year 5, not right away, but year 5. However, when I put the pro forma together last year, we ended up with a significant surplus with the high school piece, in large part because we don't have the facilities costs. We don't have the football field. We don't have the gym. We don't have those types of things. So it does allow for a significantly broader allowance for providing education for those higher grades. Where it does become a challenge from your question, however, is with opening with the elementary grades, if most of those students are education deficient, how will we address that? At this point, we don't know what we'll have. We don't know if we'll have 100% top students or if we'll have 100% education deficient students. Those are things that we will find out as we are bringing those students in, but we do have cushion within the budget to be able to make adjustments. The largest line item there, if I remember correctly, is to the tune of about I want to say either $400,000 or $700,000. That does allow for a bit of adjustment, and that was on the additional activities, additional funding for teachers to be able to do those activities. This is not funds for the student to say, Mom, will you take me down to the store and let's call it a school trip. It's education-based, it's directed by the teachers. But we do have reserve, we do have cushion within the budget if we need to make adjustments, depending, again, as you asked, what types of students are coming in. And the earlier question, do we have 2 second graders and 50 third graders? Those are things that we will make adjustments for.
The numbers in the chart also are the maximums because that's how it was explained to us in the trainings, that we would not be permitted to accept more than what we put in those charts. So those are maximums. That doesn't necessarily mean, like, Rob has run the numbers that what we can operate, and the break-even number he gave was for year 1, which is only K through 6. But he's run the high school numbers too, and those are in those lots and sheets of numbers at the end of the application.
Well, actually, the high school numbers aren't, because those are years 4 and 5.
No, the 197 in year 1 with K through 6 is helpful. Our chart says year 3, you start 9 through 12. Is it year 5?
Sorry, no, it is, year 3. We went back and forth on this. By year 3,
Oh, yes.
it's just
Oh, I'm sorry. limited.
It's very limited, but yes, it's high school. So, but I think, what were the budget years that we had to submit? Was it not year 3?
We were only required to submit 3 years, so it was the implementation year, academic year 1, academic year 2. So academic year 3 would be when there were the first high school students, but they wouldn't be fully ramped up until year 5. That was other advice and counsel we were given last year by the board.
But we have those budget sheets if you need them, because we did run them to make sure that it would be okay.
Thank you so much. Director Lambert, I think, has a comment.
Yeah, so to explain maybe what the difference is in terms of what is on the information sheet and what they're talking about is that we only have the 3-year projected out. And so they do have to tell us that by year 3, what do they eventually do? Marie's saying different.
They have their 5-year in their application. They're talking about the budget sheets at the end.
Yes, and then the summary that was given to board members and that I think only does 3 years. So it's the eventual, and that's probably the difference that's being seen.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other board member questions? Elevated Charter School, any last comments you'd like to make before we conclude?
I think that we've said most of this, but I will just reiterate that we feel really confident in our model. We do feel like it is innovative and different from what is out there. And we have reached a point where we've developed it to the point where we can't really move forward until we're approved. And because the next steps are steps that require approval. I think we have a strong, diverse board, but even stronger than anyone's expertise is just the willingness to welcome feedback. It's been really nice to work with all of you, both the board members and the staff has been wonderful. Marie is always, sure, I'll get on Zoom with you and go over this for an hour. So it's been, I feel like we've demonstrated, we've had a board member at every training that's been offered. We had most of our board members at both boot camps. We've demonstrated that we are willing and happy to collaborate. So those few details of implementation that are still needing to be worked out, I feel like we're at a point where we could move forward and work those out, and we've demonstrated that we're able to do that and problem solve and open to that.
Thank you so much. Thank you for caring about Utah children and bringing another option for their consideration and for families to increase choice for them. We so appreciate that, and for your time in not only attending all of those trainings and working on the elements of the application and being here today. We do appreciate your support in being here.
If I can make just a quick comment about the trainings that occurred during this current
Sure.
year. Wow, extremely useful, very, very on point, great people talking. I have pages and pages and pages of notes. We've made adjustments to our application. We have stars on things that when we get approval, these are additional things we want to focus on. I can't say enough good things about the training that's been going on this year.
Awesome. I come back to where we started. Supportive, rigorous authorizing and supportive oversight is our mission, and so it sounds like our team is accomplishing that, so we're glad. Thank you for that feedback to us as well. All right, board members, we'll take a little bit of a break. At 3:20, we come back together and make decisions relative to these applications today. So take a little bit of a break. Thanks. I think we're just waiting for Member Smith to come back in. Oh, Spiker too. All right, let's begin. As we start again, Dr. Evans and Marie Stephenson are going to present what staff is already doing and plans to do in the future to increase options for schools and enable communities to submit strong applications for new charter schools. So as we're looking forward, and as we're coming to an end of this cycle, we're already thinking about the next cycle, and so they're going to help us with some of the thinking for that next cycle.
Thank you, Chair Bowles. All right, well, we'll make this quick because we know that we've got some important decisions ahead of us, and we'd like to get to that. We want to talk about some updates to the process and why those updates are being made, and really it aligns with our values-based authorizing. That values-based authorizing was something that our consultants really spoke with us a lot about, and this aligns with our value of achieving excellence, and that as we are at this space where we've been authorizing schools for over 20 years in the state of Utah, that we are able at this point to not settle for average, and that we're able to adjust when necessary, and that as we have spoken with our applicants and as we've reflected as a staff, we feel that an adjustment is necessary to our process to further help our schools as we are holding them to our rigorous authorizing and our supportive oversight. Additionally, some updates to the process are needed because of some NACSA guidance that we received for those of us that were at the NACSA conference, as well as when we came back and were able to share based on the national perspectives that are coming out, as well as the strong need for community-driven schools. As we're seeing enrollment holding steady or slightly declining, we're not seeing where a charter school goes up and there's suddenly thousands of kids clamoring to go there. And so if we want to continue to have market for schools, we really need to make sure that they are community-driven. And then finally, the update to the process is really to make sure that it is clear that we want to authorize schools, and that as a charter school board, we are very pro-charter school, but that we recognize the need to support communities in getting applications to a quality place so that communities are left with quality charter schools as options in their community. By doing this, we hope that we can continue to help applicants as they are working to overcome unrealistic markets, unrealistic enrollment numbers, or little to no community buy-in. And so Dr. Evans and I are going to talk through some changes that we've currently made, as well as looking ahead to some possible changes for the future.
The first change that I want to just talk about very briefly is something that I mentioned early on in my presentation today. And that's the idea of this post-proposal boot camp, this post-proposal training. And like I said earlier, this was something that we used to outsource based on feedback, and you heard the Mark, I believe. Yeah, the excellent plug from Elevated about it. This was kind of the reason that we did that. And so we took all of the reader feedback that we had up to that point on the proposals, and we created these very, very rigorous day-long feedback sessions. And so that's the proposal that, or the post-proposal boot camp that we've already implemented. We are also making changes to the pre-proposal trainings that are going out. So before, those used to be about 3 hours long. We're shortening that down to make it much easier for people to digest, and we're also recording it and making it available at any time so that people who have busy schedules can still access this training, still access the information at their convenience. The last one that I want to talk about is the capacity interview. This is actually, so today was the capacity interview. And one of the ideas that we've been thinking about as staff is how can we make this more available to you as the board, to the public, and make sure that this is a really meaningful opportunity. One of the ideas that we got from NACSA was actually to do this at a different time than the board meeting, record it, and then make those and include scenarios of here's a director's report that we would give to you as a board. How would you handle this, and what questions would you ask, and things like that. And so actually doing scenarios that we could record and then make available to the public and have that be an additional component. So we're looking at ways to really make sure that the capacity interviews in the future are more robust. At this point, nothing's been implemented yet, except for on the 2 training sessions.
Thank you. And that took a couple from here. So just like he said, looking ahead, we are playing around with some ideas about having our applicants do some demo board meetings, recording some capacity interviews, and then being able to share feedback from those, as well as one of the really big ones that we're excited about is as staff going and doing some community meetings in various areas of the state, and then being able to help share that feedback as well. And so as we continue to explore those options, we will report back to the board and look forward to continuing to bring supportive oversight and rigorous authorizing to life.
Thank you. What a great team. Thank you so much, all of you, for thinking, constantly working at improving our processes and making opportunities for children even more accessible. We so appreciate that. I'm looking forward to that moving forward. I think those are some really good ideas. Thank you so much. All right, with that in mind, knowing that that's what we'll look forward to, we still have today's meetings to conclude. Thank you all for being so attentive and asking good questions today. And we had 3 groups who really care about their schools, and we want them to be successful, but we need to make decisions about those applications now today. You've heard, you've read all of the feedback you've received, you asked questions, you've had feedback from our staff and their recommendations as well. But it really is ultimately up to all of you, and I want to make sure that we do this in a way that it is at the board's pleasure. So do you want to, are there anything that you just want to talk about generally first, or should we just start with the first school we heard and go through that? Member Smith, please.
So, yes, the thing that I want to talk about, because I may have to leave early, is I would like to, if I can, just give my thoughts on each of the 3. I think I'll be here to the end, but I don't know for sure. And the other thing is I want to let you know that all of my thoughts around all 3 schools are centered on this idea of board capacity, right? So as I looked at what we did today, I'm really not, I'm interested in demographics and declining enrollment and market analysis. I'm interested in those kind of things, but today my thoughts and my voting is based on what is my opinion of this board's capacity. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah. Should we see, knowing that you'd like to, if you have to leave, what time do you need to?
I have to be out the door, like in my car moving at 4 PM.
All right, so at least by 5 minutes too, we'll need to make sure we dismiss you. So how about if we do this? Can we go through each one, just talk as we need to, and then if we have a little time left, we'll have you, if we're getting too close to the time you need to leave, then let you wrap up the others, and then we'll continue that discussion. Let's try that, if that works for everyone. Is that okay? All right, so let's start. We heard first today, Peak Academy. Is there anyone who wants to would like to begin that discussion, or a motion if you have one even? Member Cisneros.
On this one, I actually wrote, and it actually is awesome that you said that, because I wrote, Member Smith said to me once, I'm not kidding, it says that, I will take an A team with a B idea over an A idea with a B team. And I feel like the first school is an A team with a B plus idea. I think they can get to an A idea. I think they're looking at, which it should be lots of awesome ideas that they want to make this sandbox perfect. And then what I also loved is they said they know that hiring the right people is how then they execute, and the fact that they understand that they don't have to have all the answers, but they do have to be really strategic about how they hire. And then reality will set in, and they'll figure out that, you know, they can do a pared down CTE that overlays, and that, you know, maybe the coming in and checking in with the teacher isn't going to really work, you know, first thing in the morning. And, you know, some of those realities will settle, and they'll find their place. I respectfully disagree a little bit with Chair Bowles on who makes decisions. Yes, parents sign off, but the vast majority of high school kids stomp their feet and scream if they get forced into a school they don't want to go. And if they get forced there, they just flunk out until their parents acquiesce and move them anyways. So I feel like for K through 6, it's 100% factual that we're selling to the parents. But I think once you're in the high school realm, you really are appealing to the student. And I feel like, you know, I Googled the 2 new aims, really, really high performing. And then you've got Career Path, who they're kind of looking at a way to bridge those 2 schools, 27 and 29 minutes respectively. And that's a long way to ask someone to drive. And we know that most people will only drive 20 minutes. And so I do love the idea of bringing a school into the canyon for them. My heartburn. Oh, and one last note, getting 10 people to sit on a board and commit to opening a school says a lot about community involvement and community outreach and community basis. And if those only got 10, right, the wildfire that could create. My heartburn is I feel like this is capstone part 2. And so I was asking the mechanics of this new 3-year rule. Like, how does we haven't opened a school since that law's been, so how does the 3-year provisional help? Is there a mechanism to make that more palatable? How do we mitigate the risk a little bit so that we're not investing in $1 million or $10 million building only to have it sit there vacant? Yeah, I'm gonna stop there.
Okay. Any other discussion?
My only discussion, like I said, is related to board capacity, right? So I share your concerns, and I also feel like you nailed it. This is an A team with a B plus idea that I think they are committed to making into an A plus idea. So I have confidence in that board and in their ability to execute, and so I would say I would like to see them move forward. That's my
So are you making a motion?
Yes, I am making a motion that, wait, what are we doing after this? Where are they moving to that we?
This would be approval of their application for the
Okay.
new school.
Maybe go over what the.
Yes,
Yes, that
please.
would be great.
So this is, they've done the proposal. This is the application. So if you want to move them forward, then you would move to approve them. They then start on that route of becoming a full-fledged charter school. Now, there have been other things that you have done in the past years. For example, Quest Prep last go-round. You invited them to come back. You saw them today as elevated. And so that, of course, is an option. Another thing that as staff that we were thinking with a couple of these, like, because I've been very concerned that that Peak is another Capstone Classical, and that was a hard one. And I hated seeing that school close, and yet they just didn't have the enrollment. And I'm fearful that we are going to do that again. And so that's where staff was saying that, well, if you're interested in this, maybe give us a month or, a couple of months, because that's not going to put them off track in opening. And, verify that there really are there is that demand, so that we aren't opening a school that then we're just going to have to close in a year, and then we have an empty, beautiful building. So that is an option. You may not want that option, but there, in other words, you've got options open, but if you do, this is the time where we're looking for an approval, something like that.
So I understand sitting where the applicant schools are, wanting to move forward on a building and wanting to move forward with enrollment, and you can't do that until you have an approval, right? And I understand where we all sit, where we do not want to open a school that doesn't have enrollment and is going to implode, right? So is it possible that I could make a motion to approve them conditional upon them meeting certain enrollment goals or certain community demand metrics within 1 month?
Yes, please.
So there is that. There's also, and it is in board rule, I believe, might even be in statute, but there is a readiness to open. We typically do that in April or May, right before they're set to open. So that's a hard choice. They've already built the building. And so if we're trying to not have an empty building, that doesn't really save that. But there is that relief valve where we could just say, no, we're pulling, you can't open, you pull the charter. You could move up that readiness to open, or you could do the conditional like you're talking about. There are those options.
How would other board members feel about an approval with a moved up enrollment deadline? But
Try that motion and see.
Well,
how they
no,
react to the
I kind of,
discussion.
I'm wondering, like, does that seem like a reasonable kind of motion, or?
We'll find out. If no one
Okay.
seconds and you try to have some discussion around it, if you'd like to try that, go ahead.
Oh, boy. I would like to move that we approve Peak, we're talking about Peak, right? Peak Academy's application with a moved up enrollment metric deadline from the readiness to open timeline. Is that what we call that?
Give
right?
us a date. I think that will help, right?
Yes, I'm just, I'm thinking like what's reasonable, right? Like,
I would love in that motion to have more specificity of what the intent is, because, does that just mean, okay, then a year from now, we're looking at it? That's what I would love to see.
okay. Help me to know what you think would be a reasonable deadline for them to have enrollment commitments that would make us comfortable, right?
Enrollment commitments, you're probably looking a year from now. What I would maybe suggest is that it's maybe go down the lines that you were first thinking, Member
Okay.
Smith, of that it's kind of like maybe approval conditional on them coming back in a month or two with a more robust market analysis that staff has verified, or something along those lines.
Okay, I can do that. I would like to retract my previous attempt at a motion. And we
You're
can do
getting
that, right?
us there. That's good.
And create a new motion that is to approve Peak Academy's application review conditional upon them meeting as community demand assessment within 1 month that they've worked with staff to create.
Okay, you've heard the motion, which you can amend if you want to. any
Yes,
of
I
you,
would
but
love to
We've
amend
got to
that if
establish
needed.
a motion first, so we have one to work with. Does anyone second that motion?
I will second it so
All
we
right,
can work it out.
A motion and a second. Now discussion to the motion. Yes.
Can I ask staff, what are the processes that are already in place to secure the community, the school, the board from going into failure, right? Obviously, you don't want to approve for failure. There has to be a processes in place already. We have a motion on the table that adds, I'm wondering if it adds to the processes or if they're already in place somewhere, just on a different timeline.
So we do a readiness to open review, which is like right before they're to start school. And if maybe members of this board remembers, we had this with Utah Mountain School. And they were looking, they didn't build a building, they actually were looking to go in the capstone building that happened, but that was pulled right before, and just talking to those board members, that was tough too. It's hard when you have some staff hired, you do have not many students, not as many as they need, but they already are excited by the school they're going, and then you pull it out, that's hard. And so what I think the attempt here is to maybe try and see it earlier so that there can be some verification. They're saying that there is this ground swelling of community support. Let's just make sure. And if it's there, then awesome. Then we've got this A team, B plus going, moving up idea, and then we have a market. I do think when we look at the market numbers, so you're looking at high school. We know charter high schools are hard, especially if you don't have a charter elementary that's feeding into it. Now, they talked about that there is, outside the canyon, but we want to make sure that there really is that and they're willing to drive. We also see in the area there is lower elementary enrollments, which means moving up is going to hit the high school. So we just want to make sure, I think if there is a market there, it sounds like there's at least the two board members who have spoken, there's interest. I think, so to answer your question, I'm not sure it is adding to it in some respects, but it's also moving the dates forward because that readiness to open review, it's tough. It's a tough time to close.
Follow-up, Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely.
To your point and to this motion here, there's obviously a balance of time somewhere, and we're recognizing that the current time is a little bit later than we'd like to see. I'm wondering how close, I guess, Member Smith is wondering how close as well. I won't speak for her, but her motion brought up a question, how close can you get? How much time do you need? And how much time does the school need in order to come to that sweet spot of saying, yeah, we can do this?
And I guess the other thing that I'd say is I think that our readiness to open process is really quite good, with this one exception that applies to multiple schools that we've seen today. And I would hate for us to deny a school or to say come back next year that we all think is a good idea and it is very promising. We want to encourage schools to be able to open. And so maybe what I'm actually asking for is an adjustment to our readiness to open schedule that includes a documentation of community need earlier rather than later for all schools.
But let's concentrate on this one
Okay,
first, since
so
that's the motion right now, and then eventually you could make a motion to include that later. Member Cisneros.
I don't know if this is a friendly amendment to your motion or just discussion. I have a little bit of issue with the 1 month. I would want to push that out 3 months and then include periodic reviews, maybe at 3-month intervals. And I kind of have in my head, when I was opening a school, the city was making our land purchase very, very problematic. And so at the city council meeting, we probably had 400 families turn out on a Tuesday night in the middle of the snow, right? Because it was stickers on and everything else like that, because the community wanted that. And so that's the kind of verification, not I have a wait list, not here's the 5 names I gathered, right? I would want to put the burden on staff to say, can we call in 3 months a community meeting? And if 400 families are willing to show up on a Tuesday night in Morgan in the middle of the snow, then to me, that says there's community swell. If only 10 people and their neighbors show up, that also tells me, and that's the condition that I guess I have with staff verification.
I like that a lot. I like giving them a slightly longer timeline to accomplish it. And I really like the idea of requiring, as teachers would say,
But
butts
the
in
burden
seats, so
could
to
be on
speak.
them to come back and report, right? So we could still have them come back and say, this is what happened and this is what we saw happen. So are you making a motion that is an amendment to
I think I'm asking
the
for
original
friendly
motion?
to do the first review at 3 months with periodic reviews coordinated between school and staff, right? But I would like to ask staff if they would be willing to be physically present, at least at the first verification. Not because I don't trust people, but
yeah.
trust and verify.
So are we, but is the motion that they would return here and report to us in April, if that's 3 months?
The motion
that-
that I made was that staff would verify. I would like to suggest that we should probably create an option for the school to demonstrate physical presence, I'm using physical kind of loosely here, other than just having a community meeting in their community. Like if we wanted to have an online meeting where people would actually log in and show up, I think that would be acceptable. I can answer.
Yeah, please.
To answer Member Cisneros' question, staff has already discussed this, and we can do that. We can go out and be present if that.
So the first check would be April. Can we be that specific? If you're saying 3 months, can I add that in your amendment? Your amendment, just to clarify it, that is a first check would report back in our April board meeting, that we would have a check back? Would we receive a report back in April, and then you're suggesting quarterly updates along the way? Or just? that
Yeah, because
3
I
months?
think if they're really, really close in April, right, and then, but if in another 3 months, there's not sufficient progress, that's soon enough to pull the plug to tell us a trend, like you just can't get it going.
All right, please. Director.
So let me be a little more verbose in what our process
Yeah.
is. It's actually, I was telling you the very end part, because in board rule, it says, I believe it's by June 30th that we have to report to the superintendent that they are ready to open. And so we do it shortly before then. But as those on the authorizing committee know, we give monthly reports starting in January. You also, to USB board member Hymas's questions, the other date that is in board rule is that they do have to break ground if they're going to build a building by January 1st. And so there is that date as well. So that's where it's the building. When we know that they're going to build a building and you've got those kind of sunken costs, that's where it can be challenging when you're waiting later, to do that.
All right, so I don't want to put words in your mouth for the amendment, but could we, if the motion is to approve conditionally, now this would be with the amendment, approve conditionally, that's what we're considering as this amendment, conditionally after a report is, we receive a report at our April board meeting relative to their capacity, the ability, the market analysis and capacity to open. Then, because they would probably need a clear approval if they're going to start buying land and being ready to build by January, could your amendment indicate that based on that, we could then, obviously, we'd make another, it's conditional, we'd make another decision at that point relative to a full go-ahead, or?
Well, I guess I want to clarify Member Smith's motion then. I seconded and approved it as an approval so that they could then start making the steps they need to take. And then if in April, the community support just is flat and not there, then that's when we would rescind our approval, they wouldn't be approved until proving in April.
All right, I heard in the motion
that does reflect-
conditional on, so is that not the motion?
my intent, and I don't know what I said at this point because I can't remember because I'm old, is that, was to give them an approval with the option to.
With the requirement then.
With the
that-
requirement that
That they
they,
report in April.
that the staff determine by April and report back to us evidence of community support and demand. And I would actually like to see some flexibility in how, like, staff have their own flexibility to figure out what community support looks like in a way that is comfortable.
So right now, that's the amendment. So right now, we're just discussing the amendment. So let's vote on the amendment. And that amendment would be a report back to this body in April. And then we'll finalize that final motion. All right, so do I have a second to that motion, though, that amendment? I don't think I heard
I will
it.
second the motion to amend.
All right, or Member Bassett would do as
Sorry.
well. So we've got a motion from Member Cisneros. May I, just because you are the maker of the original motion, have the second be from Member Bassett then for the amendment? All right, so we're voting just on the amendment, which is amend the motion, right? And it is a review in April. All those in favor of that amendment,
Can I ask
say
a question on the amendment?
Yes.
My apologies. Hopefully it'll bring some clarity again. If a charter is approved and they get moving, and then the amendment is to have a report in April, and then based on that report, the approval can be rescinded. Is
Right.
that correct?
Yes.
Making sure I'm following here. If I'm a charter trying to open construction, when does construction staff, when does it need to take place? And if I'm a construction company, am I going to take that risk? Am I
If
going to
I'm
be put behind?
Being honest, I think that it's semantics of whether or not we're saying that we'll wait until April to approve them versus, that
That
we,
they're solid
we
to
might
approve.
pull it in April. I do,
Except it really
there's
isn't from
probably
a
gonna be
financing
lot
and
of-
construction standpoint. They want an approval, right?
Right.
An approval that, I mean, we can always rescind an approval at any time, I guess, right? So,
I'm just saying the amendment to the motion, and maybe even the motion itself, might set the charter up for failure from the beginning, is what I'm
Yeah, they really
suggesting.
cannot move forward until that April. They wouldn't be able to, under this scenario, until after that April date.
although they certainly could report sooner if they
Member
wanted.
Olson, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that we're setting them up for a real problem. This is putting them in limbo for the next 3 months. And, man, if I'm selling the property, if I'm a developer involved in this, I wouldn't touch that based on the public record of this meeting and the risk that charter is going to be rescinded. So, I don't know. That's a tough one for me. I'd have a hard time supporting that.
All right, so let's take a vote on the amendment. If that's not something you want, then let the amendment fail. We'll go back to an original motion again. So a vote on the amendment, which includes an April report back to us. All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, nay. All right, I'm ruling that amendment failed. Let's go back to the main motion. Member Smith, do you want to reread the main motion for us? Thank you, AG
Okay.
Jones.
I would like to move that we approve Peak Academy. And at the same time, receive a report of community support from staff within 3 months.
Yes.
So I don't believe that was the original motion, so maybe you should just vote on the
Okay,
original
let's let it
motion, let
fail.
it fail, and then you can
Okay.
redo it.
All right.
All right, the original motion was to approve contingent upon, I think was what I said. So, and we had a motion and a second. All those in favor of that motion, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. All right, that motion fails. Let's create a new main motion.
Can I try again?
Absolutely.
I would like to move that we approve Peak Academy's application. And furthermore, we would like to receive a report on community support from staff within a 3-month timeframe.
There's the motion. Anyone, a second to that motion? Approve, but you'd like a report on their progress, their readiness. Do I
I'll
hear a
second the motion.
Second from Member Cisneros. Discussion on that motion. Sure. Yes.
Yeah, so are we providing to the staff the discretion to determine whether, in fact, sufficient progress has been made, or are we reserving that for another vote by the board about whether that's been made? I'm just,
My intent is that staff would report to us their perception of community involvement, and we would be able to evaluate that ourselves. But this is not a conditional approval, this is an approval, right? And things can happen along the way that may inform our way that we move forward, that's all.
Not necessarily that we would rescind, but that we would
Right.
add them additional support? Okay. all
We
right.
have a whole range of possibilities
All right.
at the time, but I think we all would like to see back information that direction.
All right. So here, the motion is on the table. Anyone want to discuss that motion? All right, reread it for us, please, Member Smith.
I would like to move that we approve Peak Academy's application and that staff provide us a report on their community support and demand within 3 months.
All right.
No,
That is
sorry,
the
not within
motion.
3 months, at our April meeting.
All right, at our April meeting. That is the motion.
I just want to confirm, so the intent is support-driven, not consequence-driven? Because I think that's important that when the data is given to us, it doesn't sound like that rescinding the approval is an option. We would be thinking about how can we support the viability of an effective fully enrolled or on the way to fully enrolled charter in Morgan.
Our
Is
intent
that what I'm hearing?
I think our intent is always to support our charters. So yes, you're
Yes,
correct.
yes, agreed. And I just don't want, just in reference to the conversation that we just had, that, okay.
If we're so unsure among all of us, and maybe we want to support this group, but we would say, come back to us again in another cycle, because this stop and start may not be, and I'm making that comment, that in April for them to have that stop and start, or is this a consequence? We're saying, okay, how can we help you to do that? I don't think we or our staff can assure that there's going to be enrollment, even with the report in April.
But I also don't think that we can assure that a year from now.
No, but we could have a better report.
We could certainly have a
request
better
that they-
report. I
In
just-
order for them to come back to us in a year and to bring us better information about that market.
I am concerned that we would fall into an endless loop of saying, come back in a year, come back in a year, come back in a year. At some point, I think we need to simply approve the school and let them move forward.
Either approve or disapprove.
Right.
So we could, in a year, approve or disapprove if they couldn't prove that market.
We certainly could. I personally would rather see them be approved at this time and have the ability to move forward now while they have momentum and the ability to do so. Others may disagree with that.
Yeah, well.
Thank you. So as we're discussing this, it feels like a compromise and it doesn't feel like a favor to this school. And those are where my concerns are. We could, and I'm hearing and I'm feeling this idea of not yet, and we've said it in a lot of different ways. And right off the bat, we've already heard staff recommendation for non-approval, and that was based on, we need more. We need more community outreach, we need more market research. So I would not be in favor of approval right now, even though as a rural educator myself, I value options. I am excited. I have a whole lot of celebrations as I heard this board from Peak share their ideas and their passion, but it doesn't feel like we'd be doing them any favors to say 3 months, 3 months, 3 months, again and again and again. It feels like a not yet, a year maybe feels more reasonable to me.
I agree with Member Bassett's comments. I think those were well put. I will just add one comment, and that is we've engaged our staff, we've engaged readers who have gone to great lengths to evaluate this and to vet all these issues that we would be allowing them more time to try to vet and evaluate. And I wouldn't suggest that we are. We're certainly not bound by the recommendations of our staff, but we should give them great weight. And giving them that great weight, I just have a hard time supporting this charter application.
And I started out by saying my heartburn is Capstone, and as I've thought about it, I feel like, am I punishing another board and another school and another idea because of Capstone? And that I don't want to do. Capstone had their own issues in their own right. I think the conditions and the come back with community sports in 3 months is to allow them to do some marketing to drum up that, because there is a fine line between promising something to your community and not getting approved. Like, that is the cart before the horse in today's world. And so they're trying to find that balance, and then we're punishing them for that, and then we're punishing them for Capstone. But the 3 months is if the market really isn't there, it's a lot more painful for everybody in 3 years than it is in 3 months, not as a punishment to them, because I don't want to punish them for Capstone.
And I'm certainly not. That's not my consideration, just this one alone. But at any rate,
I don't
others
think-
of you may.
I don't think any of us is trying to punish them for Capstone. I think we are all a little bit gun shy because of Capstone, right? That said, once again, I'm very nervous about, like I think our staff is amazing and they do very thorough evaluations and I really appreciate them. Staff is also very conservative, right? Which is why we have 0 recommendations to move forward. I think, I personally still like the idea of we approve them and we get a report in 3 months. That's all. And I would actually like to see that on every school that we approve from here on out. That's just a personal feeling that we could discuss and change the process in general.
All right, further discussion on that main motion. That motion was to approve today, but to have a report about their progress in 3 months.
And, not but, and.
And, thank you. And a report in April. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
So I'm hearing 3 ayes, and those who disapprove say nay. 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 All right, and I'm going to vote nay as well with that. So because we don't have adequate number to pass, that motion fails. So we try another motion?
I'm sorry, I have to leave.
Yeah, you do. You should have been gone already.
I would like to give my feedback on the other 2
Please do.
very quickly, and I'm happy to call in from my car for voting if that's a possibility.
That would be great. So go ahead and give us your feedback, and then we
Okay.
will come back to this.
My feedback on American Principals Academy is that I think that their board actually told us themselves that they don't have the capacity to operate a school. Right? I think that's all of our concern with them is you feel like you're relying so heavily on other contractors because you don't feel like you have the capacity to open a school. So I would have to say that I could not be in favor of moving forward with them. What I would be very interested in, because there is great community demand there for a school, is to see if they can develop that capacity, because I think the school idea itself is good. I think the location is good. I think there's demand there. And so I would like to invite them to come back, maybe in a year or, whatever timeline you guys think is appropriate. I'd like to see that, and I would like to see, I would like to specifically have them work on developing their capacity as a board to oversee and run their own school.
Thank you. And do you want to give feedback?
Yes, sorry, Elevate, right? Yeah, Elevated. Elevated, I think this is really exciting. I think they've done a lot of work. I have every confidence in this board's ability. I think they have energy. I think they've given a lot of thought to the potential pitfalls. I am, for the reasons they outlined, relatively unconcerned with their ability to fill, especially given that they're not asking to be 800 students on day one, right? Their measured approach to filling. So I would love to see us approve them to move forward. Like I would love to see every other school approved to move forward. I would love to see a report earlier rather than later. But I wouldn't include that in a motion, right? I would just like to see our process change so that we have community demand and capacity metrics earlier in the process. There you go.
Thank you
that's
so
what I
much.
want.
And you do have a way to phone in, and we certainly could take your vote online as you're driving.
Okay.
That will work. So if you have a way to call, you know how to do that? Okay.
I mean, I could just call one of your phones, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who should I call?
Member Lambert, I think Director Lambert. If you call Director Lambert.
I will
that
call
will
you
work.
when I'm in my car
Okay.
moving.
All right, thank you so much. All right, let's go back then to Peak Academy, and can we entertain another motion? Would someone else like to make a motion? Go ahead, Crystal, are you ready?
I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
I would like to make a motion to invite Peak Academy to return a year from now with some distinct, more distinct community outreach data. And I'd like to add, I'm going to add to the motion. Well, no, I'll just stop there.
All right. So the motion is to ask Peak Academy to return in a year. Would that mean to bypass the fall initial review, right? They just come here with their application to the January meeting, right? They'd just come directly to this meeting. They wouldn't need to go to that initial screening again.
Yes, that would be
Right.
correct.
Okay. All right. Do I have a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Second from Member Olson. Discussion about that motion. Not seeing none? Yeah, go ahead, Member.
I'm not sure if this is where this potentially fits, but this would be for staff because some of my other concerns, and I brought this up earlier this morning, regards to the budget capacity, hiring adequate teachers, and secondly, the just editing or refining the mission to align to what they shared. So those are I feel like, again, I think there's incredible need in the community. I just am not, sorry, I didn't know if you were talking to me. Okay. So that would just be some comments to add in this year of growth, just to refine those pieces to come back with a very powerful, data-driven application.
Thank you. So the motion, any other discussion to that motion? Yes, Member Olson.
Yeah, I agree with all those comments. I think they've got a fantastic board. They've got great people and great idea. I'd say it's a B+ idea as well. I still have concerns about the financial side and about the population side. But I think those are issues that could be addressed. I'd love to see them come back.
Thank you. Additional discussion, that motion? Yes, go ahead.
Chair, if I may, back with a few years ago when we had Santa Quinn Science School and we had Camino Nuevo, the board made a similar motion and allowed them to bypass the proposal process. And upon reflection under Chair Tonks, the board ended up feeling like that ultimately ended up being a disservice to those schools to bypass that process and bypassing doing that proposal again. Ultimately, of course, that is the board's decision, but in that supportive oversight where we work so closely with the schools, I thought I would just remind the board
Thank
that
you so
that
much.
has occurred
Yeah.
prior.
And I kind of tacked that on to her motion, trying to clarify. Did we have Elevated come back in the fall again to do that screening? Yes, okay. Yes. You're saying yes, we did. All right.
And I appreciate that. I do think that that's valid, especially based on what I'd like to see.
Yeah, and that wasn't really the language of her motion. I kind of tacked that on for clarification. So let's be clear, I think, that you believe that your motion was that they would come back through the process again next year. All right, both steps of that process. All right, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor of them, oh, you do? Go ahead, Member Smith.
Could you just repeat the motion for me since I kind of missed it as I was walking out to the car?
All right, we'll repeat the motion. The motion is that we ask, much like we did with Elevated Charter School this past year, we would ask that Peak return again next year with a clear market analysis. Also, there were some financial concerns that folks had. Those two items primarily, that they would come back, strengthening those pieces of their application and go through the process again. We encourage them to go through that process again for next year. Did I represent that motion accurately? All right. So, any other discussion with that motion? All right. With that motion in mind, as I've just reiterated it, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed, nay.
Nay.
And Member Smith, I didn't hear your vote? Aye. All right, so that motion passes. So we'll have them come back again next year. Please, in that, staff, as you communicate with them, that our discussion today has been, we think they have a tremendous board. We can commend their work. And we just know that they need that little bit of additional work in order for us to feel confident that they will be successful, and we're doing that because we want them to be successful in the work that they're doing. All right, let's go to American Principals Academy. Initial discussion from anyone, or is anyone ready for a motion?
I'm actually ready for a motion, but if other people have discussion, I'll simmer down.
We can discuss after.
I'm going to sort of think out in space, so help me craft a motion here. I would like to make a motion that we table American Principals Academy's application to February to give them chance to demonstrate market interest, also to release an RFP for CMO/ESP.
To investigate those. All right, the motion is that the school be tabled until February, our decision till February. Is there a second to that motion? All right, so Member Smith will second. So any discussion to that motion? Go ahead.
My personal feeling is that this group has deeper seated problems and that tabling it until February would not serve them well. I think they really need time to develop their own capacity as a board. I don't think any amount of looking at their RFP process is going to ease my concern about that. So I would prefer to see them. I would prefer to see them also invited to come back with specific directions to work on developing a board with the capacity to govern itself, govern its own school. And I don't want to say they can't use a CMO or, an educational service provider. I would just like to see them not rely on that. Does that see, there's a difference, right? Like, it's okay if you want to use one, but you can't have that be like your only way that you function.
Thank you so much, Member Smith. Member Cisneros.
So I probably should have given some discussion to my own motion, so you had some rationale. I think they are, and I was pretty critical of them in August. And am still willing to hold people to task. I think in hearing them today, what happened was they all have some kind of touch point on APA, original one, that in their mind, that's their origin story for classical, right? And so that's what they know. And then as they went out and looked at some other schools, maybe we're able to see, well, we like how Excelsior does it a little better here. We like how this school does it. They'll grow into their own, right? I think they are a grassroots board. I think they are clamoring for choice in that market. I, just like before, would like to see that the community wants a charter school, and does the community want a classical one? I do want those questions answered. I would like them to be able to see who is going to be crazy enough to finish that RFP, but for them to have the chance to explore that. Here's why I'm going with table instead of coming back in a year. And I'll say this for when we get to elevated too. If as a board, bless you, we walk away with 3 schools who have dedicated years of their lives, and in some cases, probably 4 or 5 years of your life to this, and we kick that can one more time, and we say, come back next year, come back next year, come back next year, we need to stop Authorite. We need to stop an application process. And we need to say, we're not entertaining applications for 2, 3 years, whatever the case may be, because we don't approve them anyways. So don't invest 3 years of your life for us to tell you, fix this, fix this, fix this. Okay, come back. And then maybe it will be good enough. At some point, we have to increase our risk tolerance and just say yes, or we need to stop sending people through hours and years on this. So I think 1 month to come back and say, this is really community driven, a ton of people want us, and we can figure out the CMO and employer or that. I think those are easy asks. It's also, we get to see the satellites in February and see if there's anybody in that market. I don't know if there is or isn't, but I haven't heard the satellites to know if somebody wants to go down in that area. So I want to see the community, if it's that strong in Iron County, be able to have someone. I don't want to say no to them.
Thank you. Yes, do you know what? Board Member Hymas had his hand up first, and then I'll come back to you, Member Smith. Go ahead.
I appreciate that. I understand I'm not a voting member. I do want to share some personal experience as the executive director of Excelsior. I was reached out to. I don't know what the saying is, when imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Sure.
I only wish people would call me and say, can we do what you're doing? I would love it. Anybody out there who's listening, give me a call, right? I would love it. So the fact that they're trying to get this model very similar, if not the same, to APA, for me, I don't have an issue with that. Again, when I first started Excelsior in 2011, we had a management company. In fact, I was placed by a management company, and the board wasn't as strong. And the reason I speak, because we're in this field right now, and I would agree with you, the board could be stronger. But we had a company come in, and they brought in administration, I being one of those. I'm pretty good at my job. I'm just going to throw that out there. And after a couple years, we went away from that management company. But we immediately got another one because the board didn't feel like that company was meeting the needs that it had. And so they went to another one immediately, and they held on to that one for another year. And then they felt comfortable enough to be on their own. So I share that because I know there's these concerns. We all have these concerns, right? Why would you open a school if you immediately needs to be managed? If you're not ready, if your board isn't ready, there's a great desire in that community. I don't know if there's debate on that or not. I've talked to some of those people as a member, a non-voting member of this board, as a member of the USBE. I've heard some of those voices, and there is a need for there. And so tabling for a month, if that's our best option, I would recommend it, right? I would recommend approval because I know what the community is looking for down there. We have fantastic support in our staff who has done amazing things with charter schools, who have provided amazing support to me personally. And so I think our staff, now I get off topic, but I know we have amazing staff. But again, I just wanted to share that with you. I'm in favor of this motion or a better one, but I do want to express my sentiment publicly.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Member Smith, you're up.
Thank you. I want to say first that I could not agree more with Member Cisneros, that we have to get out of this come back later, come back later, come back later. It has to be incredibly disheartening and difficult to our schools. However, in some cases, they do eventually recognize that, that has helped them, right? So we're both on the same page there. We need to be able to give them something they can act on. I think that where we kind of differ is in our degree of confidence in the various boards to functionally come back later, right? Like, as I looked at, oh my gosh, the first one, peak, as I looked at, I could table them for lack of a better term, and I think they could probably work out all of my issues. Whereas when I look at APA, the new APA, I look at them and say, I think that my concerns with them would be really hard to rectify in a month. However, I don't think, I don't want to let my own personal concerns about them stand in the way, so I definitely would not vote against this recommendation for them. I just, I would like to have seen us done something similar for
All right. Yes, thank you, Member Smith. We appreciate your feedback. And any other discussion relative to the motion? The motion currently on the table is to postpone 1 month to February, to table until February is the motion. And so any other discussion to that motion? Seeing none, yes, Member Olson, I think I see one now. Go ahead.
Just on Member Smith's comment, I would agree with the comment that she just made, that if we're going to table anyone for a month, I would table the Peak Academy for a month, because they've got a stronger board, they have a stronger idea, and while Iron County definitely has a need, I think we can agree that there is a need. So far from what was presented today, I just don't see that necessarily as the be-all, end-all school that's going to meet that need. So if we're going to table anything for a month, I would be inclined to just simply table Peak Academy for a month. I'm not prepared to approve that school because they haven't given me the assurances that I feel like I need to approve it.
APA.
But no, I'm talking about Peak Academy. We haven't necessarily conclusively denied that application quite yet in this meeting. I think it's still fair game, but I would be open to a motion tabling them for a month and coming back.
So
Yeah, and I think that's something I'd be open to. But as to APA, as to the present motion, I have a hard time inviting them back, because I just don't think they're the board and the school that necessarily is going to meet the need down in Iron County.
In a month, yeah.
I believe,
Director Lambert.
I believe anyone on the prevailing side of a motion can ask in that same meeting to revisit the motion. And so I think that that's probably what you could do if you wanted to do that way.
Okay, first let's talk about this. We're on this motion first. So those of you, any other discussion about the motion to table APA? All right, those in favor of tabling APA for 1 month till our February meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
All right, that motion fails. So let's go now to, if you're ready, can we make a second motion for APA? Thank you, Member Spiker.
I'd like to make a motion to deny the application for approval for AP, American Principals Academy. I just want to be sure to
All right,
state the
there's a
school.
motion to deny the approval of APA. A second to the motion. Is there a second to that? American Principals Academy. Thank you. I'll say it out. Anyone with a second to that motion?
I'll second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion to the motion to deny approval? Please.
Like I mentioned earlier, I think that there is enormous community demand here. We see grassroots before us. There is need for options here. This is not an area where we would reasonably be concerned about declining enrollment, things like that. I think that this board that has come before us has shown the willingness to work hard and to develop in the ways that we would like to see them develop. So if we don't give them a month, I would certainly, perhaps if we deny them, I would like to see them invited to return in a year with an understanding of what our specific concerns are.
All right. And as you mentioned earlier, you didn't think they yet had the capacity to run a school. All right.
Right.
So the motion is to deny American Principals Academy. Any further discussion? All right. Let's make that as a separate motion. Let me hear, Member Cisneros had her hand up first. Member Smith, let's go there first, and then go ahead.
So for fear of sounding like a hypocrite, because I realize that's probably what it's going to come out as, I've been coming to these meetings either as a charter applicant, all the way up through to now where I'm on this side of the table, which is so much worse than I thought it was ever going to be. It's really easy to judge sitting in those chairs. I've watched this weird process where at first it had to be parents. And then it had to have a different composition where you had to have this exact makeup. Then it was professional writers because that's how you got through. Then it was, we don't want to see any parents on your board. We want all professional people. And then today it was, what's your mix? And I feel like we do this and we kind of like ebb and flow, and I know it's all based upon experience and what has happened in markets, and I do truly understand all that. I feel like, how is a board or a school gonna win in this? Now, I am not prepared to make a motion to approve them today. I'm not. I just have some reservations, like Member Olson, about, is this the right school for that market? Because we need to get the right school in that market, right? We really do. But if all the people down there are like, we love classical education, that's what's missing from Iron County, then okay, we have a classical school that's grassroots from that area, that's from the community. And that actually the fact that they're really passionate grassroots parents that's back kind of to the origin story, that kind of appeals to me. Now, I really liked Peaks Board because they're parents too, but they're kind of like, this little parent here and a little, and there's 10 of them. But I don't want to necessarily say that because those 6 are coming from a different background or aspect or reason or motivation, that in some way they're lacking. I liked that they were predominantly parents wanting to serve their community and that they're all committed to this type of model. So I'm not, like I said, I'm not prepared to make a motion to approve them. I couldn't second a motion to deny them either. Watching this weird, it changes all the time, and how do you operate in a constantly moving environment? And I do also, having sat on staff, I really do respect the recommendations and knowledge and experience. I just feel like we've become so risk intolerant that we're never going to say yes to anybody, because in this market, the cream is not going to rise sufficient in this market.
Yeah, I'm not quite hearing that with this case. I think we're thinking this market does need a school. I think the difference is we're not feeling like this school presented today was the right school for that market, yet we're not seeing it come from a grassroots area. It's not the right school yet. It's at least my understanding, my takeaway. Member Spiker.
I just wanted to go back and look at the 2 applications of the schools that were just Peak Academy and American Principals Academy. And as we're talking about community support and market analysis, I don't see any data from APA about a survey given to parents that this is the school that is needed in the community. We know that there's an enrollment a bubble or on an increase. You know, they've got a lot of students down there and a need, you know, in terms of overcrowding in schools. But again, I don't see the same information that we're asking from Peak is not evident in this application. No. And so I've just really appreciated the last hour or so of conversation, because it's really helped me think too about how are we setting schools up for success, and making sure that we're really being clear about the data that we're asking for, and help from all schools, trying to be equitable. Not that the markets are the same, or the schools are definitely not the same, and what they're hoping to accomplish, but I think that we need to be very mindful about making assumptions about what is needed in Iron County versus Morgan County, when neither of that, the data is not evident in either of the applications. And I just want to say I've appreciated the conversation.
Thank you.
So, and it's going to help me make some decisions. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, Member Smith, I know you wanted to comment again, but I think it was about maybe an alternative motion. So may we finish this motion first, and then I can have you speak to a potential alternative?
Okay, I wouldn't say alternative, probably just a second motion, but okay.
All right, yeah. So we're still talking, the motion on the table is to deny approval for American Principals Academy. Other discussion for that motion? All right. All those in favor of the motion to deny, say aye. Aye. And how many, I may have to call roll. 3. Okay, and those opposed to that motion, which would mean that we...
It wouldn't pass because you have to have...
I have to have 4,
so
right?
It failed with only 3.
All right. So the motion failed. All right. So do we have another motion?
Yeah, I'm glad to go ahead and make a motion. This discussion can't go all night, but man, I agree with so many of the comments that have been made. We've got to make some decisions, and I hate to kick the can down the road, and at the same time, I hate the idea of just denying every application that's presented to us and just taking the safe route and approving satellites, and we're just going to be the satellite approving, authorizing board. I hate that idea. Anyway, sorry for the random rant, but my motion would be to deny this application, but to be sure to invite this board to return in the next round.
All right. So the motion now is...
American Principals Academy.
All right, to deny this board's, the current approval, but to invite them to come back for the next round, so the end of 2023 into 2024 approval cycle. So is there a second to that motion? All right, Member Smith seconds that motion. So the motion is to deny today, but to invite them to come back to in the next round. With some feedback, obviously. We're going to give them a lot of feedback relative to that. Discussion about that motion now.
Just quickly, I thank you for reminding us about kicking the can. I think that it's an easy solution when the decisions are difficult. And I don't want us to be I don't want our reputation to be that we can't make a decision. And yet, the cycle of schooling is that we can't, I thought about this teaching class last night. I thought to myself, gosh, why do I have to wait another 6 months to do this again if I even get to teach this class again? You know, because we don't get to do it again tomorrow or a week from now. We have to wait because we're bound within these timeframes of the academic cycle. So I just share that to contextualize that when we say, please come back a year from now, it's because we do believe that there is more work to be done for a viable school. And if the timeline was different, then it might not necessarily be a year, but that is the structure in which we live within and how we were able to make decisions.
In a school cycle.
In a
Thank
school
you.
cycle.
Thank you, Member Spiker. That's a good point. It's not really quite, I wouldn't characterize it as kicking the can. It's helping to improve an application to make it a strong application for another school cycle year. So, additional discussion to that motion. All right, seeing none, let's move forward with a vote. All those in favor of the motion to deny today American Principals Academy, but to strongly invite them with lots of feedback to join us for the next year's cycle, say aye.
Aye.
All right, 1, 2, I'm going to vote yes as well. So that motion passes. Okay, all right. Let's move to, and they've waited patiently.
Chair Bowles,
Yes,
would we be able to revisit our question on Peak Academy to see whether we might prefer to table them for a month?
I'll speak to that.
all right.
I would just like to hear Member Olson's thoughts.
Yeah.
So here are my thoughts on that. I thought of the applications presented, and I had some tough questions for them, and I think they still weren't quite able to answer some of the enrollment questions. And I still have some lingering concerns about the financial side of the school and what that's going to look like. But I thought they had an outstanding board. I thought their board was top-notch. I love their concept. I think it's great. I'd love to see them succeed in it. And I do appreciate Member Smith's comment earlier about momentum. I think that's a real thing, and they do have momentum. But I still have a big question mark about whether they're going to be able to meet those enrollment needs that they have. I don't like the idea of kicking it out 3 months because they're never going to be able to sign a contract with a building or a builder. It's just not going to happen. And they're going to be stuck in limbo for the next 3 months. Now, being stuck in limbo for a month, I don't think is a disservice to them. Let's give them some time to see what they can put together in a month. So those are my thoughts on it. I don't know what that motion would look like, but I'd be supportive of giving them a short period of time to try to come back with better assurances that they can fill their school.
All right.
If we were to ask them to come back in a month, by tabling this for 1 month, we certainly have the opportunity to deny them at that time if we don't feel like they've made sufficient progress, but maybe they can, right?
All right. So this becomes we do a little more tricky if we're going to think about changing the motion we've already passed today. It means that we will have to, I don't know if we have to vote to recall that motion. I think that is the correct order of business, that we would have to vote to recall it. And I think it's not the prevailing side. I think it is the prevailing side. All right. Yeah, of course. Of course. All right, right. So we would have to, first of all, make a motion to revisit that motion. So if anyone would like to make a motion to revisit our earlier motion with Peak Academy, we could consider that. So
We also asked them to come back.
yes, we did ask them to come back in.
That's the motion we passed.
That's the motion we passed. Anyone want to make a motion to recall that? Has to be someone from the side that voted in favor. So there isn't the motion was to, much as we just did with American Principals Academy, to ask them to come back next year with lots of feedback and how to strengthen that application in the next year. All right.
Yeah, I would move that we rescind that motion, or
I
we
think it's a
recall
reconsider.
or reconsider that motion, whatever the terminology is. And I would move that we invite them back in 1 month's time, and we give them 1 month to provide more
I'm gonna have you-
more satisfactory market data to be able to.
All right, I'm going to have you hold.
Do you
that
need me to
second-
hold on to that?
Hold that second
Okay.
piece, because we first
Go ahead.
have to vote to reconsider. So the motion on the table is to reconsider our earlier motion. Do I have a second to that motion to reconsider?
I'll second that motion.
All right, there's a second from Member Smith to reconsider that motion. Any discussion about the reconsideration of that earlier motion? All
Yeah.
right.
Never mind. Go ahead.
All right, so the motion on the table is to reconsider our earlier motion. We'll listen to a motion about what that might be if this motion were to pass. So the motion is to reconsider. All those in favor of, well, I should wait and see if anyone has any additional discussion. I'm not seeing it. All right, all those in favor of reconsidering, that's the motion, of reconsidering our earlier motion, say aye.
It's reconsider the Peak Academy motion.
Peak Academy motion. Thank you so much. Yes, you can vote.
We have 3 ayes so far.
And did Michelle do?
said aye, Eric and
All right, so 3
would not pass.
does not pass, so we will not be reconsidering that motion. So, I'm going to move us on in our agenda then original motion stands for Peak Academy. Motion, we've now have made a motion and passed it for American Principals Academy. We are on now Elevated Charter School, who have waited patiently in the back to hear what we might decide. And may I have a discussion, if you want to talk, or a motion relative to that school? Motion from Member Smith.
I would like to move to approve Peak Academy's application.
No.
You mean Elevated?
I'm sorry, not Peak, sorry, Elevate, yes.
Right. I knew what she meant. We just had to jump in.
I'll
So,
second that.
A motion to approve Elevated Charter Schools application, a second from Member Spiker. Any discussion to that motion? Not seeing any discussion. All those in favor of the motion to approve Elevated Charter Schools application, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'll say aye, and Member Smith says aye. That passes. So Elevated Charter School, congratulations. Your application is approved. Now the hard work begins to make that really happen. And so there is some benefit when we give feedback to come back in a year and have time to revisit and work on an application. So, yes.
I don't think I need to make a motion for this, but could we request that staff work on some sort of revision to our process that would allow us to consider enrollment concerns at an earlier stage of the process?
Absolutely.
Yes. So I think we've just, with that, have given the staff a directive to do that. We know that they're in the process of looking at, in this next year, at kind of revising the process. We already heard that presentation, so we can add that feedback into that process discussion. Thank you, Member Smith, for that addition.
Thank you.
I don't know if we have a reason to go into closed session today that I know of. Anyone? AAG Jones might like us to as a parting gift to him. So, but I think that
No, thank you.
I'm not hearing him agree to that. So we'll pass by. Maybe that's a better gift to say we'll finish. But again, thank you so much, David Jones, for your support and help of us, even again today, and making sure we're doing what we need to be doing in the right way. And all of you for your work, your consideration, your voting, your willingness to discuss, that we come to better decisions that way. It takes us a while sometimes, but we get there, and we'll make this work. So to all of you, I'm considering one last motion. Thank you, Member Smith, since she's already adjourned. Have a nice journey home, and we are adjourned until February, second Thursday of February, whatever that would be. February 10th? All right. We adjourn to February 9th. All right. Thank you all for your work today. It's a long day. And Sam, thank you for being with us all day and all the hours you spent reading applications to give us good feedback. Thank you, thank you.